Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I'm ahead of the game.
Hello and welcome to Saturday. That's how we're starting today. Only 2 rounds left in the 2023 Tata Steel Wijk tournaments. Both the Masters and the Challengers are very nicely poised, I think. And David and I are very ready to tell you all about it, or all about it that we understand, which is day in, day out, not a lot, I think.
Yeah.
So how do we feel? How do we feel about the very, very end of these things?
Well, a mixture of excitement and kind of disappointment that it's ending. As you said, there's still plenty of action ahead, not just on the chessboard, but in terms of the kind of standings as well. There's various permutations. We could see kind of a 4-player playoff by the end of tomorrow. It could get dramatic, but either way, it's going to be another long but fun day of chess. And looks like the players have just started, Peter. What are you looking forward to most today? Which games?
I think in terms of the intrigue for tomorrow, what we would like is for... Yeah, actually, if Wesley beats Nodibek and Magnus wins, we get an absolutely mouth-watering day tomorrow.
And Anish draws or wins.
Yeah, and Anish, yeah, just Anish doesn't lose. Yeah, and losing Anish in that tie would be a tragedy, I think, because he very much. It's a continuing story that is extremely impressive because the field every year is extremely strong, and Anish hasn't had a poor Wijk in God knows how long.
Yeah, he really
is unbelievably stable.
Yeah, he always looks inspired when he plays there.
Mm-hmm.
But the title eludes him, right? Still hasn't won outright. Lost.
Yeah.
Is it 2 playoffs now?
I think so. Yeah, he lost 1 to Magnus and 1 to Jordan, and a couple of years in a row he basically ran into Magnus on a rampage. I think 1 year they finished like +6 and +5, and then the next year they actually tied for first, and Magnus won the tiebreak. And then the 1 year where Magnus had a bit of a year off, Anish did lose that very, very dramatic tiebreak to Jordan, which remains to this day, I guess, Jordan's biggest achievement of his career, and absolutely justifiably so. And he has another year where Anish is very much in contention, I would very much like for him to have a shot tomorrow, and for that he would very much need not to lose today, but he hasn't really been in trouble very much, has he?
Yeah, I don't really remember one single game where he's had more than a slight disadvantage, or kind of worse than a slight disadvantage. And he just looks really calm, composed, and takes his chances when they come. I even saw on Twitter that there's kind of, they call it XG in soccer and football, but someone was doing kind of tables of evaluations, and Anish had pretty maxed out the score he would be expected to. In terms of the position he's had. So
yeah, that actually is a very nice metric, and a topic that we've discussed both on air and off air with some of my colleagues, but I don't believe we discussed it with you. But you do feel that chess is in an extremely good position to have a lot of stats introduced into the coverage.
Yeah,
and we don't see that yet properly. There is still plenty of scope for improvement there, because it feels like there is so much you can actually say about the game numerically, which would be interesting to a certain type of chess fan. Maybe not every single one, but I think there's a lot of correlation there. I think there will be a lot of people who love our game who will also enjoy delving quite in depth into what's happening over the course of a long tournament, what's happening over the course of a long game.
Yeah. And I agree, Peter. I'm obsessed with stats. The older I get, the more I kind of follow those numbers. And I mean, it's valid in terms of the matchups here as well. Head-to-head scores. I was looking, and Jordan, at least for a while, had one over Anish. He was a bit of a kryptonite for Anish for a while. He beat him in, I think, at least a couple of classical games as well. Stopped him in that playoff. He beat him on in some rapid games on the Champions Chess Tour. I think Anish maybe won their last encounter, but that could be a relevant kind of psychological factor today in that big Dutch derby.
Yeah, and Twitch chat absolutely getting into the action there. ATC Faust says, Anish hasn't lost a game with black against a younger opponent when playing with Staunton pieces for 2 years. Yeah, things like that. Absolutely, things exactly like that.
We need that.
Yeah, we absolutely, yeah. And shout out to the Staunton pieces, the absolute favorite chess pieces of most players, I would assume, now that the topic has come up. And we can return to this at a later date, I suppose. But for now, in the central game of the round, this is a bit worrying for me in terms of what we're going to be watching, because not only is it the QGA, but I think Wesley specifically has been doing some very minimalist things against the QGA, which still give him advantages every now and again. But this position could become very, very sharp. There are definitely lines here which lend themselves to being a very sharp middle game. But I think Wesley in particular has been playing a lot of 7b3 and things of that nature, which are not without venom, but also probably not the sternest test the opening is going to face.
Yeah, they're very trendy, those lines, but I think at this point, Black has worked out various ways to counter. I'm really dreading 7 d takes c5.
Oh, that as well, yeah. But I think 7b3 is what replaced d takes c5 to a large degree as a kind of a way to play entirely without risk, but also a way to perhaps occasionally get something out of the opening.
Yeah, and it's slightly surprising to see Wesley think right now, because he could have predicted this. Nodebek played the QGA yesterday as well against Anish, and did quite well there, did a good job of achieving at least close to equality early in the game. So Wesley knew it was coming. He could have predicted this exact position on the board, and he's pausing.
Absolutely, and we'll let him pause, because I'm already seeing a position I want to talk about in the game between Fabi and Vincent.
Well, that's a lot of pawns.
It's arguably not the most important game in the context of what's going on in the fight for first, but this is just fun to look at. and also something that we've discussed, we were kind of skirting around this issue for a bit, because 6d3 is surprisingly very, very popular in this tournament. A lot of players came to Wijk in order to play the sort of the classical Spanish and not the Berlin. So we have seen quite a lot of this position, and we have been talking specifically about the idea of sort of going back to the roots with like d3, c3. And then one day, I remember we had a longish conversation about this new concept of just sort of losing a full tempo, inviting Black to play the Chigger in Spanish, which you can do with either rook e1 on h3 or h3. I guess h3 may be the more popular, and then meeting knight a5, c5 with d3, d4, with the intention of meeting queen c7 with d5, and playing the very, very well-known positions without the rook on e1, like the classical Chigorin would be with the rook on e1. But even this is unpleasant. And finally, we get this, because there were some games previously where White did all this and then didn't play d4, right? Yeah. Do you remember whose game that was?
I think, was it Jordan against Vincent?
Yeah, exactly. That was that very dramatic game where Jordan played knight b2 and then d4, a4 before d4 later, right?
Yeah, I think that was the one.
Against Vincent as well. But Fabi today finally asks the question and is met instantly by the move d6, d5, which is a very good indication of sort of where Vincent's head is at. And whether this works or not, I cannot say, but this is a very nice reminder for White that the rook isn't on e1.
Yeah. At least he's saying to Fabi, look, I've done my homework, I know everything, and try your best to prove any advantage. And yeah, as you say, the rook on e1, it's very unlikely this works. It will involve maybe at least 1 or 2 pawn sacrifices.
To compare it to something, I guess the closest relative to this is what I think is called the Gajewski Spanish, right? Which goes c3, d6, I think, h3, knight a5, bishop c2, d5.
Yeah.
And if White goes d4 here, after d4, knight e5, let's say bishop b7 followed by c5, or maybe even bishop b7. Do they play bishop b7 here? Maybe they just play c5 straight away. I think they might even play c5 straight away.
I did this against Wesley in 2009 in Wijk, but I can't remember.
Yeah.
I think I played bishop b7.
But anyway,
c5.
The idea for Black here would very much be to play bishop b7 and then c5, trying to create as much pressure as possible against the pawn on d4. So in the current position in the game between Fabi and Vincent, if white takes on e5 with the knight, I'm sort of expecting d4.
Yeah.
And this does look like a straight up Gajewski Spanish with the tempo up. Because you very much want the rook on e1 here, and that clearly is a very significant improvement in the quality of life for black. But the way it's done, the pawn already is on d4, which means white has a bunch of other options. D takes e5 comes to mind. ED maybe to a lesser degree. ED I don't particularly like.
Due to
I think
ED and c4.
Yeah, I would be a bit worried. I might not equalize in something like strategically. This is very risky for white, because if you allow black just to take on d5, play bishop b7, return the knight to c6 to b4,
full control,
white could be in trouble. It's very obviously tempo dependent. If we can find some rook e1, bishop g5 ideas here that work,
but they might not.
It'll be playable, but you're running risks, and I don't particularly like the idea of suddenly running actual significant risks with white by move 13 here.
Yeah. There's also, in the Marshall, Magnus has been dabbling occasionally. It's basically the Gajewski, but you try and save a move as black. So it's like c3, knight a5 even here, I think.
I think it's h3, right? It's, yeah.
He's also played it against h3. I think he's done it everywhere, though.
Yeah. Against h3, I'm pretty sure he did it against Jan in the match, right? That was like one of the very early games in the match where the pawn on e5 was just given up.
Yeah, this was the match. But I think against Arian Tari in Norway chess last year, even after c3, he was playing knight a5 and going basically bishop c2, d5 anyway. And it's interesting. It's basically the Gajewski without the white pawn on h3. And sometimes that actually helps white, especially in lines where black tries to attack on the king side. But obviously in those main lines that you showed, it kind of helps to have the pawn on h3.
Absolutely, yeah. And it very much is the modern trend where players, I'm guessing, influenced by what the engines now suggest is playable. Players are very heavily kind of dipping into these ideas of not playing the classical passive-ish setups, and instead just sacrificing a pawn for initiative as early as possible. And that is where all the very early d7 d5s come in. But yeah, Vincent is doing I think it's a close relative, and in spirit it pretty much is the same thing, but it's obviously a bit different because it did come from d6 first of all, and secondly we did allow white to get c3 and d4 in already. I'm very curious about how this develops, because it's potentially an important theoretical development, first and foremost, and secondly, just watching Fabi deal with unfamiliar opening ideas is often very, very interesting, because he's a very principled player, and he rarely dodges responsibility, so to speak. He rarely declines to pick up the gauntlet. So it will be curious to see how he reacts here. In the meantime, you were absolutely on the money in our main QGA, regrettably.
Yeah, I'm not happy to have predicted this one though. It is a bit odd because it's such a big match, and obviously a win would give him a big shot at first place. But as you said earlier, it's just not his style to go into anything too sharp.
We actually discussed this yesterday when sort of concluding the show, right? That it's a huge game for him. It's absolutely instrumental in him having any chances for first. And yet he will still do exactly what he's doing here. He will still absolutely play his main repertoire, and not not do anything else. And very interesting developments in the game between Jordan and Anish, where we have this extremely sharp Ragozin, which began its life as this CD5, ED5, knight C3. I'm guessing by this point either of us could give the speech about this, right?
Say again, sorry?
I'm guessing by this point, both of us have seen this enough to give the speech, right? Because the speech absolutely, this is where you give the speech that giving the black bishop the f5 square can never, ever be any good. And the fact that this has somehow become fashionable is one of the absolute miracles of current opening theory. But Magnus has been doing this very seriously, and Magnus doesn't really do opening things randomly. He
Yeah.
must believe this is playable. But Anish says, yes, you're giving me additional choices. I'm still not interested. I came to play the Ragozin, so I will play the Ragozin. Bishop f4. And here, Anish, I think this tournament already, we've seen some bishop f5s in this position, right? Castles
think
e3,
so.
bishop f5.
Yeah. Also, this early knight e4 has been debated.
Yeah, but knight e4 is much sharper. Rook c1. I think there was a game in this tournament where Black played knight d7.
Is that Magnus against Gukesh?
Yeah, I think so. That was Gukesh playing this line against Magnus. And we did mention that knight c6 is supposedly the main move right now, leading to absolute madness after knight d2, g5, bishop e3, takes, and then Black plays a5, and it becomes an absolute Martian landscape that looks like nothing at all. And Jordan says no. Jordan says it is still possible to find new ideas and openings. And just goes h2, h4 here, saying, I like this square for the bishop. I would like for you not to touch it with your dirty little paws.
And I guess now that the Black Knight sits on c6, there's no c5 pawn breaks. And now you've played h4, there's no g5 pawn breaks. So it becomes very dynamic in terms of piece play. But Jordan, I'm not sure what his intentions are for the next few moves. He has made it harder for himself to castle.
We'll come to that, because Black very normally goes bishop f5 here, and Jordan just goes e2, e3, which is an exchange sacrifice, right?
Okay, yeah, I hadn't even noticed.
No, but like this is the exciting part. H4 was already quite fun, but this is straight up an exchange sacrifice. This rook will not really have squares. I assume he wants to play rook b1.
Yeah, to give it up.
That
for
would
this
be my
bishop.
guess. Yeah, because I think this one is more important. And now suddenly it gets a bit awkward for Black, because b7 is hanging. I don't know how happy we will be giving it up. But also, if you castle short, you will pretty much immediately begin getting mated. Yeah. In some order. Knight g5 or bishop d3 first, and then h5. And this entire setup starts making a ton of sense instantly.
Yeah, it's a ready-made attack. Bishop e7, knight h7.
Yeah, bishop e7, knight h7. Yeah, we're going in. We're not stopping anymore.
Yeah.
This honestly looks like White has already won the game. King h7. Yeah, like lines like this.
Exactly.
They're all very nice to look at. And with queen h7 coming in. So Anish is one of the best prepared players in the business. So I'm still willing to believe that he knows.
Yeah.
But this is very, very interesting.
They have worked together a lot, so Jordan must be hard pressed to find an idea that he probably hasn't discussed with Anish. But I doubt this is one of them. Maybe we can examine what happens if Black just does defend the b pawn in that line.
Yeah, exactly.
And doesn't castle. Doesn't kind of
something like rook b8 here. It was also a question in chat already. I'm guessing we start with bishop d3 and we go from there.
And just say you're not going to castle anytime soon.
I mean, I still need I need some convincing about this, to be honest.
Me too.
Yeah, I still need some convincing. I'm not altogether sure what we're trying to achieve here.
Maybe White just castles and says, just do your best. You can't castle yet.
I was wondering about bishop g5, but then after f6, my initial idea was to do this. But I cannot figure out how we get anywhere from here. Because knight g5, queen f6, Black does appear to stabilize, with e7 being a very safe square for the king.
Maybe just hg and slow play the attack.
I considered that, but I don't know what the threat is after queen e7.
Yeah, it takes a while to get that white rook in.
If we could... I mean, rook h4, f4 would be excellent, but f4 is controlled.
It is covered,
Yeah, the knight, it takes very, very many moves to get it to g6. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe you just go... Is it possible you just go hg?
We do threaten bishop g6. Now queen e7 you can't play.
Yeah, queen e7 just straight up loses to bishop g6, bishop f5, and the king no longer has any good squares. I mean, these are all very exciting positions to discuss.
Yeah, and now Black would feel silly about playing rook b8 because we can have a castle queenside, which is a nice detail. But I think we will see this, Peter, because
very likely
this is the acid test of the idea, and Anish has taken on c3.
I mean, you can play bishop d6 and claim that you don't want to get involved, but even in this position, you are, I think, just very soundly slightly worse with c4 coming in, and the pawn on h4 once again will not be a drawback. I think it's not going to be a weakness in the future. And also, I think Anish, I've actually had conversations with our chats over the preceding days about this. The memes about Anish being the drawmeister, they still very much persist, but I don't think he dodges these types of challenges very often.
Yeah, you use the word with Fabi, principled, and Anish is very principled. He works on openings enough to know when he can't call out his opponent on kind of their ideas. And I never see Anish actually back down from a fight.
Exactly.
At least in the early stages.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm hoping bishop a3 and
bishop e6 would actually make me sad. Yeah, if Anish doesn't play bishop a3 here, it will be I honestly think it would be a very un-Anish thing to do.
Yeah,
and I'm expecting the gauntlet to be picked up.
Yeah, he also knows that Jordan will tease him after the game if he plays bishop d6, no matter what the result. There's a bit of pride there, I think, attached to this decision.
Yeah,
a3, bring it on.
And just to finish discussing this for a bit, our chat says queen b3 here is clever because it stops bishop d6. I really did not want to leave this diagonal, but I very much take the point because I think the idea here is to play queen e4 check. Honestly, I'm not that, it's an important pawn, but we waste so much time doing this. I don't know, queen e7, queen a3, but worries me a little bit. But yeah, the point well taken. And after bishop d3, chat says black can just play h6. And why are you so happy about this?
But maybe now queen b3. At least,
now queen b3 is
more
I'd be happy about this. Yeah,
I still don't know what next after bishop b7. But
I think we just we don't dislike this. We just go rook h3, rook g3, and play. We just claim that these aren't very impressive. Castling kingside does actually put you in tremendous danger. If you look at this position for a second. With queen c2 coming in, I think it's very easily explicable that black is not safe. I'm not saying this is absolutely bad and will lose, but it's not safe.
Yeah.
You will be under very direct attack very soon.
He's played bishop a3, Peter, so we're in for a real tussle in this one. Rook b1 immediately.
Rook b1 blitzed out, it was obvious that this is the point, because if you leave the bishop f5 on the board and trade the rook for this one, you have very, very little compensation because black will just castle very safely with the bishop controlling this diagonal. It was always going to be rook b1. Let's just briefly show some other positions.
Okay.
I guess because this one definitely is the central game of the round, but there is other stuff going on. There is another QGA-ish via different move order in a game between Magnus and Prague, which, as is the norm, started once again by the c4, c5, 4 knights line. Magnus once again goes e3. This is the line where he lost to Nedved after Nedved played e5, right? That game went e5, bishop b2, d5, cd5, knight d5, castles, bishop b7, bishop b5, and white ended up overpressing and eventually losing. But Prague goes for a much more safe option, goes e3, e6, d4, d5. And after a3, I had this conversation with Jan when we were doing sieges, and Jan informed me that it's very much the current understanding here to go dc4 and then a6, because the other options aren't as clear and don't seem to be equalizing as comfortably these days, whereas this looks like a very decent QGA where white committed to both knight c3 and a3. And in particular, knight c3 is not always the move you want to make this early in QGA positions.
Yeah, as Wesley's shown, sometimes it goes out via d2.
But Magnus is playing very quickly, so I guess he had a pretty decent idea of how Prague will react to various things. He goes bishop d3.
That's right. The main line is just a castle. And I haven't seen bishop d3 before exactly here, I must say.
Yeah, bishop d3, I guess you are kind of threatening to play what is very close to a pure Foreman. I think it's called the Foreman. The idea is of, let's say, if you play bishop b7, which is not a very important move, we've prevented the queen trade, and then we want to push for these types of ideas. This at least will be one way to explain bishop d3. And Pragg goes cd4, ed4, and interestingly just goes g6 here, also showing another side to this. Black isn't committed to developing the bishop normally to e7, and with an isolani on d4, it obviously makes a ton of sense to try to get it to g7, where it will help generating pressure against the pawn on d4. Magnus goes bishop g5, bishop g7, and just blitzes out bishop b4.
Oh. I'm surprised that they're blitzing. I'm not familiar with this, this kind of branch of the line. Maybe there have been games recently, or kind of core games. Doesn't look like it's too ambitious for white. What if black, for example, plays knight e7? I don't know if bishop takes c6 is a threat. I guess sometimes kind of strategically, at least it causes an imbalance.
Yeah, I don't know. It very much seems like Magnus is preparing to take on c6. Otherwise, it's unclear what it's doing on e4, really.
Yeah.
Like if I castle here, you have to assume the capture is being indicated. I even thought maybe the idea is this. Trying to exploit the pin immediately, but I have a5 f5, unless I'm blundering something here. But it looks to me like I have a5 f5.
Yeah, I don't know how happy white is if you trade everything on f6.
Yeah, maybe that is actually the point. Yeah,
feels like black is with this counterplay should be fine, but you take the knight here most likely. And
yeah. In fact, I'm sort of regretting having played before, because without the hook for a5, I think I would feel a lot more ambitious.
Yeah, the black bishop feels a lot more dead without a5 being effective. So at least maybe this is one explanation. But
I like your knight e7 move. I very much like your knight e7 move because I think it preserves a lot of flexibility. One way to explain previous play, once again, will be to play knight e5 and then perhaps move it back to f3, because that preserves pressure against the black queen side, meaning that it's going to be harder to play bishop d7, bishop c6, for instance. But my worry is, let's say we do this, and then after h6, we have to look for squares.
Yeah, knight f5.
There is knight f5 coming in very quickly, so...
Yeah, it feels like white's kind of messed around too much with the light squared bishop. 3 tempi you've spent there, and black hasn't wasted too much time.
So what is the reply then?
Queen d2 and castle long. I don't know.
Not buying that. Not buying.
I'm just trying to be creative, but it's mysterious to me, at least the idea. I don't know if there's anything with picking in a queen a4 check doesn't really help.
I was actually wondering about that, but it feels like we're very much developing black's pieces for them.
Yeah, queen somewhere, b3, b4.
b4 to at least support, like, I very much need to have a good reply to this, and I think having an additional option of knight d6 check to go with knight f6 check, but like, actually, if we want to give a check from here, this is a very poor square, because I actually gave black this opportunity, which wouldn't have been there otherwise, and black is just instantly much better.
Yeah.
Queen a4 check feels sort of very
concrete, but unless it's preparation, this can't be the plan.
Yeah, it feels a little bit too clever for its own good, frankly.
Yeah.
I'm not an immediate believer, at least.
Feels like at some point black can just play bishop d7 and just castle and give you b7, and white has wasted so much time.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, just bishop b7, let's say queen b3, and we just do this and invite you to take with whatever it is that you want to take with, and then we'll have plenty of counterplay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious to see how Pragg will react, and that's actually another storyline here, which makes maybe some sense to discuss, because Pragg has begun this tournament very much as the second best junior. In terms of like standings at the halfway point. A lot of the juniors were severely struggling, and in the meantime Noribek was on +4 after round 7, and Pragg was on +2, having beaten Jordan with white, and also that very, very impressive game against Ding with black. But the last 4 rounds were a disaster, Just you can't really describe it any other way. He lost 3 out of the last 4 games. Lost a pretty poor game to Parham yesterday, where he played a very quirky line. Actually, got something out of it. I very much enjoyed both the concept and the position he had by move 15.
Yeah,
and then by move 20 was in trouble, and by move 25 was lost pretty much.
He just didn't look himself, right, Peter? He just didn't look confident or energetic, at least compared to his usual play.
Absolutely, yeah. And we also, when previewing the round yesterday, I think we both agreed that when you are in that state, the game with Black against Magnus is probably not what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Having said that, he is one of the people who I think had the most sort of interesting / promising results against Magnus on the tour, right? He did beat Magnus a number of times, and generally appears to be fairly unafraid and just excited to play him, which I think is exactly the attitude you need in order to have a good shot of succeeding against Magnus.
I think his first ever win against Magnus on the tour last season was also in this kind of symmetrical 4 knights English, and there it was kind of a symmetrical structure where Black played e takes d5 very early in the center. He managed to kind of outmaneuver him later. So he's got fond memories, but I would say the opening's been relatively successful, assuming there's nothing wrong with like knight e7 or even castles here. Because at least it's not one of those positions where Magnus can kind of slowly improve and slowly wear you down. It's very much about whether White has something after bishop takes c6 or something after d5. If not, then you should just be okay. So, but the reason I brought this up, there was an additional kind of a layer to what I wanted to say here, and that is one facet which did not seem to be working sort of as well as you would have wanted it to work for Prague in the recent games, was maybe specifically reacting to new stuff. Yeah.
Whenever he would finally be forced out of book, so to speak, he would very often tank for a very, very, very long time, and then deviate from what you must assume he himself very much knew must be the correct response. So it will be interesting to watch today, what his time management will look like, how his decision making will look like, whether he will be, trying to play ultra safe, trying to kind of not engage with whatever is the most principled reply is. I don't know what the most principled reply here is, but of the things we discussed, I am team 97. I think 97 is extremely logical. It's a move you often make anyway, and when White telegraphs the desire to take on 6, at least in some positions, not giving them that does seem like a good start.
So we await his decision. Should we do a kind of roundup of the other?
Yeah, absolutely. There's one more Agozin on the board today in the game between Gukesh and Levon. In this one, CD5, AD5 hasn't been played. We are back to Queen A4 and D3. I think in every single position in this tournament, which reached this point previously, White played Queen C2. Today, Gukesh goes Bishop D2, to which Levon responds with Queen E8, which is a bit of a mysterious move until you realize that if White ignores things on the board entirely, you might just lose some material straight away. So the Queen drops back. Interestingly, it doesn't drop back to C2, it drops back to B3. Can you explain why that is?
Unless he's worried about something with E5, yeah, exactly. Queen C2, I don't know if E5 immediately is possible. It's something you have to calculate, right, Peter? Because CD5 there might be. Or knight D5.
It doesn't seem like it's working, but who knows?
Yeah.
Like if I had to guess, I would say no. I would say this is a little bit too much, and your pieces don't actually support this amount of activity just yet. But who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, this is mysterious. It looks like White is grabbing some stuff.
Yeah, but Queen B3 is also a perfectly playable move, kind of hinting D5 might be hanging in some positions. And Levon goes A5, A3, takes, and now plays B7, B6, and not A5, A4, which I think looks very logical, but also gives additional squares to this piece. So the idea, I guess, is to play B6, Bishop A6, and then reevaluate.
Yeah. If he can get rid of one set of bishops, then he'll be very happy. Yeah, I guess he'll plant a knight on e4. It's just one of those typical Rogozins where white might have some kind of long-term trumps, but black is very quick. And it's
and then
very early days in this one.
Yeah, and then two interesting positions for me because we start with a game between Richard Rapport and Ding Liren, and here Richard once again ventures into this queen takes d4 territory, but after knight f6, early in the tournament he played queen d3 knight d5 here against, I think it was Parham, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Today he actually goes into the main bishop b5 line, which used to be played absolutely automatically in this position by the white players, including that game I mentioned at least once during the shows. I lost a game like this to Gary in Linares 99. Bishop g5, e6, castles, bishop e7. All of this is very, very straightforward theory. I think I played rook he1 and king b1. Richie goes queen d3 first, queen a5, and now h4, h6, bishop d2 on the board. I suspect these days when they play queen a5 in these types of positions, they play it with the intention of playing queen a6, I think. And I don't hate it at all. In fact, I'm kind of wondering what Richie is intending to do against it. Because I think for those positions, you don't actually want the pawn on h4.
Yeah, knight g4 is very annoying sometimes.
Yeah, if you take on a6, which seems logical, you would much rather have a rook on e1 already. Like, if we compare this position and this position, I still think this is a playable endgame for black. But white here will play knight g4 and then f3.
Yeah.
And that setup is very stable, and then you can try pretending that black's double pawns on the a file give you something. I'm not entirely sure what, but something. Whereas in the game, if after queen a6 you choose to take, your e4 pawn is already hanging, and if you play rook he1, knight g4 is very annoying.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very difficult to Kitsu. I might even be tempted to sidestep knight d4, so that you also have to worry about protecting the pawn on h4. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm grabbing on h4 here. If I see no reason not to. So you have to waste another tempo on something. I don't even know what. h5 is very counterproductive because it will come under immediate severe pressure later.
Rook h1.
Yeah, like rook g1, h1. But then, like, we are probably just arguing that white hasn't equalized, right? I don't know, castles and...
Black has the bishop pair.
Yeah, knight g4, we go rook fc8, knight e5, knight c4. I'm picking black here every day of the week. So yeah, interesting position, but seems to be okay for Ding, I guess.
Yeah, it also feels like Ding is... I was going to say, we should also mention Ding is throwing up more flares. He hasn't... Well, he doesn't regularly play the Sicilian. I know it's in his repertoire, but he nearly always won e5 as black these days. So interesting that he's playing Sicilians.
Exactly what I wanted to say. I don't really remember very many in his repertoire. People are asking, what about knight g4 instead of queen takes a6? Yes, that's much safer. But also, why are you supposed to be better in this position? There's definitely a very valid argument for doing this and not the other one. It's a good question. It's a good question, but I will just play 6e5, rook c8, a5, and I think I will be completely fine as black here. Queen a6 on the board, so we'll see what Richard does. And there is also a very topical Grunfeld on the board between Parham and Ding Liren. Parham and Arjun.
This is the h3 line?
Yeah, which began as 5h3. But this actually is a weird line which has I think in my course, this particular line is called 5/9h3.
Yeah.
Because it can be arrived at via two distinct move orders. You can do this, and then after castles, you suddenly go into the classical Grunfeld and you play bishop b2. Or you can try playing, like you fake out that you're going to be playing the rook b1 Grunfeld, and after c5 you suddenly go h3 here, and you get the bishop b2 castles h3. Although after bishop b2 you might be tempted to play knight c6, so perhaps you start with h3 actually.
Yeah, and I guess that's why Parham starts with h3, because at least he's forced black into castling already. There's no early queen a5, no early knight c6.
Exactly. I think it's actually weirdly more flexible to do it as early as possible.
He actually, I should mention, he beat me in the World Blitz in end of 2021 using the 5H3 line. And then he told me after the game that he'd been shown it by Hans Niemann, shown some ideas there. And at that point, I hadn't unfortunately gone through your course. Now I have, so I know the antidote to at least one of them.
And interestingly, Arjun is doing something. I'm pretty sure I looked at this, and I'm pretty sure it equalizes if you ask the engine. But I think I gave something else. He goes knight c6 here, bishop b3, takes, queen a5, queen a3. This is still all absolutely main course. d5. When I saw this position for the first time in my life, I actually played knight d4 here instead of knight e5 in a game against Yuan Yi, I think. Yuan Yi, I played a longish rapid and blitz match against Yuan Yi 1 year. And that was one of the things he showed me in the blitz portion, and just absolutely destroyed me after knight d4. But knight d4 is just a mistake. It's much better to play knight e5 because whenever the trade happens, the bishop is just so much happier on the e5 square than it is on the d4 square that it is straight up a mistake to go knight d4. Castles, bishop b7, rook b1. I'm pretty sure the course gives queen takes a2 here. I'm reasonably certain of that. I can try to look it up while we're on air, but and it will be very embarrassing if it doesn't. But I'm pretty sure I almost everywhere I try to give up on b7 and play rook fb8 in response. And those positions occasionally get to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah,
but I think I was holding most of them, and I was fairly satisfied with most of them. But bishop a4 is an attempt to do something even more forcing. It provokes queen e1, and then Arjun goes in with knight d3, takes. The threat, I suppose, is bishop b5, actually winning this exchange on f1. White goes bishop g5, which I suppose indicates that if you go bishop b5 here, you will just not enjoy this very much, because the compensation will be very, very strong. At least that's my initial understanding of why we're not picking up the exchange. You can also just go bishop queen b4, right? It's just, I'm talking
just move the queen.
Complete nonsense. Yeah, we can just protect it. So black goes rook f8, e7. The pawn on e7 is, of course, very, very important here. And Parham goes queen b4. Parham is still very much gaining time on the clock. Arjun isn't anymore. Arjun is seemingly on his own finally.
Yeah, and b5 finally played after a long think, or longish think. And yeah, Peter, how would you assess this? It looks like if black can stabilize, you're doing okay, but bc1 very quick.
Yeah, I think it's one of those positions which you just don't assess. You play them move by move, and it could be very risky for black. It could be just entirely fine as well. Rook bc1, I guess a nod towards maybe bishop c2 being a threat.
Something on c3, bishop c3, queen
something
c3.
coming to c3. And also, I get the feeling if black plays a5, which looks like the most natural move in the position, we are probably playing queen c5. And it's very, very useful for us not to have to worry about rook c8, because we now will just very happily take twice and give mate on the back rank. I think that's probably the biggest explanation for why this move was played instantly.
But queen takes e4.
Rook f1, I think.
Queen b4, maybe.
And we just take on e7 and we claim that this is a very strong passer. Or maybe actually, because I don't like the bishop connects. Maybe we actually take and we take and we try to prevent this bishop from actually controlling the d7 square. And then, after bishop c3, I think an argument could just be made even for this. I don't know how I win after rook a7. Maybe I don't. But this is such a stupid piece that maybe we're doing fine.
Yeah.
Maybe we're even doing more than fine with white here because of how ridiculously pointless this entire setup is. You
just slow play it, just play g4, advance the white king.
Yeah, just try to not even attempt to cash anything in. We're just playing slowly here. This is just a very rough estimate of what I think this could be. a5 is not forced, but it does look like by far the most natural move. The other idea would be to flick in f6 somewhere. maybe we start with a5, and after queen c5, we try playing f6 to take on e4 and try not to even lose the pawn on e7.
Yeah.
But that, I think, is massively risky in particular against a well-prepared opponent, because if this backfires, this will not be something we will look back at fondly.
Maybe bishop d2 or something like that.
And the problem is, we don't really want to take just yet, because it looks like e7 is falling again. Maybe you can't take the queens off.
Yeah, White gets the knight into e6, and
no, I think b4 probably is the more critical question here to ask. Once again, reviving that bishop. Now e4 is hanging. If you have to play rook fe1, maybe I can play. Like, I like, at least in concept, I like the idea of playing e5 here. Trying to block these two, trying to give myself a very, very useful square on f8 for the bishop. If black stabilizes here, black would be better. Like, if you imagine some awkward moves from white, like you go rook e3, I go queen a6, and then you do something, I play bishop f8. It will be borderline winning for black, because black suddenly has full control. The knight on f3 is extremely stupid. This is another very important positive thing about playing e5. It limits the scope of this knight wonderfully well. To such a degree that I'm curious about d6, actually. I'm curious if this is not the best reaction. And then something.
At least the black king now could potentially be a target. I'm not sure how we get there, but...
but it doesn't look horrible. It looks like, I suspect, if I had to analyze this, quietly at home, like somebody shows me this position, says, I don't know, you have 20 minutes, and we would also like you to guess what the evaluation is. I would feel sort of very excited about this opportunity for black. I would feel that this is exactly the kind of position I've played Grunfeld for all my life.
Yeah,
because it feels like if I play well here, I could have winning chances. Not only chances to be fine, but winning chances. But
no way that White can bail out.
Yeah,
simplify.
But obviously, when you've already gone down half an hour on the clock, your opponent is very much just taking a stroll around the playing hall, looking very content and pleased with himself. It's different.
Yeah.
It's very different in game when. Go on.
Also, I was going to say that's reflected your comments there, Peter, on in your chessable course. Apparently, you did indeed say that instead of bishop a4, queen takes a2 was the move, because this whole line for black, you believe it's fine, but play becomes much less intuitive. So the other one was
I remember looking at this. Yeah, I was pretty sure I saw this bishop a4 93 on my screen, and I clicked around it for a bit, and it was giving me decent enough evaluations, but comparing it to queen takes a2, I felt after queen takes a2, I understood what I was doing. Whereas here, I would have to tell my viewers, now there is this 10-move sequence, which I can only explain by telling you this is what my machine tells you to do. And whenever possible, when writing the course, I was trying not to do that. I was trying to give lines which you can understand when you just read the words associated with the moves, because like the ideas can be reasonably well described in human parlance. So yeah, I stand by my choice. But if Arjun pilots this well, this is an exciting opportunity for any Grunfeld player. A5 queen c5 in the meantime already on the board. 143 by move 21 on the clock for Parham. Parham clearly isn't doing this.
He's not freestyling. That's for sure. Shout out to Satiris, by the way, for digging into your course to find the notes there, find the recommendations.
A question from blah blah blitz. How about f6 bishop d2, and then actually going for this position with the queen against rooks, with the king somewhat safe on f7. I don't hate it as much as I normally hate these positions, but even this looks kind of risky to me.
Rook e1
followed by e5. Even the immediate e5. I was calculating this, and I thought, okay, what is my move in this position? But here, maybe I can play g5, give myself a g6 square, and not panic just yet. So starting with rook e1, starting with rook e1 makes a lot of sense.
g5 and transpose.
But then we take on a5 and we claim that, why are we not better? And if you play before, this might just lose. This feels exactly like the kind of position where white just maybe gives mate. Like you play g5, you probably lose to d6.
Mm-hmm.
And then e6 and then something. Yeah, like it's so easy to get completely blown apart that I don't think anybody actually does that in a practical game without knowledge. Like I can definitely imagine some scenarios where this is fine, but it's the kind of a machine fine that a player never actually goes for.
Yeah, machine will hold it together somehow with some odd-looking moves, but certainly initiative with white.
Exactly, and some interesting progress on the boards we already discussed. In Magnus's game, 97 has been played, and Magnus just blitzes out h2, h4.
This is some deep preparation, clearly.
Mm-hmm. Provokes h6 because I guess this is kind of uncomfortable now that knight f6 is a move, and also you really cannot castle into h5. There's no way you can afford to just ignore this. Yeah, so Prague understandably plays h6, Magnus takes, goes queen d2.
Okay.
And
so he's stopped black from castling, but if black plays bishop g7, is Magnus going long?
I actually like king f8, king g7.
Maybe king f8.
Yeah. Although
g4 might come and trap your bishop.
g4, g5, or let's say bishop c2, knight e4 is worrying me a little bit. Yeah. So, but what, in more general terms, we will discuss moves in a moment, but in more general terms, what do we think about this?
Feels like black should be completely fine. I don't really see too many plans for white other than at some point d5 or maybe g4, g5. So if black can stabilize, but it's always a big if, and Magnus must be doing this with a big idea up his sleeve. Because he's given away the bishop pair, he's got the worst pawn structure. He doesn't do those things without.
Honestly, considering the tournament situation and considering he is playing against somebody who, by this point, specifically because of how his tournament is going, has a massive target on his back.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that of the things you mentioned, d5 is like borderline impossible to happen. And like the king will be on b1 very soon, and white will be trying to give mate. And I'm trying to figure out how I want to meet that. Of course, if we could play bishop c8, c6 here, we would immediately be extremely happy about everything.
Yeah,
but not a legal move. And I'm sort of struggling to convince myself our situation is dire enough to start throwing material away.
Yeah, although it's it makes some sense. Bishop takes a6 now. There's queen b6, which
it's not entirely ridiculous, but I still don't really feel like it's needed. Maybe knight e4 is a useful intermediate move, and after bishop g7 we do. Maybe now we take on a6 and we go knight c5. It's something to keep in your mind, but generally, I would say you only do that if you believe that everything else is way too slow, and it doesn't really feel way too slow. It feels like there should be a way to play this normally. Can we go knight f5?
Yeah, that's always the question. Are you taking on h4 if I castle queenside?
No, I don't think so.
Because if not, then I might hit you with g4 at some point.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have this much time really. Like it feels like we have maybe more time than it looks, but not these amounts of time. No, with the king still back on e8.
Yeah, knight takes h4 and d5 or something. That feels scary for black.
Yeah, it definitely does feel scary. My idea was to maybe play knight d6, and then start coming out, because unless it gets ignored, but even if it gets ignored, we've now protected b7, and we're also not committing to a decision about where the king goes just yet, which I think is relevant.
Maybe queen f4, just keep the pressure on.
That's a good move. Yeah, that's a good move. Stopping bishop d7.
And maybe d5 becomes relevant now if you play like bishop g7.
Yeah, I immediately like this less now that you've pointed this move out. Okay.
Yeah. If black plays a move like bishop g7, let's say white does castle long, does it make more sense now to play a move like bishop d7 now that white's king is on that side?
You do have to be very prepared to give up 2 here, right? Because we're never playing rook a7.
And then we just castle and say long term I'll attack you. Yeah, maybe queen b6 first.
Honestly, not ridiculous.
Yeah, the white king isn't super happy, I guess.
Absolutely not ridiculous. Rook fc8 coming in, bishop c6 coming in, and
knight d5.
Yeah, it will be an interesting thing to try for sure.
Yeah.
Alternatively, Chad was asking, considering what we said about king of a g7, if we wanted to get the king to g7, do we just start with h5 and then do that when we no longer have to worry about g2, g4?
Yeah.
No, maybe king f8 first, actually. No, but then g4 will bother me. Yeah, let's see how we feel about this. I guess long castles, yeah.
Yep.
Because we are doing it pretty much everywhere, and I go king f8.
Yeah, if you get one more move, I can believe that you're solid enough for the near future. I don't know how white can try to disturb this. Knight.
Bishop c2, 94. 95 I don't think does very much. I think 95 is a possible move to make, but I don't know what it does necessarily.
Yeah.
It's more ignorable than the other threat, I feel. Like 95, I can go king g7. I can also maybe throw in knight f5 and start wondering if I can take on d4 next move.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I want to start using the other knight. Bishop c2.
So I get it to e4.
But again, then what?
Provides stability of some sort.
But now bishop d7, maybe. Knight e4, knight d5, or knight f5. I'm not sure which. Knight d5, maybe.
Yeah. No.
Bishop on c6, so I don't know. It feels relatively
some kind of position like this. And we just go bishop 6 quite happily, put the king on g7. Go like rook a8, rook hd8. Once we achieve all that, we no longer really have to worry about g2, g4 all that much. We always have queen f4 as well as a way to release some pressure.
Rook h3, I don't know if white's
that is clever. Yeah, that is clever.
Queen f4, knight g6 is
yeah, but that is very cute actually. But mainly I just wanted to mention, first of all, because chat asked, and also just to name the possibilities for Prague, because it's an interesting new position, and he will be going through sort of very similar thought processes, trying to figure out what he likes and what he doesn't like here.
Yeah, it does feel like something along the lines of h5 or bishop g7.
Honestly, specifically because of sort of what Magnus is trying to achieve here, I sort of really don't hate bishop d7. I feel like
he's asked the question.
No, it's just turning the tables on Magnus. It feels like you probably have to take on b7 if you allow bishop c6 once again. I just don't believe white can have anything at all. If black gets bishop c6 in 2 moves here without having to sacrifice anything at all, it feels like black instantly becomes very comfortable. So you take on b7, and then you have to switch to defending. And it's not the kind of the dry technical defending, which Magnus probably will do quite happily with when 2 pawns up. It's defending against legitimate, dynamic problems. For instance, bishop takes a6 here. I'm legit starting to like black here, specifically after the move bishop c6, because the white position is under so much pressure. Everything is hanging. 95, I will actually go into the endgame because I think black is just better, because these are very vulnerable.
Yeah, active pieces. Yeah, even if you don't regain one next move, you just get the pieces into the game.
So I guess you actually have to castle into it, and then I mean, we go queen b6, we go long castle, we go short castle, knight f5, rook fc8. There's just so much. And importantly, once the queen is on b6, you can never really threaten the h6 pawn, because the b2 pawn will always be the more important of the pair.
Yeah,
this looks extremely playable. So I think it just changes the entire outlook of the game if you do that.
Yeah,
but we have to go back to sort of recent form and the way Prague has been reacting to things. I think it's very unlikely he does that. I think it's going to be very difficult for him to reverse course here.
Yeah.
Even if he realizes he's been altogether too timid, and maybe playing more ambitiously would have actually given him better results. But still, it's just so difficult to break out of that rut when you have to do it sort of live on air without any breaks, without any kind of time for reflection.
Yeah, I guess, especially if he thinks Magnus is still in preparation, it's extremely hard to just give a pawn. And maybe here White just plays bishop e4, retreats this way and says, okay, I'll castle kingside and prove your compensation. We'll check back in. We'll see how Prag reacts to this kind of momentary dilemma. The game between Jordan and Anish.
I just want to show one position briefly, and then we'll go there.
Whoa!
Look at this. And also, I'll switch it off. I'll switch it off, but Parham obviously is still blitzing, and the evaluation on my screen is still 0-0-0. So this is all very spectacular, but apparently does nothing somehow.
Wow.
After Queen C8 in particular.
Yeah, I was going to say by process of elimination, Queen C8 looks maybe like the best square. We should just point out that Queen takes F3, you would be trapped after Rook E3. Yeah,
after Rook E3, you can't save the queen, and also you generally feel like maybe this is something you can consider if you get immediate positional compensation. And White did break up his setup quite a bit to achieve it, but E7 is vulnerable, and also this guy is so far out of the game that some position like this, I think you very quickly shelve this, because losing E7 is not an attractive proposition, and this is not great.
If you could somehow swap like the E7 pawn for the D5 pawn, you go for this.
Yeah, which is why Rook A8 is the only move I would consider playing here. And
feels like it shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I found a cute line here, but it doesn't work. I guess I was for a second there. I thought if maybe this is winning.
Rook E6,
but we have Rook D6. Yeah, my point being that Rook E7, Rook C8 might actually be made for all we know. I think it is. Yeah, because the bishop is still completely out of play. But you do have Rook D6 connecting everything and probably making a draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, Queen C8 looks very logical, and then we swap the queens. Let's say Bishop B7, we go Queen C5, Rook C5, and we finally get to play B5 before getting that bishop to control D7.
Yeah, and maybe creating some counterplay. I was wondering if Rook takes E7 now would be a way to force a draw on the last move, but after instead of B4, sorry. I don't think I'm in time. D6 and maybe really
doesn't look horrible.
F6,
I don't know.
F6
or actually F6 first. Yeah, I like F6 first. King of 7 before.
Yeah. Maybe it's enough to force a draw.
Let's say we go knight g4, king of 7, rook c7. We just play b5 before here, stopping knight c6, stopping once again reconnecting with the square.
Yeah,
this looks like White might actually be very much on the market for an immediate bailout, because if you allow bishop e8, I will start creating threats on the other side.
Maybe e8 check and find a way to
exactly, like e8, king e8, rook h7, but you're still you still have to show me why you're not worse here with White, I think.
Yeah, so either way, queen c8 feels like a must for Arjun.
You start with queen c8 and then you go from there.
Yeah,
I don't think the queen has good squares to jump to, because Black will have both queen b7 and queen d7 to choose from. Don't think we can not take on e7 here.
Yeah. There's a curious fact, Peter, pointed out by Satiris. Apparently, Arjun is the only left-handed player in the Masters. Yeah,
another type of stat we absolutely want more of.
We need a database, not just for the chess games. We need everything.
Yeah.
Magnus is left-footed, but right-handed, which is a bit odd. Interesting.
Yeah. And in our Sicilian, a very interesting decision by Ding, and the one I very much like, after queen a6. First of all, very much in view of what we were discussing, the other rook goes to e1, of course, because protecting the pawn on h4 and being readier to play 94, f3, g4, and so on is very useful. And Ding just goes e6, e5, and says, no squares for you, Mr. Knight of 3. Go somewhere, and actually immediately goes somewhere. because I think you had to prevent knight g4.
He's been watching Prague too much. Prague's knight h2 yesterday. It's, at least had more sense than this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this feels like it's... Oh, sorry, go on, Peter.
No.
Oh, no, I was going to say this feels like it's more than fine for Ding already.
I think so. Even though, like, if you imagine White having time enough to play f3, let's say knight f1, knight e3, and g4, maybe you start liking it for White. But my assumption would be we'll find something to do. Yeah. A way to, prepare and play d5, for instance.
Sorry,
which solves most of your problems. No, I was going to say something which is not very relevant to this position, but I saw people kind of mocking Prague's knight h2 on Twitter, and I didn't think he deserved it. I thought it was, like, he, at least according to the machine, he was better out of the opening.
Yeah.
And that probably was the result of slightly sort of optimistic / ambitious play by Parham, because Parham was clearly looking to get as reach of a position as he could, sort of regardless of whether it was good or bad. Like, he just wanted more pieces on the board, more complicated strategic play, and it ended up paying off for him. But I don't think the idea was ridiculous or poor or deserving of mockery.
Yeah, people, including myself, Peter, we're so influenced by results, right? If Prague had played knight h2, no matter what position he got, if he'd won the game, people would be like, whoa, novelty of the year. He got a decent position, very playable, but just because he ended up losing, people not too impressed by the novelty.
Yeah.
So
whereas, like, if we continue talking about this, I'm sort of interested in attempts to just do this immediately. Like, with castle long, it looks a bit weird, but I just want to play d5 next move. Let's say f3, I go d5, ed5, knight d5, and I'm using the fact that this one is vulnerable to just, simplify into something.
Yeah, rook
which I suspect will be okay.
Rook e5, bishop h4.
Yeah, rook e5, bishop h4. I'm a bit worried about knight g4 here, but I do have the g3 square.
Bishop g3.
Yeah. You can flick in knight g5 or bishop g5 at any point, of course. Actually, maybe I will be taking with the rook. Actually, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, feels like it should be fine for black. Like, you just need one more move to consolidate, and
and sort of restating my previous conviction was like, if you, let's say king b7, knight f1, and all of these tactics no longer work because h4 is not hanging, and then we make one more indifferent move and White gets knight e3.
Then
these positions, you do feel like you will have to. They're not lost or anything, but you are under pressure. Because now any kind of a d6, d5 break will result in you having to abandon your bishop there. Let's even ignore that this is hanging. Even a position like this is not going to be very comfortable to play. With White having 3 against, 1.5. And the king side also reasonably well controlled. So your window to actually play d6, d5 somewhat comfortably could be quite narrow.
Yeah.
And I like doing it immediately.
Yeah, I agree. The more I look at it, the more I think castle's queenside looks like a decent move. The only other plan that I can come up with here for black would be, for example, this e7 bishop looks a bit dumb right now, so we could maybe reroute it via d8 to b6 and get ready to chop that white knight on e3 when it lands. But maybe that's a less ambitious plan, like bishop d8, f3, bishop b6, knight f1, I'm assuming.
I like this as well. It definitely wasn't doing anything on e7, but I'm still not entirely sure how
it's fighting for equality.
We are here, yeah.
King e7 or king somewhere, knight e3 we take, and it's just slightly better for white, I guess. It feels like we shouldn't be in too much danger as black. Eventually we'll get d5 in, but I'm going to revise my opinion. I thought actually Ding was playing for advantage. It feels like it should still be fine, but pawn structure for black just
very safe. Yeah, very safe. I like knight h2. And chat also confirming that knight h2 was the best move in the position. Let's check in with some other positions. Let's not spoil our mood too much and look at the fun one first.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we actually got this, like, the entire thing right. After queen b3, which was mentioned to us by chat, Anish very quickly goes for exactly the line I was sort of expecting, abandoning the bishop, the pawn on d5. It is an interesting point of discussion that black doesn't even consider keeping the pawn on d5, but getting this kind of a very weird setup where nothing really goes anywhere. I don't know if bishop d3 is the best. Maybe even c3, c4 is. Hang on a second, I did something stupid. Maybe even c3, c4 is playable, because I don't think we worry about bishop b4, king d1 too much. It will eventually be very safe on e2 in all of these positions.
Yeah.
So yeah, Anish immediately returns a very healthy central pawn just to get some material off the board and to generate this active counterplay. White goes check and returns to c2. And this is an interesting kind of a spot where would you feel with black that you absolutely need to play fast here?
I would probably calculate the fast options first, just because it feels like we might be able to either get the queens off or, I don't know, make some concession in the white camp. But like you say, I mean, assuming I don't get mated if I castle, for example, I'd also be tempted to get kind of business done first. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I'd be inclined to do what Anish has done, knight d5, if it works. But
yeah,
no. How about you, Peter?
My larger point is, I very much like these types of positions whenever I see them for white. I mean, these types of sacrificing exchange for a pawn with a very, very nice kind of a flexible pawn structure, very kind of fluid. potentially very fluid. Exactly, that's the word I was looking for. You can go for e4, e5, perhaps to try to develop something on the king side, or you can play c4 and imagine even having play on the queen side long term. But black's position is, like, there was one quote-unquote weakness on d5. We did give it up by this point. It's gone. Everything else about our position is okay.
Yeah.
We can play, I don't know, c5, castles, rook fd8, rook bc8, and play a slowish kind of game. I don't think we're getting mated. I think if we start by castling, now that the bishops are off the board, now that the rooks are connected, I really don't believe this does very much. You would still have, slightly apprehensive feelings about this. But with the king on e1, as unsafe as it is,
surely,
like b5, b4 or something. Yeah, just also stopping bishop c4 might be important. Really does not feel like we're getting mated here. But the temptation to play concretely must also be quite strong.
I did wonder, though, is this after queen e4 check? Is he just going back? I'm assuming you can't let me take on d5. Let's
take a look, but yeah, I don't think so. I think the knight always comes to d2, and there's really no way to shift it, right? Whichever way you start the checks, either here it comes to d2, and there's like your pieces aren't anywhere near, or you can take on c3 first and
let it.
Yeah, whichever way you prefer. Probably this again, and then queen b3.
Feels like you can't.
Looks bad, yeah. So yeah, I think the point very much is to play knight e7 and say, we just had this, sir.
Yeah.
Find a better move than queen c2.
And yeah, Jordan, he continued blitzing. I think up until the moment we joined the game, he had 1 hour 45 almost, and very impressive preparation. But he decided to play on. Very ambitious player. Didn't go for a queen e4 check in a repetition.
No, clearly not why he made all of this. A very valid question coming in from chat, asking why aren't we playing b5 here? In order to play knight d5 the next move and make it harder for white to play c3, c4 without actually opening some of our pieces for us.
Very good question.
I think maybe the reasoning is something like, I don't like bishop e2, but I very much like the idea of having access to queen e4 check. So let's say we go queen e4, and if you play this, I will probably be at least interested in just abandoning the pawn on c3 to get my king to safety, and then play actively like queen c3, knight e5, for instance, with some knight d7 if you castle. But yeah, definitely a valid question, because trying to keep the pawn on c3 would make a very decent amount of sense, and a very interesting move played by Jordan here.
c5. We should also mention, Peter, So apparently Anish, he had stalled a few times. He had been thinking a bit, but knight c3 was his first real think. And black did have the option of getting the queens off the board after c4 with queen c3. Is that something you would consider?
Absolutely, but I guess he didn't like these positions too much. It was also a very interesting option. I wonder what the reaction even is, because my first thought was maybe queen d2 is strong to get the knight away from good squares.
Queen a1 maybe?
But yeah, with queen a1 bothers me a great deal.
Yeah, you have to go walk piece with your king.
Yeah, unless you can convince yourself this is strong, but I would be very, very skeptical. With this pin along the back rank, I would be very, very skeptical this works out. So yeah, queen c3, I guess we take, we play.
Or maybe king d1, was it? Sorry. Just to not let you take the a pawn. Because this is different now. Queen a1, you've got king d2, and the knight doesn't come in. Yeah, queen a4.
Queen a4, yeah, of course, yeah, queen a4. We still have this issue of these guys being pinned, but
super complicated.
Yeah.
D5,
Rook g1
D5.
maybe, or d5 or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Would definitely be a consideration.
Maybe king c2, rook g1, trap the queen.
King c2.
Or maybe queen
If
d3.
we castle, we go rook g1, and there's a bit of a threat, and black could actually end up being helpless against it. So difficult to challenge any of the white pieces.
a5, bishop e2, knight b4, we just dodge king b3.
We can also do this.
Queen g1, queen f8, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very cute. Very, very cute. But he has gone knight c3 and now c4, c5. My question would be, what's the move here? Because I think allowing bishop c4 gives white a lot of leeway for the future.
Yeah, apparently Jordan spent 4 minutes on this move. He'd played every other move almost instantly. So queen b4. I don't really want to play
Just bishop
d2.
d3, I guess. Yeah, there's no I don't think I care about the h2 pawn.
Okay.
It feels to me like I care much more about getting the king to safety. Let's say if you go knight a2, king f1, you have to probably go back. And let's say we go g3 or g4.
Yeah.
I just want to put it on g2 and then play.
White's pawn structure is quite impressive, gotta say.
Yeah, it has to probably be immediately dug up.
95.
Even this, honestly.
Wow. Yeah, you are quite quick. Black's
yeah,
king's
it
still
is this
stuck in
kind
the
of a
center.
weird endgame where I would very seriously be considering, simplifying down to an exchange down endgame and feeling I'm playing for a win.
Yeah, so black a pawn didn't exist, you're probably just winning.
Yeah, even here, like night before, I go like bishop c4 and knight e5, and I try to collect everything. And it feels like we really aren't running very many risks with white. I don't know if we're better, but I'd be shocked if white were worse here.
Yeah,
absolutely shocked.
And if we go back, what are the options for Anish? Does he have to go kind of pawn hunting with this queen b4 idea?
I don't like anything else. Like if you take on a2 here after bishop c4, which I assume is the answer. I mean, this maybe is still somewhat playable, actually. Hang on. How bad is this?
You don't get trapped, luckily, the knight.
Yeah, I thought we might be, but we're not. Yeah, it's okay.
I guess now we take, or do we play queen d? Take.
No, we can't play queen d2. We can only really play king d1, but I don't know if that's an improvement.
King d1, queen a1.
Chat says knight a2, bishop b5, c6, castles.
Whoa.
She takes b5, I assume.
Rook a1.
Rook a1.
And either we'll win a bunch of pawns, maybe even trap the black
queen,
or
b4, rook a2, a6.
Queen check.
I guess we give a check, the king goes to f8, and we go like knight e5. And I mean, if this rook was on a slightly better square, but even where it is, it feels like it might just be unplayable for black because
black's queen is terrible.
97 is a very, very massive threat, and if you allow me to take on b7, the rook will get back into the game.
Yeah.
Importantly, knight before queen a4 check is there was a question in chat, but there isn't immediate check on e4, which doesn't allow you to save the save the knight. Yeah, very exciting game. And also, if you try doing this, I think this probably just straight up loses to bishop c4, bc5 castles. And then I will get like knight e5, queen f5 in, and I will give mate. The position will just start collapsing, I think.
If I castle now, are you macing me immediately?
Oh yeah, you're still alive somehow, weirdly, yeah.
Yeah. But you do have knight g5 ideas or queen f5, as you said.
And I can even start with g takes c, I think, just to ask the question.
Yeah.
Knight g5, g6, h5, king g7 is still not made.
Yeah. g5, I've got rook b2 as well. Your queen doesn't have too many squares.
Can we start with this, maybe? Because I want to...
Yeah.
but g6, you'll have rook b6 and knight e4 if I put it on f6. Yeah.
This might become very relevant, Peter, because he did play
He's
b6.
played b6. Okay.
No, it's a steal.
I thought this was maybe the riskiest option Anish had.
Yeah. I mean, actually, those pawn grabbing lines trying to grab the a2 pawn and swap queens, they look like they should be risky options, but from the ones we looked at, they kind of appeared to be the safest. This one,
they may be the safest. Yeah.
This one feels tricky. Bishop c4 must be right. I don't think we need to take time out.
Yeah.
Don't see anything else for white.
Bishop c4 is the best move, and b6 is. I briefly just wanted to check if we're completely off the mark or not. We're sort of on, but in this position, I don't know if it will change. But the best move in this position we did not find. I don't know if I was ever going to find it.
So not rook. Rook c1, queen takes c1 is annoying.
Yeah.
Rook b1.
So black, I mean, it's findable, but still, it's just such an odd move, considering how many. Yeah, like we have so many moves which kind of go forward.
Yeah,
but stopping g6 turns out to be sort of by far the most relevant aspect of the position somehow. And in fact, the engine in reply, the engine does this, which is. Quite remarkable, and the line continues. And
rook c1, you have to go to a4 with the knight.
Yeah, it goes to e4 in most cases. Yeah, it goes to e4.
Rook c1, knight e4.
Yeah, it also just goes g2, g4 here, and like continues.
I would love it.
Absolutely, yeah, that would be fantastic. Also, interesting thing to I don't know if debate is the right word, but I think it will become apparent very soon is whether Anish finally managed to make a move which is inaccurate enough to force Jordan to play.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure in knight c3, c5, Jordan still knew.
Yeah.
But...
you need to hit that sweet spot, right? Of like the third or fourth best move, but it still keeps the game within reasonable bounds. You can't keep playing first line. Otherwise, Jordan will know right to the end. Yeah, and this will be very much like the other of the central games of the round we like less. It's this one where Nordebek is actually doing something which I've seen people do, and it still sort of goes against everything I would be trying as black in the QGA, and it's quite remarkable just how happy people are doing that. And by that I mean specifically after dc5, bishop c5, some normal moves happen. Bishop c2, e4 is something that they do very, very often, just sidestepping b5, creating the c4 square for the knight. And then Nordebek after bishop d7, b3, he just went bishop b5, and then just very, very happily, a few moves later, just gave up the bishop pair to play this type of a position. Which I guess is just an indication of how awkward it is for black to find spaces and useful things to do for the bishop on c8. This allows you, in order to develop it, this allows you not to play b7, b5, which I think is incredibly, incredibly valuable for black because it stops all of the potential play on the queen side for white. Like white has no targets if you do that. Yeah.
But still, yeah, just giving up the pair is
goes against what we're taught. But then again, everything remaining on the board is kind of super healthy for black. Rock solid. Knights look nice. Rooks look nice. He's played bishop b4. They're just knight e5 or knight b6 maybe round to d5.
Yeah, knight b6, d5. There's also maybe an idea of playing knight e4. In particular, now that the king is on f1, because knight e4 will create a threat of knight e2 check, and also the c3 square is being gently queried. I think it's not really, we're not generating threats as such, but we are kind of politely asking the question: how happy are you if one of my pieces lands there eventually? We do have the option of playing b7, b5 somewhere if white provokes it, and it's useful for us. We'll keep an eye on this, of course. It's a very, very important game in the context of the tournament, but definitely somewhat below our other positions in terms of excitement level. In Magnus's game, Prague, after, let me check how long it took him to play 95. He spent 15 minutes. Like. Yeah, he spent 20 minutes on knight e7, which is quite a lot of time, but we like the move, so we don't really mind that all that much. h4, h6 was played quickly, of course, no thinking here. And then 95 took him an additional 15 minutes. Okay. But Magnus is also thinking now. Magnus spent quite a bit of time on h5. G5, a very natural reply by Prague. I don't hate his position, to be honest. I think now in particular we can just like walk towards g7.
Or even castle sometimes, if you need to.
But I like controlling the h7 square with the rook, because if we castle, we very often will have to play king g7 and rook h8 very quickly. Anyway, if the bishop drops back and we start facing queen d3 threats, which is why I like the king f8 g7 maneuver slightly more. And then it doesn't really feel like we're going to be without plans. Also, a massive choice now on Magnus's side. Like, what do you do about the king on e1?
Yeah, I guess we could castle now.
Which side?
Wait, castle queen side g4 becomes a thing, maybe. To play bishop g5. We have to calculate. I kind of want to castle queenside. I feel like Magnus is. Yeah,
let's talk about this. Let's pretend g4 doesn't exist.
King b1, let's say. Just I'm scared it.
But my point is, I just want to play bishop d7 here, and I want to claim that I don't understand why I'm worse.
Yeah, knight e5.
Yeah, just go to bishop c6 or rook c8 or something.
Yeah. It's a good question here. Especially if I have to exchange minor pieces, then I'm not too happy. He's played knight e5 immediately, which I guess does justify having pushed h5. So the white h pawn on h4 wasn't on pre. Some ideas. Yeah, I guess bishop d7 is maybe slightly harder to achieve now. And if you play king f8, Magnus could consider kind of chopping on d5 and playing f4
and going f4. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I think this actually is more flexible than castling either side. And demands sort of more of a reply.
Yeah, Magnus likes keeping his options open in general with castling these types of positions. Castling kingside might work if you do play for the f4 plan, kind of getting the rook on f1 automatically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Against this, it feels like maybe we do castle now, because we will have some additional simplification options if we need them.
Yeah.
Like if we castle.
Now white needs to decide which side.
Yeah, because like those things you were saying about short castles, they're all kind of true, but I do have an immediate way to generate annoying little threats. Using this cure here.
Rook a d1, you might sometimes consider taking on h5. I don't know if now, but
it looks ugly, but then again, it's an important pawn that we're taking off the board there. I would maybe even consider, like, it's a very, very unattractive endgame because the bishop on c8 is so stupid. But I will play either f6 or f5, and I will start digging myself out. And it's an important pawn that we've taken off the board. And we've also traded queens, so we're definitely not getting mated anymore. I don't know if I hate this. Even though, like, I obviously understand that white has pressure. Knight a4, rook c1, c7. It might not be great. You could also make arguments for like making a waiting move here, like bishop g7, and perhaps then I will just take and put the knight on f6 and claim once again no real mating threats. I don't believe in your attack all that much.
f3, I'll cover it in that position. But Yeah, if black does castle, are there any other options? It feels premature now to somehow take on d5 and play f4.
Yeah, this
like
I don't think I mind.
It's bishop f5 or bishop
Bishop
somewhere.
f5. Even if I do this, I really don't mind that all that much because I think you give me like now that I know what I'm facing, it feels like I should be able to figure out how to prepare for it.
Yeah,
and also the king is still on e1, so let's say I could maybe even consider playing f6, giving a check, and forcing it to stay in the center, and then who is attacking who is becoming a bit of an open question. I don't think Magnus does this. I think it's possible he just castles queenside. I think that one I could definitely imagine.
Bishop d7 round to c6.
Bishop d7 again. Anyway. I think it's playable, right? Because if you take on d5 twice, rook c8 check is always going to be quite annoying.
I think so, yeah. Could take with the bishop, maybe. Hope that I can take with the knight, but I don't really want to have to calculate this.
Honestly, I think this is a massive improvement for black because now we are definitely not getting mated, and our play here is just so rich for just one pawn that I think that's very unlikely to be best play for Magnus. I think you need to keep this bishop chained down.
Yeah, this doesn't feel too bad for black at all.
No.
It feels like you definitely have counter chances in all of these lines. We'll leave it to Prag. I think I agree, Peter. Just casting kingside now, just kind of biting the bullet and saying you can't mate me, so might as well finish development. Feels like the right way forward.
Yeah, we've been completely ignoring the challenger, so perhaps time to visit that. I'll just briefly notify the viewers that Queen C8 has been found by Arjun. Arjun is more than half an hour down on the clock compared to Parham, who has just began thinking after G4 Queen C8, but it seems like the moves that Arjun made, he made them kind of slower than he maybe would have liked, but they're of good quality, and he shouldn't really be in any trouble now, we assume. In the challengers, first of all, what's the standings in the challengers? Donchenko is in clear lead on 8 out of 11, a score of +5. Mustafa Yilmaz is half a point behind, and Jawahir Sindarov a further half a point behind. And the rest of the field feels like they don't really have any chances to fight for first. And in terms of what our leaders are doing today, Donchenko is still playing very fighting openings, hoping to even improve. And he is, in fact, seemingly doing exceptionally well by move 14 in a Caro. How did this go so wrong for white?
Yeah, this was the line with h4, h5, c4, it looks like. Quite topical stuff.
So far, so good.
Yeah,
this cannot be wrong.
Still looks fine.
This still looks fine.
Oh, okay. Already. As far as I know, you're supposed to allow black to try to just capture on h4 in a lot of positions. And
yeah, I think you're not supposed to care about this. I think something like knight g3, knight e4 is topical here. Yeah. Also, after knight h6, I'm wondering if you aren't just supposed to snap it. Quite because often, allowing it, as it happened in the game, to get to either f5 or g4 might be kind of painful. But it's also very committal, and I understand why people might not be in love with the idea. He played bishop f4. This move I genuinely dislike. I don't know what it's doing there. I think
looks like a good square for a knight.
Yeah, exactly. Like it feels like maybe it's just not where it belongs. And as a matter of fact, like 5 moves later, the bishop had to spend an additional tempo to go back. And his entire center now is very much creaking. The threat is maybe cd4, bishop d4, bishop c5, and the pawn on e5 might fall. You can also throw in knight takes e3 at any point. You can castle and then do any of those things with the king even safer than it is now. And yeah, the engine is sort of screaming at Thomas's choices.
Yeah.
Really, really unhappy with what he's done with his position, which is massively important in the context of the tournament, because if Donchenko wins this, he has a game with white against Ivic in the last round. Ivic was very much in the running until very, very recently, but had two difficult results. He lost that dramatic game to Shupi, and he also lost to Thomas Bertson yesterday. That game that we did not finish showing to our viewers, did end up being a victory for Thomas Bertsen.
Yeah. We can see actually in the background of our picture now, Peter, looking visibly, disappointed in his position. I think he's realized that
it's
already
very, very difficult to play, and could just be impossible to come back from here. Once again, considering just how much the engine appears to hate what he's done. And in other leaders' games, Mustafa Yilmaz is playing against. Hang on, why can't I find Mustafa's game? No.
Kind of finished already. I'll just do a quick check.
Is it possible? Oh, no, there it is. Yeah,
there we go.
No, Mustafa is actually doing the right thing today in, I think, very clearly playing sharply for a win. This is a very classical, old school Bishop e7 Carlsbad. I mean, actually, the word classical belongs to this Carlsbad, but the Bishop e7 Carlsbad, compared to the stuff they do these days, these positions are kind of normal, but I think they both kind of wanted an interesting game today because Shupi played a very sharp line here, which you're not obliged to play against Bishop f4 e3, was met by g2, g4. And here I think his choice is... Do you know anything about this?
Close to zero, unfortunately, Peter. I know some stuff about an earlier g4 in this line, but not right here.
I have a feeling you're supposed to take with the knight and kind of bite the bullet and start giving up pieces in the center. Because if you have to play bishop c8, I think white generally will be exceptionally happy about all of this. h3 and g4 is very much something that you want to do anyway, and the amount of time black now has to spend on getting pieces to normal positions allows white, I think, a very, very comfortable version of what they generally want to achieve. This knight is now on the correct square, but black has burned so much time that, g5, h4, and like the king pretty much always will castle queenside. It's still a playable position, of course, but feels like it's a good one for white.
Yeah, it does look terrifying here for black if you let white keep advancing. Satiris confirms you're right, Peter. Knight takes g4 rather than bishop back to c8 is the main line. And apparently it was an old game between Topalov and Kasparov that introduced this whole variation. And the third player in our triumvirate of people who have theoretical winning chances in the entire group is Jawahir Sindarov, who is playing a very quiet line of the Nimzo today against Tabatabai. Very understandable. Is a very, very strong, very solid player. No particular reason to go completely for broke with black when you're also a full point behind the leader. But yeah, that probably just disqualifies Jawahir from the running for first. And we will, in particular, considering the positions on Donchenko's and Yilmaz's board, we will have a two-horse race to see who qualifies to play the Masters next year. Does look that way. Elsewhere, we have some fun positions. In particular, my eye is drawn to this, where white has a bishop on c5 with this pawn structure. So it somehow, got activated without really seemingly white doing anything to develop it the way you normally would. And also the knight on e3, which is not your most obvious square for that piece. This is a very fashionable line. Is this an anti-Grunfeld or some kind of English move order? Yeah, it's a kind of a mixture of both. Is this in your course? No, I specifically because of this, I'm giving different things for black. I think this was in my course for Chess 24, the one I recorded maybe 8 years ago, and I still believe black isn't really doing all that poorly here. But for the Chessable course, I gave different move orders, I think. Something a bit safer. Something, slightly more intuitive. Avoiding the h4 lines wherever possible, because I do kind of dislike them. Bishop g7, bishop f5 here is the absolute central option. H6, bishop f6, knight h2 is what they seem to be doing these days.
And
H2 everywhere, seemingly.
but
Sicilian.
H2 trying to
English.
force black to commit to something with this knight on d5, knight c3. And it's interesting here because I think a very recent game between Tabata Bai and Kirill Alexeyenko in the Sitges Open, I think it reached this position. And after knight takes c3, I think it's possible, even though it looks kind of weird, to take dc and then play for bishop e3 and to play for pressure against the pawn on c5. But Max goes b takes c3 and then reroutes the knight back into the game and just wins the pawn on c5. And we have this on the board, which...
Yeah.
How do we assess this?
It feels like black should have compensation. You've got super active pieces, lots of pressure on the d file, but unless there's something specific, it feels like white should be able to untangle long term. Just drop the bishop back to a3. I don't know, rook c1, start unraveling slowly.
Yeah, you need to be extremely concrete, I think, in the next couple of moves with black here. Otherwise, white structure is once again so solid and so fluid that solid and fluid. Those can't both be true. They sort of are, but they shouldn't be. So I should rephrase that.
There's no weaknesses, and they can.
Yeah, there are no weaknesses, but you can definitely decide what you want to do with in particular with the D and C pawns. Like you can play d4 and try to blunt the bishop on f6, or you can play rook c1 and try to play d3, c4 in the future. Sometimes when you castle kingside, the pawn on h6 becomes a bit of a target. And this is, in fact, what happened in that game between Tabata Bai and Alexeyenko, where Kirill also somehow managed to lose the pawn on c5. But he did win the pawn on h6 in return, and the game was drawn. Non-Newtonian positions, as Euler or MG. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're describing here. The more obscure laws of physics are in play here.
Yeah, I like the creativity of this type of position in general, but I never know who to favor, and I find them so hard to handle. For both sides.
Well, once again, sadly, I think what you end up saying as a commentator, if this is not the center of your coverage and you don't have 15 minutes to delve into it properly, is you bail out and you say something like, this is a position which demands concrete analysis, which we're not going to be doing right this moment because we have 13 other games to cover.
Yeah.
And we will just watch and see if Vaishali finds a way to utilize her indisputed development advantage to find some concrete play.
Yeah, so we will
we'll revisit this for sure, but not right this moment. In the meantime, this is what I meant when I was talking about 94. Rook ac1, we go 94. 92 check is now definitely a threat. And if you play something like king e2, I think we do sort of immediately equalize by doing this. And these are the types of scenarios where you quite happily play b5 when it immediately allows you to trade a massive amount of pieces.
Hard to imagine Wesley milking anything out of this position. Does he have any other options to avoid 92 check? Doesn't look like that many. Rook c2 looks clumsy. Knight f3 maybe. Okay, let's say knight f3. Can you do the same as black? If you can do the same in all of these variations, you just equalize on the spot.
Yeah. And I'd be very interested anyway. Yeah, b5, bishop d3, knight c3, because I will be taking on a2 if you let me.
Yeah.
Although rook e1 maybe.
Okay. I also could just go back.
Yeah, you could, but so just first, my point being that here I have rook a1, which is why I put it on the back rank and not on d2. And this one, I have knight c5 there actually. It's completely fine for black. It's
essential.
I thought I could take and then maybe play knight d4 and exert some pressure, but we're losing material to knight c5.
Peter, this game might just fizzle out. I'm just Toro's not at the board. Wesley's thinking, but I've got to say, just this decision of playing d takes c5, it's such a letdown in the opening.
Yeah.
Nordebek's shown a great answer. This bishop d7, bishop b5. Despite giving up the bishop pair, maybe it's just the way to equalize these
Yeah, and
days.
Satirius informed us in chat that Alexei Shirov was maybe the earliest strong player who introduced the idea of just playing bishop b7, bishop b5, and then taking on c4 when the knight presents itself there. And yeah, Shirov is just, apart from all the fire on board reputation that he very deservedly has, he also understands positional play and endgames in particular just so well that it's unsurprising that he's come up with some subtle ideas for these endgames.
Yeah, he does a lot of research, Shirov, in the lines he prefers.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm expecting a draw in that one.
So do I. So do I now. We've gotten all the way here in the game between Anish and Jordan, and you are very much expected to play h5 here if you want to fight for advantage, because it's remarkably important for black to be able to play g7, g6.
Yeah. Not just to block an attack, but it also takes away nearly all the squares from the white queen, and then rook b2 becomes an issue. Those knight g5 lines weren't really working, so h5. You mentioned that these were the top computer moves, Peter, but kind of how big is the margin for error for black there? h5, does black?
Yeah, let's ask, because I wasn't really asking that specific question. I was asking it from the other direction. So you do play h5 here. Let's assume you do play h5. Rook b6 h6 is not going to be a very easy thing to do, and it's kind of the only thing you can do, weirdly.
Wow. Okay.
Because the other thing, like the engine actually, h5, the engine sort of holds this position together.
Whoa.
Like the engine
This
just
looks like
takes and goes king f6 and says this is not that bad somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you have to be an unbelievably brave person to go for this against somebody who is potentially still very much just remembering what the file says. 123 is sort of very inconclusive. It could be that, like, up until here, Jordan remembered very, very firmly. But now he is doubting himself a little bit, so he is taking some time. But you absolutely, as Anish, you absolutely don't know if you're not still playing against the machine.
Yeah.
So
Queen h6 here looks still like the attack.
Yeah, like king h6, queen
Knight
h6, king
h7,
e7, knight h7, and it just abandons this rook. It does something weird. Like I think it was going rook h8, queen f6, king d7, queen h8, cd, and saying this is not lost somehow. If I remember correctly, what I just saw on my screen. But yeah,
crazy.
this is insane. I don't think it's easy or even sort of feasible to do this in practice. And otherwise, knight g5 is a winning threat, and h6, queen f5 is +2.5. We've basically lost here because knight e5 and bishop d3 and all of these things are just crushingly strong.
Disaster on the light squares.
Yeah, this is just unplayable. This you just cannot do.
So rook b6. If you give top players one move to find, they'll find it more often than not. So let's say rook b6, and in that position dc5. We were saying knight g5.
dc5. Yeah, you have to go all the way to h6. And white is safe enough to actually throw in h4 just to make sure this pawn stays alive. Black plays a move.
This was going to be my question, Peter. What move? Because I'm struggling to find.
Rook c6 apparently.
Okay, that's difficult.
And there's some really weird lines here, which all end up, I think, being equal-ish. But yeah, this will be very interesting to watch Anish trying to reproduce live on air, because I don't know if this is manageable. I know it's not easy. I don't know if it's even manageable in 33 minutes. Because he did play. We assume b6 isn't the best. We didn't really ask chat what was supposedly much stronger than b6, but something definitely was. But he's played reasonably well. He's definitely played logical chess up to now, but he burnt a lot of time. Yeah.
And Anish, he's kind of got an unlucky streak of falling victim to some real brilliancies. So if h5 does happen, I do fear for him with 33 minutes. Okay, we'll see.
Although in this tournament, he was, I think, more the person inflicting those on people rather than
That's true.
the
Especially
victim of them.
the Gukesh game. I guess the Magnus game.
Yeah, the Gukesh game in particular was just a fantastic combination of really nice targeted prep and then a very, very efficient conversion.
Yeah.
And in the Magnus game, it did feature a kind of a massive mistake by Magnus standards, but still a very, very clean performance there by Anish.
True. So again, this one could be super exciting. I think, especially in that position after G4, it's really hard for Black to find logical moves. But we'll see if Anish does.
Yeah, but honestly, the length of the pause here does seem to me to imply that maybe Jordan is finally on his own, and it's missable.
Yeah,
I don't think the other moves are entirely unplayable, and
most likely B6 wasn't top of his list. Jordan probably was like fourth choice or something from the engine, and it's hard to check everything.
Yeah,
long pause either precedes kind of a great move or often a mistake in situations like this.
Yeah,
sharp positions. So we'll see.
But what, in particular, what you said about Rugby 2, I think when you realize just how difficult it is to get anywhere near the black pieces in lines like this, and how much of an annoying threat Rugby 2 becomes once this appears on the board.
Yeah,
I think you do at least ask yourself a question: Can we improve on this by making G6 much harder to play? So you can definitely arrive there by the process of. It's not the process of elimination as such. It's rather that there is this very, very famous example, which people who have actually read Kotov's Think Like a Grandmaster might remember, where there is this position. I will not be able to reproduce it, but basically White has a mating attack on the king side, where something lands on h7 in pretty much every single variation, and Black goes king f8 in reply.
Okay.
And then we somehow keep on missing the final blow. We keep on getting very, very close and still not being able to do anything about the king on f8.
Yeah.
And eventually, somewhere like on move 1 or 2 of the variation, it occurs to you to include a3, a4, which also somehow isn't entirely a missed tempo. And then in every single variation, bishop b2, a3 check will end the game once the king goes to f8.
Wow.
And without the point Kotov is making there is that you never start by including a4 in your list because it makes no sense originally. But then you do all of those calculations, and everywhere you run into this problem that you're lacking a way to deal with the king on f8. And then I think it's possible to go back and think, what can I do about it? And this is how you consider a4 there. And this is how you consider h5 here, which is Jordan has just played.
Yeah, he got there.
Yeah,
maybe by that exact process, as you say, Peter.
Yeah. So because you bang your head against a particular wall for a bit, and then you ask yourself, is there any way for us to not have to deal with this? And in this particular position, the answer is very much, I can stop g6 from happening altogether. Let's stop g6 from happening altogether. Yeah,
and Anish, he really has to watch out on the clock. About to tick down to around half an hour. Still with 18 moves to make. There's chaos on the board between. Also, you were going to go.
Yeah, I wanted to go there. Yeah, this one had my eye for a while. After d4, d5, it took on e5, which is, as we mentioned, an option which wouldn't have been on the board at all in all those other variations we were discussing. Knight e4, knight bg2, and now Black is sort of playing an open Spanish, where having knight on a5 and the pawn on c5 is generally quite useful because it's how you want your center to look. And if you can keep the knight on e4 alive, you also would very much prefer to do that, which is why bishop f5 is a critical move. Rook e1, knight c6. Just briefly to show to the viewers that, yes, the pawn on e4 is hanging, but you pretty much never, ever seriously consider going for something like this because your pieces will be very, very difficult to untangle. I guess you just go rook e1 here and offer this draw, because like if you go king h2, rook fg8, you might never actually get that opportunity again, and you don't do this to yourself for one pawn. It has to be 3, basically, like maybe 2, but definitely not 1. For this absolutely eternal pin on the first. So Fabi played knight f1. A very interesting move here by Vincent, c5, c4, which might look very counterintuitive, but he is preparing for the move knight e3 by giving himself a c5 square for the bishop, which is threat enough for Fabi even to not play knight e3 anymore at all. And then this b5, b4 also an additional support to the idea of c4. We've created a fixed pawn on c3 and are now attacking it. Takes bishop a4. Very concrete by Fabi.
Everything's on pre's.
Yeah, like everything is hanging. There are so many trades available. And what does Vincent do here? He introduces more squares where things can be on pre's.
The note was dropping anyway, I guess. So
yeah, it's very cute. And also, I think, quite strong. His point is he would very much like to trade this pawn once the knights come off, not for the g2 pawn, for instance, but for the c3 pawn, which will give him a passer on the c file. So if c takes b4, I assume he just takes on f3 here quite happily, and whatever white does, whether you take on f3 with the queen or you can throw in bishop c6 and we'll go rook c8, for instance. We have, like, this probably is completely unplayable for white.
Yeah.
It has to be something else, yeah. And another point is, if the knight goes somewhere, I mean, somewhere probably, you mean d4 in this context, we now have this fantastic square for our own knight.
It's like an octopus on d3.
Yeah, this
really
does look very, very nice for black. I'm not even entirely sure what I'm supposed to do here with white, to be honest.
Is it equal somehow if we do just take everything, like take cb4, f3, queen takes? Maybe?
Yeah, I think this is probably fine, yeah.
Just rook d1 and I think I'd take black with the c pawn.
Yeah, no, it's very concrete. This has to be okay for white still because we sort of know it is, but I absolutely am with you on this. I'm picking black
every day
in a heartbeat here.
Yeah. So this one's very complicated. I guess Fabi has some immediate questions to answer, but he should be fine. You were going to mention that the kind of the leader Abdusatorov, he should be about to make a draw at any moment.
Yeah, in fact, for some reason, the engines suggest black is the side maybe pushing a little bit, but considering that, draw against one of his direct pursuers is probably completely fine for him. And also the margin can't really be all that wide here. He has the more active rook, and yes, if anyone is better here, it's probably black, but what's the plan in such a symmetric position?
Getting a knight to c3 would be nice. Knight f6, d5, c3, but takes a while, and white must have a way to fight against this, you would think.
Although it's very direct, but it does generate a very annoying threat. Yeah,
white never really wants to play e4 because then the white bishop's tied down.
This is so ugly.
Yeah,
this is so ugly.
Here I could believe that black has an edge, a small one, but.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the next couple of moves will very much show us if Noribek actually wants to try, or if he is perfectly content with a very facile and efficient draw with black, leaving him with the game against, I believe, Jordan in the last round, right?
I think so.
Yeah, he has Jordan with white in the last round, and he will very likely, considering Anisha's position here is very dangerous, he will likely still have at least a half a point lead over the field. So draw with black today is perfectly fine for him, but if he believes he can maybe exert some pressure for free, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? In the meantime, Magnus has, after some thought, after 95, bishop g7, he has gone for one of the plans we were mentioning. Bishop d5 and castles. Now f2, f4 is very much on the cards. But even if you play it slower, let's say black castles, we go rook a1, bishop b6, and we play in, I don't know, some sort of positional fashion. Even like rook e3, rook fe1, and then we think about where to put this guy. Even those aren't that comfortable for black, because it's so difficult to figure out what you're doing against the knight on e5.
Yeah, this exact pawn structure, the knights do quite a good job of fighting against the bishops. I guess eventually black plays like rook fe8 and hopes to play f6, but knight g6 is always a question.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, perhaps, having gotten the rook to e3, now we can aim for, because I would very much like to be able to recapture on f4 specifically with the knight. I think I like it more than the rook. It generates sort of more control and maybe even more threats on the king side. The rook on f4 looks beautiful, but doesn't really do nearly as much. And Anish has played queen b4, which wasn't in the top 3.
Whoa.
And our third option in the top 3 was plus 2.5. So this is probably not good news, yeah. This is probably not good news.
Try and work out why it's so bad. Knight g5 is where we start.
Yeah. Knight g5, g6, and
something.
Yeah.
I was also briefly tempted to suggest bishop takes f7 before knight g5, but I guess it doesn't change much. So g6 here. Let's try and
we cannot really. I think his point is very easily understood, because you no longer have this tactic because of knight e2 check.
Yeah.
But you can just play queen d3 here, as Chat is suggesting. I think this is maybe a problem that you can very easily kind of misevaluate and misunderstand just how threatening this is.
Super calm.
Your king side is still on fire, and you're also very much intending to play rook c1, driving the knight away from c3, and then all of your stuff is protected, and your hands are absolutely untied to do something on the king side, and that something should probably be very, very strong.
Yeah, actually, rook c1 gains so much in strength. When the black queen was on a3, it was nearly never possible because there were always some tactics. So actually, the inclusion of queen b4, queen d3 hugely favors white, which, yeah, like you say, isn't obvious at all, especially if we're just going move by move.
Yeah, but once again, I think good news for Jordan here is that he will have very, very little choice, at least in the beginning, because if he doesn't do that, his position is just not very good. Because this move does force you to abandon the very important a2 ga diagonal and just move the bishop away from c4, which is not something that you want to be doing here at all. And as we mentioned, hg7 is completely ruled out by queen takes c4, knight e2 check. So he probably didn't expect queen b4, but I think he plays knight g5, queen d3 simply because nothing else really makes much sense at all.
Is there a difference playing queen d3 first?
Well, at the very least, it gives black time to play h6, right? Because we no longer have queen f5.
Yeah,
let's say rook c1, cd4, e4. It still looks very, very threatening, though.
Knight, if you have to go to a4, then I'll play queen f5.
Yeah, now we have queen f5. Oh, maybe I have knight b2. At least I've stopped bishop d3. But even this position, honestly, even this position looks like we might be losing with black, despite having a move, and the extra exchange. I suspect even queen d3 is playable, but why not throw in knight g5 and do it later? Queen d3 first. People are saying knight e4 exists, which is very relevant. Stopping knight e5 altogether. Yeah, getting it over to f6. Yeah, nicely spotted. Nicely spotted. And once again, once you see knight e4, it feels like sort of life is just pushing you in the direction of the correct line.
Yeah.
Once you realize this option exists, and then you realize that by starting with knight g5, you are very, very you're entirely stopping that source of counterplay.
Yeah, and you do force black here to spend a tempo to avoid hg6, like rook b6 or king g7 or something, and then
those two are, I think, the only moves that don't allow an immediate immolation of your king side.
And then rook c1 gains in power if you can get it immediately for free. Oof.
Yeah.
What a niche. Just one move. And
it is. It is going to be very difficult for him. And Yeah, you were right. I actually brought up their stats, and they haven't played very many classical games, but they are. Knight g5 played very quickly by Jordan, by the way. Their score in classical is 1-1 with 3 draws, and in rapid and blitz, Jordan is actually ahead by a margin. The score in rapid and blitz is 7-3 in Jordan's favor, with obviously a bunch of draws, but still not what you would expect it when you just look at the ratings.
Yeah.
Seems like just a very uncomfortable opponent for Anish, and we're watching yet another example of that today.
Yeah, masterclass so far from Jordan. Instantly, knight g5 and queen d3. Queen d3 feels difficult, but well, at least you get there by logic eventually. But he played it instantly. That's impressive. Impressive stuff.
And now, now it's just a scrap for immediate survival, because the position looks very, very difficult to play. Very, very difficult not to just collapse in a heap here because of how strong the threats are. Because on top of everything that's happening on the king side, we, as I mentioned, we will be able to play rook c1 and drive it to some really pointless squares. And then our attack just becomes even stronger.
Yeah, you on the top of the
king g7.
King g7. No, I was just going to change away from the chess, just talking about the head-to-head. No, I was just thinking in Wijk specifically, as well as that Armageddon game, didn't Jordan like win a masterpiece in the same-ish the Nimzo? Yeah, I mean, either way. Struggling.
I'm for some reason I'm struggling to recall that properly, even though I think I was watching it. I think we covered that.
Yeah. So king g7, as you were saying.
Yeah, the problem is
rook
like
c1.
Rook c1, and the engine just starts giving that up, just leaving it on c3, which is the extent of how, just to illustrate how bad this is. Because if you play knight a4 here, which is like a human way of playing this position, you start actually getting mated.
Just slowly with queen e4.
Not very slowly. Queen e5 is kind of a mating threat.
h6 is the one I missed after
rook b8, h6, and like king h6, and we just get there. We just get there. It looks like we get there.
Yeah,
it will not be very shocking that white wins this position. So after rook c1, and this applies to both king g7 and rook b6. You just can't even save the knight because.
What if rook b6?
Yeah, rook b6, rook c1. Once again, if you go knight a4, it's a slightly improved version here. I mean, you're still losing, but you're losing a bit slower.
Yeah, queen h4.
But you are still very much. You're still very much losing here.
It is 4 attackers if we include the h pawn against pretty much 0 defenders. So it does make sense. Maybe rook on b6.
Why is knight c3 losing so quick? I guess we just take on f7, right? And
rook f8, queen e7.
And then you have one check, but it's just the one check. And queen takes h7 is, and also h5, h6 as well, like the dual pronged. Like rook takes f2, I think I go h6 here. And yeah, all of these pieces, they all never actually come back.
This is
beautiful. They just stay on the queen side as, silent witnesses of what is being done to the opposition on the other side of the board.
Great TV show, Silent Witness. Yeah, this is brutal. Rook up for black, but kind of 3 or 4 just bystanders pieces that contribute.
They really don't do very much at all. Like you can start sacrificing some of them for a couple of checks, but
king f3,
king f3, and the checks actually entirely run out. You can't even do desperado checks anymore.
Well, king h1 as well. Yeah, there's plenty of places to play for the white king.
Yeah. No, Anish is just lost, I think, is the word to describe it. If we're not trying to mince words here, I think it's just lost. And also, having gotten here, I think after both king g7 and rook b6, I think you do play rook c1.
Yeah.
Because it's fairly clear that black doesn't have a good reply. Maybe you don't see immediately just how winning those positions after queen e4 are, but they look very attractive, and you don't like from Jordan's perspective, you absolutely don't need to know this is +8. You just know that your play is logical and you're creating massive threats with every move.
Yeah.
And even if it might only dawn on you just how well you're doing a bit later, you just still make those moves very confidently because they look right. They will instinctively feel exactly like what he should be doing here. Is there any chance he still looked at this in the files, asks Bobby Fischer, 1972. There is an outside chance, but I wouldn't rate it very high.
Yeah. Maybe he got to a point just before h5, and from there it feels like he's worked it out. And as Peter explained, it feels like you can get there just by deduction. So, yeah, this one looks painful for Anish. I don't think we can find any resources. They probably just don't exist.
But King 7 loses. Rook b6 is definitely more tenacious. Rook b6, Rook c1, Knight a4, and
Queen e4. Is that
the engine switched away from Queen e4 here and is currently giving dc5, Knight c5, Bishop takes f7, which wins in a more boring fashion. But yeah, the advantage remains. I wonder why. Why is it not going Queen e4 anymore?
Did it find a defense?
No, I think it's just glitching. Honestly, I think it's.
Yeah. The problem is, okay, whether or not Queen e4 is strong in this position, like you said, dc5, it's a forcing move. Jordan will calculate it. Bishop f7 is a forcing move. Jordan will calculate. And if white is winning at the end of that line, then that's kind of the very baseline minimum for Jordan.
Very curious thing I noticed, because I do on one of the screens in front of me, these days I tend not to look at it very much, but I have it open, and we were, I think, both of us quite certain this is very good for white, right? Magnus's position.
Well, he's slightly better, maybe.
Yeah, but apparently his biggest fan, the Sese itself, feels like this is really not very much at all after Rook c8.
Okay.
It holds these types of positions quite confidently, apparently, because your only plan really remains pushing for a 4 at some point, and I guess black just finds ways of generating counterplay once that happens. You're not really getting mated anywhere near quickly enough.
Yeah, with the bishop on g7, it's not surprising you don't get mated, but it still does feel like black is not entirely active. Yeah, I'd be slightly worried if white does get f4 at some point, especially, as you said earlier, with the knight on e2. Interesting. Magnus did fail to beat Gukesh when he was really trying to push the boat out there, and failing to win with white here would end, I think, his chances of winning the tournament, especially if Abdusattorov draws.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a win today. This much we know. He's playing against Arjun in the last round with black. I mean, definitely a game he will feel quite okay about. I think he has generally a decent score against Arjun, and also Arjun, I think in general doesn't shy away from a proper fight when he plays Magnus, which is something that Magnus will be very much looking forward to, as opposed to some players who just try to play as solidly as possible and try to make some kind of a, not a draw as such, but like a theoretical variation where there's risk is severely minimized. But yeah, he needs to win today for tomorrow to matter.
We could even see a scenario of Abdusattorov with a draw, having a 1-point lead, just needing a draw to finish things.
Yeah, not if Magnus wins though.
Not
if Magnus wins, if Magnus wins, he gets within half a point, and then it does become quite interesting.
Yeah. So where to go now?
Some very interesting positions. I'll just show what Ding has done in the Sicilian, because I think it's very nicely done. After knight h2, Ding found a way to immediately push for f5. He played knight d7. h4 is hanging, so white cannot really spend a tempo on f3. Knight f1 and just the immediate f5 here, f3, takes knight f6. I assume white goes knight g3, because the pawn on e4 does need some coverage, and also you would like this knight to be on f5. And then black can approach it in a number of ways.
Yeah. Such as?
Well, the big question is, do we want to play g6 or not?
Allowing h5.
It softens our king side quite a bit, but maybe there is an argument to be made for actually getting these knights off the board, even maybe at the price of giving up on h6. And just, I don't know, go king d7 here. Rook h6, we take. We go rook g8.
Rook e2.
Rook e2, just, I don't know, king e6, and then bishop somewhere there. I do feel like this isn't maybe even worse for black.
Yeah.
Like my
bishop e3.
Oh, yeah, it is on a7, right? If it was on b7, I think I would be.
You'd be very happy b5.
Yeah,
throw
happier.
Pawns forward.
Yeah, happier.
It feels like you're right. You shouldn't be too bad for black, but maybe a little bit of work to be done.
Yeah, definitely not as clear, because we might be giving up a second one.
Is there a
for now
more ambitious approach in the current position? If, for example, knight g3, can black keep some tension without just swapping things off and aiming for a draw? If
I could, maybe we can actually, because g7 isn't as hanging as I thought, right? Maybe we can play like king d7 and then bishop d8. I'm a bit worried white will switch to attacking d6, but it's not that easy. You don't really have the pieces to attack the d6 pawn.
h3, rook d3, maybe.
That is very, very nicely done. Yeah, I missed the rook lift. Still,
maybe not the end of the world. Yeah.
Bishop c7.
Maybe now I can take on g7. Rook g3. Feels a bit clumsy for white.
Rook h7.
I'll say knight h5 just for style points, but
yeah, I'm stepping into all of these today. Yeah, this is cleverly done again. Yeah, interesting position. And also, I want to note that I think Richard has had this on the board for a while, and I do believe knight g3 is by far the most obvious option, and he still hasn't played it.
Yeah.
So he clearly is looking at some other options. I don't know what they are. Rook h3, but like what does it do that we're not going to be able to do later? Like, why are we giving black additional time to play, let's say, castles, creating a threat?
Yeah, if you ever move the rook anyway, then h4 is always hanging. So it feels like knight g3 is a must at some point.
It's curious that he is debating this. Yeah, I would have played it ages ago.
Yeah.
And also the Grunfeld actually settled quite nicely here after queen c8. Parham took on e7 with the bishop, and interestingly, Arjun decided to keep the queens on. We were taking on c5 here, which I do think was probably completely fine. But Arjun played b4, queen e3, queen b7, d6, rook a c8. This is an interesting position, which,
as a Grunfeld expert,
yeah,
first instinct,
I'd be worried, but I would feel that you know that picture of with the I'm in danger picture. Yeah, the problem is I will now fail to name the character, which is very, very shameful when you talk about memes. But as black here, you absolutely feel like Ralph Wiggum apparently is the name. Yeah, you feel definitely like Ralph Wiggum.
I've googled it.
You feel like you're absolutely in danger here, but the pawn is also on g4. Which is not irrelevant, because we already have one piece on the long diagonal, and if we can somehow rework this bishop to also occupy the long diagonal, it could be something.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like, if you survive the next, I don't know, 10 moves without the d pawn getting to d7, very often you will be doing quite fine. And also, once the bishop departs from a4, we have our own play.
Yeah.
So it's very much a question of who comes out ahead in the very concrete play that is going to be happening in the next few moves. And also Parham is finally playing a game of chess, right? I guess after Queen C8, he began playing a game of chess. He had on move 23, he had 145.
Yeah.
It is now move 26, and he spent 52 of those minutes on the next three, plus the thing here.
A lot of time. Yeah. And for example, if I were to go caveman style, like knight g5, maybe I take on c8 first.
I think I take
and then knight g5.
Yeah, you've given me an additional square for this piece, right?
True.
So, but you do have those ideas as well.
This was my kind of main plan. I am kind of threatening knight takes f7, I guess, but knight e4, knight f6 is the main.
Yeah, let's go queen d5 for now. I like this square.
Yeah, that's a very good square. Bishop c6 lining up.
Yeah. So you go knight e4.
Yeah.
I could maybe, even if I feel particularly... No, I can't. No, that would be too much. I wanted to say I could also maybe even include rook c2 and then play bishop c6 to have everything active, but that really abandons the back rank. Yeah, let's play bishop c6.
Yeah. Whoa, not f3. f3, bishop
f3, bishop d4. You're still kind of alive, actually.
Knight f6. And you just take and
it doesn't lose the game, but I have this. So.
Yeah, I'm unlikely to mate you here.
Mm-hmm.
Queen g3 as well. It's annoying. So instead of f3, after bishop f6, and if I can be clever there at all, queen somewhere. Bishop f6, queen e. That's d7 then.
No, this is a lot of fun to calculate for us. I don't know how about for them. Yeah, I have rook e8 maybe. I don't know what I'm doing as f3 though. These types of positions are unbelievably messy and do require very, very precise calculation.
Yeah. Again, that's privilege as commentators. We can tell them to calculate. This is the type of thing I guess they'll be looking at. For us, it's hard to know where to start because white has so many options in the game position, as well as rook takes c8, which I was kind of trying there. That was immediately knight g5.
Knight g5. I was looking at knight e5 with the ideas of queen f4 and just trying to push against f7 straight away. But once again, d5 is such a dominant square because one thing the bishop on a4 does is control the d1 square. Apart from keeping an eye on d7, we can also occupy, let's say, the d5 with our queen because we never have to worry about rook d1 as a response. Yeah, I don't know what I think about this. I think I'd be quite excited with black, but it is very, very double-edged, and a mistake could be extremely costly for either side.
Yeah, still three results are very, very possible in this one.
Yeah, everything on the table. Yeah, and as for our evaluation of Wesley's position against Nodibek, Wesley respected the idea of the knight landing on c3 so much that his next two moves actually were knight g2, knight b1, which is quite remarkable. I still don't believe he will lose, but this is an admission that things weren't going all that well.
Bishop, for example, if white plays bishop e4 here, do we think we'll see Nodibek play knight f6?
No, I think he should. Yeah,
or will he just play knight c3 and agree a draw?
I think you go well, from what we know about the young man, he probably goes knight f6 specifically because it's also sort of a draw offer. There's no better move than bishop d3, and if in this position we don't find anything stronger, we'll just put it back. It's not like we're running any risks. Very, very nice, efficient game so far by Nodibek, and he will. He is now very much faced with the decision that you just described. Have a bit of a rest day, or try to, I don't know what the expectation here is in terms of actual winning chances against a player like Wesley when you go knight f6, but they're not zero. They're not very high, but they're not zero.
Yeah, just gently press, and there's always going to be a bailout later on. He's got loads of time. Nodibek, impressive prep from him. Yeah.
In the meantime, Prague thought for quite a while here and made a move bishop e6 f5, which you can understand from a sort of a purely conceptual point of view, like maybe it belongs on this diagonal more than it belongs on e6. E6 was a very passive square, but yeah, it very specifically runs into queen d1, and you might have to put it back, losing some tempi, because both queen f3 and queen b3 are suddenly quite annoying threats, which weren't in the position a move ago.
Yeah, that feels a bit fearful. Bishop f5 as well. It looks like he was trying to.
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't even know what he was getting ready for, like f4 block with g4 or something. But
maybe that was the intention.
But yeah,
specifically to have this option and to maybe try to play queen h4 next move and not allow any files to be opened on. And he has now missed a tactic as well. He played rook e8 quite quickly, which I think explains the previous move at least. He was trying to do this, but yeah, this now is very strong.
Yeah,
king f7, I guess, just rook f3, and you start losing material because g2, g4 is coming in hot.
Yeah,
this looks horrible.
Still g4, yeah.
This looks horrible. So after knight f7, you have to play queen d7, and you've just misplaced a very important central pawn for nothing. Yeah.
We said it about various players this tournament, Peter, but the tilt, it's so easy to kind of just get caught in this negative spiral and just miss a few things here and there, just burn too much time.
What's your personal experience with tilt?
These days, I don't want to jinx it, but I think I'm less immune just because I play less, and I find it easier to break the momentum, but I think all throughout my 20s... You probably mean more immune, right? More immune, yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm too conscious about trying not to jinx it, but
honestly, I wanted actually to kind of talk about it in more personal terms. I don't know how comfortable that would be for you, but because I think people have very differing ideas about what tilt actually is. Like, what exactly does it feel like from the inside? And let's say I don't know how much experience you have playing, other more money-based board games. And
I stay away. I resist
because
the temptation.
I've done that for I no longer really indulge very much, but I've done that for years, so I have some experience of that very pure because chess tilt it still exists, but it's, I think, harder to define. And what's happening to Prague here, once again, getting into other people's heads is a dangerous business, and I try to stay away from that in general, but it very much feels like I recognize the signs, because for me personally, when I kind of knew I was on tilt, it would manifest itself in I wouldn't become much splashier, and I wouldn't just suddenly start playing like 3 grades below what my normal level was. But there would be this sort of cold feeling of things not being right with the world, and this kind of a very annoying feeling of indifference to everything would kind of be like this pervading feeling of you're doing this mechanically, you no longer properly care, and you're just sitting there like you have to quit, but you also don't want to quit. And also for chess players, option doesn't exist at all. And you're sitting there and it feels like you're in control, but there's also this pervading feeling that things aren't right and you're not really emotionally involved enough to correct them. So you become this kind of a automaton, performing actions you still know reasonably well how to perform, but without the emotional investment and without the proper control over things. And what Prague is doing for like both yesterday and today, it feels like he has to be there, he still has to play these games, but he's not all there somehow. He's like, it's clearly not anywhere near his final form.
I know what you mean. It's like a defense mechanism that kind of you're there, present, but you're kind of a zombie-like trance state, and
It is a kind of a trance. Yeah, exactly. This is a very, very good way to describe it. And in the meantime, Knight f7 has not been found.
Well, that's I think a bigger
shock. This is an amazing reprieve for Prague. The position remains very annoying, but this is an improvement. Even though like what you have to play here is still very difficult because
bishop e6 again.
No, maybe? I think you might have to take on e5.
Oh, that's
because like if you play bishop e6 here, you really should not have been playing bishop f5 earlier.
Yeah. And taking on e5 now, I guess computers will say that purely because knight takes f7 is an even bigger threat than it was.
Yeah, so we get here and then we play like rook c8, queen d6, king g7, and we chill, well, to a degree of chill. And actually, you can imagine this setup being somewhat useful for us because maybe, let me make some indifferent moves here.
Yeah.
I don't know, queen e2, queen d6. It's difficult to imagine. I wanted to say, there will be some positions where I will be playing f6, bishop f7. But now that I look at this, it's very difficult for me to find
like queen e3, for
where
example.
It will work. Yeah, where it will work.
Because anytime you play rook e8 to defend the bishop, knight takes d5 becomes a thing.
It's just very difficult to find the spot. So yeah, you have this option, or you really have this option, after which like knight a4 becomes a problem, and you just generally don't enjoy life all that much, unless maybe he was so worried about specifically the f4 break that he feels, I've lured the rook away from f1, I've achieved something, I can now repark my bishop on e6 and play that way.
Yeah, but once you see that white knight getting around to c5, he plays it.
Yeah.
Once you see knight a4, knight c5, then you maybe, I was going to say, start to reject lines like this. But
and I think the point here is that he would like to play b6, but then suddenly you realize you can't actually support that pawn.
Yeah, b8, knight c6.
Yeah, because you run into forks.
Yeah, this is awkward. What do you think the likelihood is of Prague having spotted knight takes f7 while Magnus was thinking? Because he paused for about 5 minutes, Magnus. Before
I think it's very possible. I think this is sort of exactly how it happens, where you sort of release your fingers from the piece, you press the clock, and this is where it dawns on you what you've done. And here in particular, because it doesn't look like a position where white might have tactical shots, everything is stable enough, seemingly, but then you realize you've weakened your f7 pawn, and your brain immediately informs you that you've allowed something which wasn't there in the position a moment ago. Yeah, and then maybe you want to eliminate that tactic straight away by removing the bishop from a vulnerable square.
Yeah, for me, that would be a more natural thought process for Prague to kind of correct his mistake if he'd seen knight takes f7, rather than you sit there and you kind of accept that you might have lost 2 tempi. Because he played it quite quickly. It feels like, he might have spotted something. And
very important breaking news in Jordan's game, because Jordan finally spent significant amounts of time on a move, I think, for the second time in the game. He also thought about h5. And he didn't play rook c1 and played dc instead, which pretty much forces black to play rook c6. But this is an improvement, because we now have sort of additional sources of counterplay with a fifth rank open. I don't think we can go back to rook c1. I think rook c1 now probably gives black significant counter. I mean, you still
now rook c3, bishop f7.
Yeah, rook c3, queen g5, rook bishop f7. Yeah, but this is not unplayable anymore. Like, this is it's still worse, but it's a position you can definitely save.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know if white could have been clever there and flicked an hg6 at some point, so we didn't lose the h pawn. But
yeah, the engine goes for a different one. The engine that goes for this position.
He must be banking on this, Jordan. Oh, but
you're very lucky you're not mated here, but you are still better. You definitely are still better, but once again, compared to how abysmal the position was supposed to be if white found the right way,
That black knight could have been on a4 instead of e2.
Yeah. And very often black would just be getting mated instead of being somewhat under pressure like queen d6. White has to make quiet moves like queen g8. And yes, you have to worry about king g2, rook h1, but you have your own resources, like you can go rook c5, rook h5 here. And no, this is now very far from a settled question. And also Anish, I think he's already played rook c6, and many of the lines we're discussing will ask Anish to make very clearly the only moves in the position, which is going to, he is on 12 minutes, but many of his future choices will involve just, like knight f7, you always take, queen g8, you have one legal move, h6, you have one legal move. So he will be able to gain some time and also play quite confidently for a while from here.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's very potentially relevant. He has just under 13 minutes for 14 moves. If he have 5 or 6 moves to choose from every turn, then it would be almost impossible to kind of dodge that minefield. But here it's chances of saving at least. Does Jordan have anything kind of less direct, more sneaky than bishop takes f7?
You can go hg, but that allows rook takes g6, and then basically you have to switch to playing for positional compensation, something like knight f3. White is still better.
Feels like a shame.
But it's a whole new game, basically. It's just, you have to start all over again.
Yeah, just missed that opportunity to activate a piece. I thought rook c1 moved right up.
It's a weird one. Maybe he didn't like c takes d4 and he couldn't find a killing blow here. But cd queen d4.
Queen d4. Yeah, threatening h6.
Yeah, you just don't have any moves. Yeah, I don't know what could have even made him pause. It looks winning.
Yeah.
Knight a4, and I mean h6 is made already.
H6 is knockout.
I mean, queen d2 exists. Yeah, but
feels like this must be made somehow.
Yeah, this has to be made. Yeah, I mean, this is just playing on check, queen check,
and
something like this will win, right? Has to.
Yeah.
I mean, knight c3. I don't actually want to calculate any of this because it feels like we're giving black way too much credit. But it looks winning, and also h6 isn't even forced. We can do other things here as well. It does look.
Feels like we can take on f7, maybe knight takes f7.
Oh yeah. That is very winning. Yeah, like this clearly is.
It's gonna be made.
Game over. Yeah, somehow. A bit of a strange mistake there by Jordan, you have to say.
Okay, so whole new game. Anish handed a lifeline. Abdusatorov did play on. We've got to mention that game is still going strong. Don't know about the winning chances there, but he's got a threat. E4.
Yeah, absolutely.
It could be annoying.
Unless we can play 92 here, maybe.
Bishop takes a3, rook a1. This feels playable. Actually, wait, after 90... Okay, 92, just 95. You go back.
Yeah, I was... 94 5. Have I? I thought I could play 94. Because f5, knight d6, I have knight takes f5 there in the end. And I am threatening bishop takes b5 here. I thought.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah, no, it's touch and go. Is there something cleaner? Chat says just play f3, but f3 is such an...
Black will play h4.
Yeah, like this is exactly what you don't want to do in endgames. In this particular one, it might still be fine somehow, but you definitely would prefer to do without that move.
Yeah, you don't want to break the bathtub, as you said yesterday.
Yeah.
3 is very ugly to play.
Yeah, knight a4, b6 on the board, and in this one, and now both, I guess, both queen b3 and even rook b3 to a degree. Just to... The issue with queen b3 is that we might have to trade queens. Like if black makes some kind of a sensible move here, I don't know, rook c8 or whatever, in order to win that pawn, you have to trade queens, and then maybe black
activates.
With the bishop pair, maybe has some drawing chances, even though
knight a4. And
like I'm not a huge fan either way.
Is the idea after queen b3 to go back towards that line and just take on e5?
But that's a much
really sad,
much improved version for white, right? Because you've also softened up your king side, and I think very importantly, we were taking a pair of rooks off the board in that other one, whereas here, the pressure along the e file remains very strong.
Mm-hmm.
And also, eventually, I think white just switches back to the plan with f4 and gives mate.
Yeah.
No, this is not great.
I do wonder then what the intention is. Maybe it is, as you're right, as you kind of hinted at, just to give a pawn up for Prague. Queen b3, rook b3. Not sure which Magnus will choose. It just feels super uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Wesley played king f3 in that game, by the way.
Yeah.
Not f3. Yeah, maybe it's fine.
Well, you still have the same question after g5, right?
Yeah, is the intention g4?
Oh, but I guess we can play g4 now. Yeah. I guess we can play g4.
Yeah, if we break the bathtub, we might as well get some squares in return. Some light squares.
So if it's not g5, what are we to do?
Good question. White is a bit stuck.
Yeah, I think by this point he actually does want to play a4. It's also not that great, but it at least solves the issue of what to do with knight on b1, because once there's no pawn on a3, we will be able to finally start aiming it towards acceptable squares. Jordan does go hg rook g6, by the way, which I don't hate, but it very much is a new game now.
Yeah, I have a feeling he might have miscalculated something in those lines with bishop takes f7 that you were highlighting earlier, Peter. And suddenly he realized, like, whoops, I don't want to force the issue. Like, that road doesn't lead anywhere.
Yeah. And now the only way to get anything at all is just to go back and to play for positional compensation, like knight f3, followed by, I don't know, getting either knight to d4 or the queen to d4 and g3, king g2, just very, very slow. I think with the king on g8 being what it is, we're still never, ever running any risks with white. But this is, I mean, a very clear downgrade from positions which honestly looked like they were close to being winning.
Yeah, just mating in a lot of those lines we saw. Yeah, how does black untangle now? I guess you go around knight a4, knight a4 feels a bit wrong. Yeah,
the engine includes, at least at some point, it likes going king h8 and rook g7, just in particular against queen d4. Maybe not against the knight on d4, because then knight f5, but that's one setup. It plays c6 in some positions, I guess, to have the at least option of bailing out with knight d5, because that knight still, as you're correctly saying, it needs to be somewhere, and knight a4 doesn't really look right.
Yeah, it's still going to be.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say exactly the same thing. In the meantime, I'll just mention that game we really hated for Thomas Bertsen is now over, and Donchenko is on +6, having won his game today. So now very, very much depends on whether Mustafa Yilmaz will be able to win what looks like a very promising position against Luis Paulo Strupi, because if he doesn't, Donchenko will just have to make a draw in the final round to secure the Masters spot for 2024. Magnus goes rook b3. Not a shocker. Not a shocker. We did think it was logical.
Yeah. And again, bishop takes e5 is unappetizing.
Last
resort type of move.
Yeah, but now, yeah, we just go like queen d2 here, and we do play f1 next move very often, and it's just oof. But although here we
f6,
f6 bishop f7 actually does happen here, which is
maybe we start with like queen e2 or something, just hit a6.
Oh yeah, that is very nice massaging, yeah.
And then we build up slowly, either back to e3 or rook g3 or something.
No, this looks horrendous, frankly.
Yeah, maybe rook b e3 just to pile up the pressure, get the knight back around, and slowly but surely, black king 2 open. So if I don't want to suggest bishop takes c5 anymore. So if we go away from that,
I don't think there is a good suggestion. Because the threat now is, I think, rook takes b6, not even knight takes b6, because I think Magnus will very much want to eventually put the knight on c5 in one tempo.
Queen c7. Is that allowing the pawn grab?
Yeah, I think so.
Is there a trick?
I think like every single white piece is protected. Like what would be the trick?
I don't know. I was thinking something
Bishop
like
g7 maybe.
Yeah, or f6 first. Maybe bishop d7.
Yeah, but I mean the position remains very bad even if I have to take on d7.
Yeah.
And I might have smarter options. Even though I currently don't know what they are.
I don't see any smarter options either, I've got to say.
Yeah. I mean, if all else fails, we can actually just do this and put it on c5 that way.
Yeah.
And if you have to take and play something like bishop wherever. Although, I mean, yeah.
f6 could sometimes be a threat. I'm not sure when.
Or maybe f6, bishop f7, try to win the h5 pawn, yeah. Something like, I don't know, but I keep on dropping the pawn on d5.
Yeah, that's annoying right now.
Yeah, I think we can let Magnus choose. I think probably both of his choices here are quite good. Huh. Weird.
What's weird? Yeah.
Has become playable for black. I've just...
This position?
Oh. Well, I mean, it's not good, but I guess queen b3 was much stronger. I guess queen b3 was just much, much stronger because this is suddenly only plus 0.50.
Yeah, hard life. It's only...
And we correctly identified the, quote unquote problem with rook b6, bishop d7 is by far the best move here. And it becomes a game because you have to go for this position. And now this is a target and we've gotten rid of some of the worst pieces we had. And we're going to have the e-file as well, like queen d1 and goes rook e8, it starts going in.
Yeah. How about knight takes b6? Was there a flaw to that one as well?
Knight b6 not really featured at all because after... Oh, this is very clever.
Okay.
Knight b6, we go rook b8, knight a4, and it just takes, and it takes on e5.
Only now.
And it says very unclear because rook e5, queen c1, black is just completely fine immediately. So you have to take with the pawn and black goes d4.
Suddenly that knight is...
Yeah, and this is suddenly a mess because this is not a very useful piece at all. And yeah, I thought I can play queen d3, but actually, no. You just can't. Not very comfortably anyway.
Queen d1 only.
Bishop d7. We might actually just lose this knight on it.
b3.
I mean, you still have b3, but we have basically lost the game.
Yeah.
We managed to get to a position which might legitimately just be lost.
This is definitely
quite remarkable. Yeah. You have to go back. You have to like forget about winning the pawn on b6. Apparently, like rook c3 here or some kind of a passing move.
That is so hard to play. Just to admit defeat and actually, just like Prag did, kind of lose 2 tempi and just knuckle down and continue.
Yeah, and apparently there is something absolutely remarkable happening in Jordan's game. Luckily for him, he doesn't have to find it. But yeah, chat is very, very much ablaze with that possibility. Knight gf7 now wins, but it wins very specifically because after rook takes f7, the engine goes king h2 and says you have no moves, sir. Basically, I think the argument is very simply you cannot move anything. Also, you probably have stopped queen. I think the threat is probably rook f3.
Yeah,
and if we do it immediately, we allow queen b1 check. But with the king on h2, we're not allowing queen b1 check. And the black pieces are so horribly placed to deal with any threats on the king side that, like, the machine goes knight e4, queen e4, king h8 here, which is not great. But yeah, I think like you absolutely calculate knight f7, but realizing you have the time to play king h2 here is not easy. But the good thing for Jordan is if he just goes rook c1, knight a4, and makes some kind of a sensible move here, the engine likes queen c2, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
He's still better.
Yeah.
Knight
c5 always allows material.
Knight c5 we can go in with, I mean, I guess whichever way.
Yeah.
This probably is this is just winning. And we also create a very strong threat of bishop b3. So let's say king h8, bishop b3. Black can do this, but after knight e1, you actually do lose
the horsey.
The horsey on a4, and white should be reasonably well in control.
Yeah. That being said, Jordan has passed up the opportunity for rook c1 before in similarly strong kind of circumstances, and the other line, the Zugzwang type of thing, where you just give up a knight and then play king h2.
I think it's very, very difficult. I didn't really check.
Almost superhuman.
Let me check for a second. Yeah, king h2 is basically the winning idea. You can also do it even more sadistically by including a 3 queen b2 and playing king h2. But without seeing king h2 here, your win becomes non-obvious and maybe kind of stops being a win. Exactly.
And what was the idea after king h2, for example, if I play king h8?
I think it's stronger. Maybe not. I guess even. Hang on. Maybe we just go queen d4
and then rook f3 lift,
and then rook f3, and yeah, this is just such a mess that you never properly consolidate. And if you have to play rook g7, I will give very, very many checks and then go f5. Hang on.
Although with
mate in one.
Yeah.
This is mate in
maybe
one.
We can do it with the queen on b4, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think maybe with the queen on b4 is stronger. And so why is king h8 losing here?
Do we take and go queen d8 maybe and then but now then black knight is free to come back.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I think we can pretty much entirely discount this from happening because I think you just get very, very confused by the idea in general. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah, it's going to be something kind of superhuman from this point as well, not just the king h2 move. Yeah,
people say take and rook c1.
Obviously. Now we switch back.
Yeah, and then if the knight goes to war squares, then probably we have rook d1 somewhere, yeah.
Or rook b1 maybe.
Yeah, like in this position, I guess we actually get enough of a threat to get to the black king.
Yeah. It looks that way.
But yeah, I don't think very many people get past the necessity of playing king h2.
Yeah, that'll be move of the year. I know it's early in 2023. If he takes and then goes king h2.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
very hard.
So we'll wait for his decision. We've been more or less entirely ignoring the game between Gukesh and Lev, in which a fairly standard hanging pawn position is on the board. A4 is a bit vulnerable, but overall, black looks like he's doing quite well. D5, D4, I think, is playable right now.
Yeah, you got to calculate it right, because otherwise...
bishop takes D4, yeah.
And then...
Bishop takes D4. But then we have moves.
There's a pin, so both sides are kind of pinned.
97. Oh, no, that's something takes G7 is a bit of a problem. Okay, not 97. Something else.
Something else. Yeah.
D1 is not hanging, so we have D1's to...
Not quite, but...
Yeah, very, very confusing. Once again, in any other circumstance, in any other tournament, a game like this between Gukesh and Aronian would be the one to watch, but we have such a smorgasbord of exciting positions that hard to concentrate on this one too much. The Sicilian now looks like this. Feels like black has achieved something, but because the knight came to f5 and then was sort of driven back, and the pawn on e4 remains at least optically quite vulnerable, but it's difficult to attack. I guess once white goes b2, b3, those ideas also disappear, so we have attacked it with as many pieces as we can, and it's still there, still standing.
Yeah.
Don't know what I think about it, and the Grunfeld is actually proceeding along one of the lines we were discussing, right? But with the c-file being abandoned in the other direction. You were trying to do this with the c-file belonging to black.
Yeah, I was trying to keep as much ammunition as possible in the e-file, but this one makes maybe more sense for white.
So he's gone knight g5. For some reason, Arjun decided to include this, played queen d5, and now Parham is thinking knight e4 has to be the most natural move in the position, but it currently doesn't generate a threat, which is maybe an issue, because maybe it gives black time to play something like, I don't know, h6 or something borderline useful.
Mm-hmm. Maybe rook c7, bishop c6, though.
Yeah, still a mess.
Very messy.
And Arjun, at least he is doing quite well on the clock, because he, I think, definitely ran the risk of falling far behind on the clock, considering that by move 23, he was still playing against somebody who was blitzing every single move. Yeah. But 24-12 here is not easy, but is somewhat manageable. I'm still very reluctant to try and calculate this properly. This is a very difficult position to assess.
Yeah.
Don't know what I think about it.
Extremely difficult, and it's very concrete. I don't think either side can really pause and take a timeout and play a king h2 type of move.
Yeah, it does feel like, despite the fact that it doesn't really create a threat on knight f6 at least yet, I don't really, unless maybe rook c5 does something. Maybe rook c5 is the second move I would consider seriously here.
Yeah.
Queen a2, rook a5, just break the... Although, I mean...
And the pawn really is quick.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm very happy with... Not because of b3, but because queen b1, bishop c6 also exists, creating very serious counter threats.
Yeah,
just an unbelievable mess.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, let's just briefly check in with our other positions. Magnus took on b6, which, as we know, if Prague finds bishop takes e5 there, potentially throws away maybe most of his advantage.
Maybe all, right? We thought that actually White had to be slightly careful.
Yeah, rook b8. And Prague, I think, will be forced by circumstances to find it, because rook b8 already played, knight a4 blitzed out by Magnus. And if you allow knight c5 here, if you don't do something sort of right this moment, if you allow White to one more move to play knight c5 or rook b3 or really just about anything, you are lost both tactically and strategically, which very often forces you to find those maybe difficult moves, because, like, what else can you do?
Yeah. And okay, rook takes b3, queen takes b3. How can White improve in that line? Because we thought maybe Magnus...
yeah, I mean, queen d3 is a blunder. I think you go to g1 here, and you try to play before knight c5 next. And it still looks like black needs to be extremely quick, right? But maybe no.
Queen c4, maybe.
Queen c4 before.
I want to get the deep one running.
D3,
b2.
Maybe we just go in on the deep one. Yeah, like d3, knight c5, and
bishop f5.
Either bishop f5 or rook d8. I like bishop f5. Yeah.
Yeah,
we just go in fully in on this being the source of our counterplay. Honestly, this doesn't look remotely clear, right? Like queen c2, rook d8, queen c2.
Yeah, White's knight isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
No. This looks very, very non-obvious.
Yeah.
So yeah, Prague has under 20 minutes, but he has basically one thing to find, and it should be findable once again simply because how ugly everything else looks.
Yeah. I'm disappointed that. How do I phrase this? Yeah, I'm surprised at least that Magnus has kind of allowed all of this counterplay. Normally, no matter how he goes about trying to convert things, there's always an element of control. Here, it feels like all control has been lost.
Honestly, you would know better than I, because I think you're sort of around him much more than I am. But I would suggest that, like, when he's playing really well and when he is in control of his own game, this would play exactly zero part in his approach. But is it possible that he actually watched Prague play the last 4 rounds and the beginning of today, and sort of said, okay, I'm winning this game, I don't really need to concentrate very hard?
Yeah, I think that will have played a factor. Yeah, Magnus does talk about these things from time to time. So it is relevant. Like you say, kind of when he's playing his game, he'll just do his normal thing and he'll win anyway, no matter whether the player's in top form or not, or whatever the opponent's doing. But yeah, his decisions are sometimes influenced. I remember at Olympiad as well when the Norway team weren't doing so well, and he was looking at some opponents. He was like, "Okay, I really have to win this one," and then he would make emotional decisions occasionally. So it does. I mean, he is.
Yeah, it's not even. No, regard. I'm talking about something else here. Making emotional decisions in games he feels he absolutely must win is honestly sort of okay in my book. I mean, specifically, kind of assuming his opponent will not really present much of a problem against people who might.
Yeah.
Because generally, I think he very rarely displays this kind of overconfidence / hubris. Like he is such an objective chess player in every single situation when he plays well, that this is the kind of a mistake that he doesn't make. And it's a very bad mistake which you really should be avoiding. You should never assume your opponent will not find things. You should never assume like a win is a given because your opponent is playing well in a particular event, for instance. And Magnus knows that, as well or better than anybody else. Magnus is a very experienced tournament player. He such cognitive biases should be very much
they shouldn't be
filtered out. By this point they should not be part of his game at all. But really, the sequence from bishop f5, queen d1, rook e8, it felt like he sort of decided autopilot here will be good enough.
Yeah,
I don't really need to invest time and effort into fine-tuning my decisions. He's missed a couple of, for him, very basic tactics. And I don't know, maybe he's just not playing as well in this tournament as we thought.
Yeah I do think that that's the right word to kind of describe things. Autopilot. It does feel as if like cruise control is normally enough, so it's kind of hard to switch out of it. But
and I do have to give props to the person in the Twitch chat who said overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
What's
which
that
is I assume you don't. I assume you don't know. Yeah, it's there's a cult classic called Darkest Dungeon, which has some very, very quotable things in the intro and in the general narration, and this is one of them. That is what an incredibly tilting game. But talking about tilt, that game is in terms of things I've played in my life, that probably is the biggest tilter I've ever encountered.
I won't dabble then. I won't explore. Meanwhile, Peter, the leader of the tournament, has sacrificed a pawn.
Yeah, I don't think it gets taken though, because I don't think you can go forward because of rook c5 followed by g5 mate, which appears unstoppable.
Whoa, yeah, that's
legitimately appears unstoppable. You can give some checks, but you will get mated. And if you have to go back, this is not a winning attempt.
Your knight is dead forever.
Yeah, this is not a winning attempt.
Black can play g5, g4, and start massaging.
Yeah, inside. I'm not sure if we lose, but we will never make a move forward in this game ever again. This is where our pieces will be when the game is over. It's just a question of whether Black can make enough happen on the king's side for us to regret our decision to pick that pawn up.
But then my point would be, if we don't take on a6, are we not suffering in similar fashion just without?
Well, I mean, I can play knight g2 right now, right? We can try getting it out right this moment.
Yeah, maybe.
I think we're heavily incentivized to try and do it while it's still available. That is exactly my point.
So a5, knight e4.
No, I think the intention probably is to take, because that knight is, I think, actually better than the bishop. Yeah. And now I don't know, rook c3, g5, e4, try to
dark square.
But that isn't that much, right? Just bishop b5, king e2.
Feels like it should be fine
for me to imagine this being too bad.
Yeah, rook and bishop normally work quite well in these positions, even if you're passive. Yeah, I think knight d2. I think you're right, Peter. It has to be played here. Just whether or not the other one's objectively played.
In particular, if this gets taken, I'm stunned. I think you pretty much never do that. Jordan didn't find king h2. We are not going to criticize him for it.
No,
it's fine. Whoa. Okay.
Wesley took on a6 just as he moved away.
Okay.
Wow.
Hello.
And there's no way to finesse it. I assume e4, rook c2 first, then white can cover the e4 square somehow.
We're still fine as black, but I think this probably gives white slightly more leeway. I would think. I don't know. Maybe.
So let's assume he drives the white king back with the e4 check.
Yeah, I think e4 check is very logical. As it's we can't go forward. We have to go back. You can also not play knight d2 here because after knight d5 you will, I assume, lose material. Even though it's shockingly not clear where this knight is going to jump in this position to win the knight on g2. But once again, like just imagining Wesley do this is giving me. I don't believe this.
Knight a2, knight c1, knight b3, or something like this. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, this is good.
White is
for some reason I thought white has time to do something here, but now that we got here, I don't know what that something is.
But even if black just sits now and just plays f5 and king f6, and it's an eternal prison for white's pieces. So we can't block with knight d2, or at least he won't.
No, I don't think he will entertain this thought. He'll go to f1. And then, we get to this position where you can play either rook b2 or rook a2, or you can even keep it on c2, which also stops rook c1 from happening. And there is this kind of a weird impasse where it's not immediately obvious how black makes any progress, but white really has no moves at all. Maybe knight d7, c5 to start.
Yep. I really don't even want to suggest moves for white because I don't even know where I'm going.
Like you can go bishop b2 and after knight c5. For a second there, I thought rook d4 makes a draw because you force rook c1. But you do not force rook c1. We have rook b2, which forces rook d1 just as well.
Yeah.
And I can maybe even pick that one off and then continue playing that position in which white has no moves.
Looks logical.
Yeah, so I guess we don't go to e2. I guess we go to b5. I don't know, knight c5. And now we...
Is the idea maybe to get the white knight out by playing a5 at some point and get it out via a3? I'm not sure whether here or, at some point.
Yeah.
Still feels like black should have a way of keeping pressure on, but...
Maybe.
I'm really shocked as well, Peter, that Wesley took the risk by taking an a6.
Let me ask, because I'm curious. Let me just ask the question. Apparently completely fine.
It is okay, but knight d2 instead.
And I think it is connected very specifically with the idea of a5. So you got it right. You found the way to.
There's nothing else for white. I'm explained pretty much.
Yeah.
So.
And Jordan, in the meantime, made a very natural move, knight e4, after which he is no longer better somehow.
Okay. Does it just give black time to get to safety? King
it goes king h8. Now your c5 pawn is hanging, and you're kind of losing control move after move after move.
Yeah, becomes b3, rook g8 comes. Game. So what was stronger than knight e4?
Queen c2 very specifically.
Just queen c2.
Yeah, queen c2 very specifically. And I guess the reason he didn't play it is that after h6... Oh, with now knight e4. Yeah, we have knight e4, bishop b3 anyway, Yeah, strange.
Yeah. I mean, queen c2 is easy to miss. It's a retreating move, but once you connect it with the idea of trapping black's knights, it does become a bit clearer.
Yeah.
Knight e4
even knight b2 here is playable, which must be the annoying part for Jordan.
Yeah, knight b2 is an odd one to step into or allow. Actually here for Anish, despite his lack of time, the two strongest moves are the two that we've mentioned so far.
Yeah.
Also,
I think those are the two you make with your hand. Yeah. You either calculate knight b2 and decide. It's a bit risky because white has queen b3, and if you naively take this knight, we'll have to go to this you don't like because you allow rook d7 probably, and we don't want to trade the queens so badly that we have to allow our position to deteriorate to such a degree. Like,
Yeah,
this goes back to looking very ugly.
looks a bit like that Abusatorov game with full domination.
Yeah. And king h8 is, well, but you can play a5 here. Well, so you sort of need to spot a5, but you can play a5 here. And if white does the same, now we have a way to dig it out via different squares. But I think king h8 is just much more natural. Yeah. Well, he played knight b2.
Yeah, he might force himself to find a niche, just like he's been forced into certain decisions today. Wow, this is huge potentially for the tournament.
And Prague found the sequence. He took on e5 and played queen a5, which is also completely fine. d4 would allow queen b4. The squares I was offering are just much worse than before. But even here, the position would become very difficult for white to completely control. Like, we want bishop f5, e5 will hang, and the engine wasn't really hating that. But queen a5 is even cleaner. We want to play d4 next move.
Against everything? What if I go queen d1 again to play b4?
Queen d1. Yeah, there's some...
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about bishop g4.
Weirdness. f3.
I guess you take on h5 worst.
Bishop h5 before, I don't know, queen somewhere.
But here you can imagine still 3 results. White might stabilize. Knight c5.
Yeah, I think in terms of playing for a win here with white, you would much rather play this than, for instance, queen b4, which after takes and rook b8. You kind of know you're not winning this one.
Never ever.
Yeah, like this one does look like it will just be very straightforward to black, for black to just annihilate everything, or like the board will be empty in 10 moves time with this amount of weak pawns everywhere.
Magnus never ever goes here.
Yeah, as long as queen d1 is playable, he goes queen d1. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and other moves just make no sense. d4 is going to hit your queen anyway. So
yeah, you can try this, but
missed this one.
Yeah, just d3, knight c5, bishop f5, and just very, very strong counterplay connected with this passer.
Yeah,
very strong.
Actually, I can't stop the passer without dropping e5, which is annoying.
And people are saying bishop takes h5 loses in that line. So after f3, you have to play something smarter. Bishop g7, I guess, maybe.
I'm surprised it loses. I thought, okay, it might be a bad move, but...
Bishop g7, knight c3.
But then there's queen b6 check.
King h2.
And then something.
Yeah, so we get here. And we need to find a good move, because knight d5 is...
This is a big threat.
Yeah. Maybe we just play like bishop e6 here or something.
Bishop c or e6.
Or c6, yeah, I don't know. Queen d1 played, by the way, yeah.
Yeah, it's the most logical.
We knew this was coming. Yeah, we were absolutely certain this was coming.
And Prague with 9 minutes for how many moves? 11? No, 12.
12 for Prague, yeah, 12 for Prague.
Still not easy, we've got to say.
Bishop d7, knight c3. Yeah, we need to be able to work this out somehow. Maybe queen c5 and then bishop somewhere to have the king h2, bishop c6. Yeah,
or maybe
this is probably it. Yeah. In particular against king h2.
Yeah, but even
maybe even king h1, right? Because we can still take, and there are still no good jumps.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's not
findable.
Easy. It's findable, but. Actually, it is quite linear after bishop g4.
Findable, I think.
Yeah, provoking f3 is very, very useful in every line.
Yeah. Bishop g4, far and away the best move in this position, but this, once again, is very easily understood because white is about to play b4 and knight c5, so provoking f3 does look very, very relevant.
Yeah.
Like, the difference between this position and this position is just so massive, because, like, the option of queen c5 check is absolutely essential. Otherwise, you just lose pretty much. If the queen gets to d4, you resign. You're a pawn down, and your position is worse.
Can white ask any questions at all in this line? I don't really see it. Bishop g4, we have to play.
Yeah, f3 is strictly the only move, because otherwise you lose material.
Bishop d7, we pretty much
Bishop d7 absolutely forces knight c3. queen c5 check. You have to go to the h file. I guess h1 is somewhat better than h2 because at least queen takes c5 isn't a check.
But now, do
d4,
we have any options at all?
it just looks completely fine for black, honestly.
And it all looks extremely forced.
Yeah, and yeah, just as I said, it's just very, very linear.
Yeah.
Just move by move, you can rule out everything else and get there.
And it looked like Pragg touched his bishop and then didn't make the move and took his hand away. I'm not sure if I've seen the camera correctly there, but
people do that, and I mean, I don't think he actually touched it, but you reach and then you reach and then you pull back. I think this happens more when you're not entirely confident.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit of a telltale sign of somebody who isn't at the top of their game and is doubting himself. But it's not necessarily such a, you shouldn't be reading too much into it. Yeah, the entire thing is blitzed out up to knight c3 so far.
Okay.
Yeah, queen c5. The only thing. Oh, wow, this is a study.
Well,
okay. Poor Pragg.
After queen c5.
Pragg. Yeah. So in this position, we go king h2.
Yep.
d4, rook e4.
I was going to suggest rook e4 in the other position,
and the draw is here.
No.
Because we have e6, queen c7.
Oh, this is like a tightrope act.
Yeah.
And white has nothing better than
the main line is just absolutely insane.
Rookie
the main line I'm currently reading on my screen is just absolutely insane.
Peter, this is
queen c7, f6, king h7, and this is somehow a draw. I guess.
And there's queen f8, and then you sack the queen and
yeah, and this is a draw.
What is chess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, I think he will be. D takes c3 though is just such a difficult move to make here.
Yeah.
Maybe you convince yourself you have some drawing chances in this position, but you don't. Not really. Yeah.
White's queenside will eventually win. This is definitely going in Ramesh's next calculation book. This position.
Yeah. But Ramesh currently is sitting there, watching this, I think, with growing trepidation, because I think it probably has dawned on him that if Magnus finds this, and this really is the only shot, like nothing else comes remotely close to being even a question for Pragg. Like if you look at the other positions, I think black maybe is better because f5 is threatened. Like this is a very vulnerable rook.
You have to play like rook e2 and hope that you can equalize somehow.
No, but like bishop b5, you might legitimately be in trouble here with white.
Yeah.
So Magnus will eventually find it. Maybe he's already seen it and just kind of rechecking. You can also play bishop 6 instead of d4. Yeah, you do have this option. So I guess if Pragg gets spooked by the line we were just showing, which he probably does, like anybody in his spot would, honestly. Like that line with the queen on e8 and us being a full rook down for the time being is extremely difficult to play for. Then he probably defaults to this. And this is not a bad option. d5, d4 is just such a massive threat.
But then you have to worry about white going like, actually, at f4, maybe there's queen f2. I was worried about.
And still go, no, d4, knight d4.
Knight d4 again.
Yeah.
And gf, queen g4 check. But maybe.
Yeah, but we do have queen f2. Rook f1, though.
And now.
I guess check and gf, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Queen d4. It goes on, right? The game.
Oh, yeah. But we actually have more pawns now. Our position is in ruins. Our position is in ruins, but we have more pawns for a change.
That does matter.
Which is definitely an improvement over the previous state of things.
Yeah. Sharp stuff, despite the kind of dwindling material. That's kind of a theme of like just everything is study like, it seems.
That looks awful for black. White is definitely not worse. I think you pretty much always pick white, but I think it's a draw. I think the material is limited enough that this should be manageable.
Yeah, black's king is safe enough. The rook will always come to east.
Yeah, and Nizaki is saying Arjun is playing with fire. Whoa.
Everyone's playing with fire.
Let's go there for a second and just kind of visit this. And apparently, yeah, the engine. How did we get here? Queen f4 was played by Parham, and Arjun actually went after this one. and played f5.
This looks so suicidal, just opening the diagonal towards the black king.
Yeah, and he had saner options for sure.
Okay, such as
I mean, instead of queen takes a2.
Okay, yeah, because
like h6 here is not that bad. Bishop h6 might just be making a draw as well, as far as I can understand from my very brief sojourn with the engine. But yeah, he's gone for this, and now gf, and okay, studies incoming again though, because after h6, which I assume is the plan, the engine currently is playing king g2, hg, queen e4.
Whoa! What is? The idea is queen e6 and rook h4 check.
Yeah. And let's say gf, we give this check, and we are suddenly kind of winning.
Yeah. Queen e4. That's findable, but not easy.
No. Like, but you have to start with king g2. The problem is you have to start with king g2. And the point about king g2 is that if we go fg, there is queen b1, queen g6.
Yeah. How about f6?
I don't know. I guess we take. Maybe we go hg. Maybe we're going.
F7,
no, but hg
king h7.
Yeah, I don't know. This looks like we should be getting mated here somehow, right?
But how?
Queen takes g5. Getting mated,
queen,
or no,
this is c4. It's defended.
This
is so.
This is a little bit too much. Yeah,
so confusing.
This is why we like the Grunfeld. Those of us who do like the Grunfeld. These types of positions are why we like the Grunfeld.
This is why the older I get, the less I touch it, because it's too scary. These types of positions for both sides.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. He's played GF, and is there anything other than h6 in the game position?
I don't think so. No.
Resigns or h6? It feels like.
Yeah, everything else is much weaker because. I guess queen b1, you
rook c1 is...
rook c1, queen c4. You get suddenly you turn your pieces around and you just give mate on the king side.
Do you think this is maybe what he missed originally when he took on a2? That rook c1 blocks, clears c4.
Possible.
Lots of things are disappearing in the game between Gukesh and Aronian. I don't know where.
Yeah, this will be a draw. Yeah, Levon actually decided that he needs to liquidate here. Played d4, bishop d4, rook c d8. Just abandoning everything and liquidating into, whichever way you take on d4 here, what he will have is this endgame, which I assume is a draw, even though it's a kind of an interesting decision by Levon, because if I go f3, I go rook b5 from b4. This is, I would say this is at least a little bit risky.
Yeah.
But I guess he goes rook d1, rook d2, rook b5, like g5, and says,
your king's never coming out.
This one is never actually getting to c3.
He did spend quite a lot of time on d4, so he would have been trying to assess this exact endgame.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Prague either missed rook e4 or has calculated this, or neither, and then he's in trouble. Because he doesn't play bishop c6, he goes d4 very quickly, and now rook e4 is on the board, and it feels like you no longer have options. You have to go d takes, you have to go c2, and you have to make. Hang on. Like if you go here, you. Against.
It's check.
It's a check. Wait up. What's wrong with this?
Beef. Oh, I don't really want to allow your c pawn to survive. But b4.
But maybe we lose the rook. Yeah, we have no squares.
Queen d.
And now queen c8.
Then king h7.
Yeah, king h7. Queen c3. Maybe this is manageable.
Yeah. Is this?
Maybe this is not that bad, honestly. Maybe this is not that bad.
Oof.
Okay, because the other line is a little bit too mad to go for in 6 minutes.
Oh, this is such a shame. Otherwise, it would be in all the books. But we're getting confirmation. Apparently, this is fine for black.
Yeah. So. Yeah, the king on h2 is also not very safe, so it feels like you have to go for this position. And this position shouldn't really be that much of a problem, honestly, with the king as open as it is. Magnus will still play on. And if you imagine this king kind of catapulting itself over to a5, even if you lose something on the king side, it becomes somewhat exciting, but I don't know if you ever get that.
Yeah, it feels like a pipe dream at this point.
You know, like King G1, but I mean, even some moves like Queen E2 and start giving checks.
G4, G3 at some point.
Yeah. Okay, D6, Queen D7 on the board. And yeah, Prague could go for glory here. But I think in particular, in the view of what happened over the past few days, it has to be exceedingly unlikely that he goes for glory here.
I think less than 5% chance that he'll play C2.
I mean, if nothing else was playable, he would, simply because nobody really... I mean, I feel very self-conscious saying sentences like nobody wants to resign, because obviously some people very much want to resign in every single position, and even do occasionally. But yeah, like if there were no alternatives, you would maybe play C2. But since Rook E5 exists and does not appear to lose at all, why would you bother?
Yeah, and he's spending a bit of time. He's got just over 5 minutes, so it should be fine for Prague. I'm wondering now. I'm wondering. But yeah, there's no reason. If you see Rook takes E5, you're completely fine. You don't even look at C2.
Something
elsewhere
weird happened here, because we kind of had this position. But, okay, so at least he did it clever. He didn't play A5, which I don't think we like very much. But he didn't play 93 immediately either, which would be, I think, a very, very bad mistake. He had included King H8 and is now playing 93 in this position. So after Rook D1, let's say Knight B4. First of all, you give yourself a chance to play A5, which...
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, you're still not really going to enjoy this too much. But I guess it's manageable, right? Like you play Rook E7, we go, I don't know, G4, King G2, King G3.
Yeah.
There's also Rook A4 everywhere, there's Bishop C2 everywhere. Like Black is not playing for a win here at all, but...
Jordan's
he's gone Bishop C2. This is clever, by the way. This forces F5. No squares. No squares. But now, can we take and not lose the E3 pawn?
Yeah, that's a big question. So Bishop takes E4,
Rook E7, Rook B4.
B4, and Bishop C6 is the answer to Rook E8.
Yeah, that is very important, actually.
Does Black have to play a5 in the game position? Can we? He did. I was going to say, can we delay one more move? But
with
oh no, Rook D8.
With what? Yeah, Rook D8, Rook G1.
Rook D1, F5, and Knight F2.
F2. Yeah, Knight F2 wins the actual piece.
I was thinking if you go to G5, maybe I can cling on a few more to the piece, but Knight F2.
Yeah, Knight F2 is very painful. Yeah, so he has to play F5, but that also completely forces White's hand, because Knight G5, Knight takes C5. I don't think you entertain those ideas for too long.
Knight G5, take Rook E5, H6.
H6. Yeah, I think you get to H6 and you stop calculating.
Yeah.
This is entirely unnecessary. Like you really don't want to give Anish winning chances all of a sudden. Even though I think even this position, like Knight F3, I don't think we're worse with White.
Yeah, you pick up.
But it feels entirely unnecessary. It just feels like you don't. Whoa, young man.
Prague has played C2.
Young man.
Wow.
I am in awe.
If he finds his way through that kind of maze of complications, that's going to be...
I am in such awe of this.
I don't understand.
How do you choose this over the other thing?
Hats off to Prague.
Yeah.
Well played.
And in the meantime, very understandably, we'll be watching something else. But I just wanted to say, people don't see King G2 as an option. And Parham does play F6, F7, and now Queen H5 hasn't been played. The only move to get some kind of an advantage here is Queen E4, but this is manageable for Black now, apparently. Still very complicated, but no longer lost for Black.
Yeah.
Let's go back up. So this is the position in Magnus's game. We know it's a draw because the engine told us as much, but is it maybe simpler because we can go before Queen C7? Does Queen C7 not make a draw? Or maybe now Rook E1.
Now Rook E1. But then how do we stop the perpetual after C1?
C1 takes, takes. We need to secure some squares, yeah, but we don't really have the option. This might still be okay-ish. No, like maybe now we go like queen d8 or queen d7. I don't know which one. And we
so
run.
we can run.
And we run, yeah.
Yeah.
Or, of course, e3 was maybe not the best, but like it's not so easy to run, but also we're very okay shedding some of them with checks, although maybe not both of those.
So, yeah, we're thinking, well, we're being told e6 rather than b4, maybe, just to prevent this this whole line.
Hang on. How? What? Hang on.
No?
Before queen c3, no, all of these things are a draw. And the cute thing is, if you play rook e1, it says queen d4, but I think queen f2 also works. But the point is, we're not playing c1 here. Here we have a much easier way to make a draw by creating this threat, which cannot be stopped comfortably at all.
Queen f2 is
queen f2, I think is also very, very... Oh, no, queen a4. No. Whoa, it's important. Oh, no, we still have a draw, right?
Yeah.
I get very, very overexcited, I think, towards the first time control.
No, but rightly so. This is the type of position to get get excited. If you don't get excited here, Peter, you never.
E6 is not difficult. E6, queen c7, g3, c1. So we just go.
I'm assuming there's. Yeah, I think e6 was in another.
Yeah, we can actually go here and just give a check from c2, and we have a check from f5, so we never lose. This one isn't difficult. No, I'm looking for something which would present a problem for Prague.
So let's try b4 again, because here queen c7 didn't work.
No, queen c3 is the move. Yeah, the move is queen c3, but then white has this f4, f5 madness,
which Magnus I think will at least be trying. But queen c7 just to show why it didn't work.
Well, maybe like I don't know if it doesn't work necessarily, but we do get this, and now
c1 take,
and
now e6.
And
it's not actually a perpetual.
Once again, I'm repeating my
queen f4.
No,
g3.
just g3 and king h3. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it's not actually a perp.
Of course. Yeah, this doesn't even threaten a perpetual for now, so e6 just completely winning. Okay, Magnus has 20 minutes here. To and apparently you can still play queen c7 because after rook e1 you still have the same idea of queen c4, which continues holding.
That's difficult though.
Chess is a difficult game.
Chess is an impossible game.
Chess is a difficult game, folks.
Yeah, and okay, g3 queen d4 or something, and then we creep in. What? Just the fact that the white queen can't deliver checks is the saving grace for black.
Yeah, and Magnus is now set there. He knows he runs no risks, but he is trying to figure out what gives him the biggest chance against somebody on 4.5 minutes with 5 moves to go, which is actually a decent chunk of time for Prague here, considering that many of his moves will be absolutely forced. Yeah.
And will Magnus calculation mode, as we can see on the camera, but is he maybe scared of running risks if he plays b4?
But are there any risks? I think you always have
c3.
Yeah, you have bailouts with e6. Like if you don't see a4, you have a bailout with e6 available.
But then you see queen c7 check and.
No, but as discussed, like how safe do you think you are here?
Yeah.
You probably know you're safe because the checks are all
checks,
from the second, and they all run into rook e2.
Or king h3, king g4.
Yeah. Or even that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So probably he gets here in his calculation, and he realizes that.
Is this? This is good enough, right?
I'm a bit scared, but
missing anything.
At this point, I'm pretty sure I'm missing something, but looks fine.
No, I don't think we are. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine.
Yeah. So he'll see.
Is simpler.
Yeah, rook e2 very easy. So he will see kind of b4, queen c3, and e6 minimum, and he'll calculate a bit there. And if he thinks he can get away with it, then he'll play and test Prague. But the more Magnus thinks, the more time Prague does have to work things out. In the game between the two, well, the leader and Wesley So, it looks like a draw.
No, this one,
yeah, a draw.
Wesley did find the right way of freeing up the knight, and once the knight is released from its prison on b1, there's not very much to play for. Like bishop b5, rook b, knight 5, rook b1, and yeah, things start coming out. I don't know. Knight b5 simply. Yeah, you just no longer really run risks when every single piece of yours plays against every single piece of theirs. Not enough weaknesses. Will be a draw. Jordan's position has become quite sharp because in this position, black played rook d8, and Jordan felt obliged to give up the pawn on a2 with checks. And this is now, yeah, white wants g5, f5, f6, of course, which I think very much means that black needs to play h6, yeah, sooner rather than later, I was going to say.
Yeah, that's an
and
automatic.
He has done immediately. You can lose this with white. Because that is... You shouldn't, but you definitely can, is what I'm trying to say.
As long as you're active enough with your rook and some threats with the pawns, it should be fine. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely a 3-result game for the first time in a long time.
In a while, yeah. In a while.
Yeah, Anish will be feeling confident. So what if we play f5, for example, king g7, and we need to create a threat of f6. I don't see how. Maybe f5, king g7, bishop d5.
Yeah, I'm trying to get bishop d5 on the board as well. Yeah, I think this is very important for us to, because then we'll have some rook b8, g8 ideas as well.
Yeah. If we start with bishop d5, then rook a3 could be annoying. So although bishop b3, a5, we don't really want to allow.
Yeah, we don't really want to engage with that, I don't think.
So maybe flicking in f5 first, king g7, bishop d5.
Hang on a second. Important note here. Move 40 has been reached. So I think what happens here is that Jordan actually thinks.
Yeah.
He definitely needs to take a pause here. I would very much like to see him think for like 20 minutes here, because it's a complicated position. You do not want to make a mistake here just because you, I don't know, want to make sure it's move 41 or something.
Yeah. I'm surprised he kind of blitzed this whole line with bringing the king to f3, giving up a2, because there were so many options, and he had plenty of time, Jordan. He had 20 odd minutes. Okay, Anish, though, you got to believe that he'll survive this as black, unless there is something direct.
Yeah, I think Anish is very much out of the woods here. What are we watching? I guess we're still watching Magnus. Yeah, I think this is the,
until they get to move 40, it feels like the place to be.
Yeah, just briefly, because I feel like Magnus will think for much of his remaining time here, choosing between f4 and e6. He doesn't really have very many other choices, but I think he probably by this point knows e6 is a forced draw, and not a very difficult one either.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. E6, queen c7, g3, c1, queen, e7.
Now there might be queens. I have to say 1 c2, queen e8. Although this is still queen c8.
Yeah, this is weird, right? Because we get this
super weird,
this really strange position, which I don't think white is running any risks.
Actually, maybe white's just winning.
Maybe white's winning. Yeah, just straight up winning.
So maybe we need something more active.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
with the queen completely out of the game, it feels like maybe we should be going for some mating threats. But hang on.
There's f5 in some positions.
Yeah, 5 will be, yeah, of course, yeah, 5. It's. I was going for some brilliancies, but there's absolutely no need to.
Yeah,
it's just very easily winning.
Yep. This is why we needed e takes f7 to get rid of this pawn.
Then the king on g4 is entirely safe because f7, f5 is. There's nothing on f7 to play f7, f5 basically.
And the queen defends the file. And here we were making the draw. Is it only one way for black? Is it only with are we starting with queen takes f7?
Yeah, I think it might be strictly those two moves, because if you give a check and allow rook e2, you will not have time to take on f7 anymore. So it is very specifically taking on f7, waiting for you to play rook e7, and now starting to give check, because the way for you to stop the checks will be to play rook e2, and then black is just a queen up.
And then king h3, queen cf5.
Yeah, cf5, and then back to c2.
Yeah, actually we can say queen f5 because it's the only queen that can land there. Draw, wow. And the variation with f4, how treacherous is that one for black? And for white, maybe, because f4 will come with some risk.
Yeah, we have to play, obviously we have to queen, f5, no checks available. f6, queen f7, a huge threat.
Monster threat.
Yeah, so you have to play queen c7, it feels like.
Mhm.
The other option would be queen b3, but queen c7 always preferable to queen b3 because it gives you better options, sort of better coverage
Yeah.
for the future. White goes f6. Apart from queen f8, you cannot create a threat.
Mhm.
So you kind of need to play queen f8. And then we get here. And the point about this position is that we give a check from f4.
Yeah.
And in order for white to avoid immediate perpetual, you have to allow this, which first of all is probably still a perpetual.
Mhm.
And secondly, we can just take on f6 next move and then start giving checks again.
That one at least White can play, but like you say, it's
yeah.
probably hard to avoid.
Yeah, he's played a 4.
Mhm.
That was very expected. I think, in terms of comparing this one and this one, the other one is a draw, whereas here perhaps there is no perpetual. Perhaps black does take on f6, you play queen c5,
Yeah.
and we play queen ending, which we assume is a draw, but you can definitely go wrong here.
For sure. Especially with White's running king.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Prag. Luckily again for him, he's got to find these moves strictly forced.
Yeah, so here, I don't think there's a choice. I mean, queen c4 apparently is also a draw, but nobody does that. I don't think.
Which move would this be? This wouldn't be before move 40. So after move 40, maybe you play queen c4, but not before.
It's the same position, only slightly worse, I think. Because
here, avoid the...
we play queen d7, and we get the exact same sequence where, hang on. Here, queen h4.
Now we block with queen h3.
Oh, yeah. So it's queen f4. And then we get exactly the same position, but with the queen on d7 instead of f8, which I think is an improvement.
Now it's
because it covers more squares.
Like
queen takes f6, and we go, I don't know, a4 or g4 or something.
d4 or something.
Yeah, I think even on common sense grounds, you don't play queen c4, but
queen c7 as well is much more obvious. He's been to that square before. He's pinning the white e-pawn. It's multi-purpose. Multi-purpose move. Unless he he does play queen c7. I was going to say unless he misses queen d7 or something in that line. Thought he was forcing a perpetual, but he's found it.
Yeah, queen c7 played. Magnus also has absolutely no choice. If you don't play f6, queen f8, you lose. The simplest way for black to create a threat here is just to play queen d1 takes h5 check, and then if we need to, we can play queen g6 and just cover g7. We don't really have any leeway to pass here with white, unsurprisingly. f6 will be played, queen f8 will be played. This will be more 40. Prag will have a choice of either resigning or playing queen takes c5. So all of this will appear on the board. And the question for Magnus will be sort of where to put the king. I'm pretty sure it's d3. I really don't see any other way to continue. So we get here. We will be here very, very soon. We actually already here pretty much.
Got the position after queen f4 check on the board.
And one thing to discuss is, can we actually not play that endgame? Can we play queen d5 check, king c3, queen c6 check, and just kind of deny the endgame? No, but queen c5 here, I don't think we can. Queen e5, king c4.
Queen b5.
I really don't like driving the king towards those squares, and queen b5, king d4, only check from b6.
But you now...
and once again, it feels like we've made a worse version for ourselves.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can get that confirmed by chat, whether there's a forced draw, because if not, then this very exciting game...
No, you get here, Sese goes a4. Sese actually, I don't think it shows a perpetual, it just doesn't, Sese obviously doesn't lose this with black. It always has things under control. In the meantime, just to update the viewers on finally the result in the game between Wesley and Noribek. They got to move 41, but the game was agreed drawn. Wesley actually defending, I would say, quite carefully from a certain moment on. He had to perhaps show even some precision, but precision was shown. Unsurprisingly, Wesley is very, very good at these types of things. So Noribek remains in the lead unless Anish wins. Which is going to be an exciting round.
Yeah, we never thought we'd say those words if Anish wins, especially with the position earlier.
Today he definitely went through a couple of forced losses. The one which we really thought was findable was Rook b6, Rook c1. It's a bit of a mystery why this hasn't been played, because it just looks like a straight up improvement on d takes c5 in pretty much every which way.
Jordan has just played f5. It feels like white shouldn't be in any trouble, but who knows? Facing 2 rooks.
Yeah, no, it feels like this should be okay. You have to invest at king g7.
Yeah.
And now I guess we can go bishop d5, rook a3, bishop b6.
Yeah, I was wondering if black plays king f6 here. Maybe black can just kind of capture on e6 at the right moment.
Yeah, let's go king f4. But yeah, I just don't think we lose this with white, is my point. I don't think, like, you will probably have to, because e4, e5 is going to be kind of risky to allow.
Or rook a1, just start checking from behind.
Rook a1, yeah, but I can also go rook b8. And the threats of rook f8, rook g8 will be so strong that...
Rook f1 check.
Yeah.
Rook g7.
Rook g7, yeah, if you really want to go hardcore, you can do something like this. But I think what is likely to happen is that you lose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just for argument's sake trying to point out.
You're doing absolutely the right thing to illustrate. But I think really the outcome is extremely likely to be you force me to make all of these moves. None of them are difficult, and you are probably lost now because f6 happens, and then you just don't stop those passers.
Yeah, I think you're right. At some point, rook takes e6 in this line, and maybe
so eventually you just have to snap on a6, maybe somewhere here, but you're also not better with black, like rook b7, rook h8, any of those moves. You're not really playing this for a win.
Pretty much immediately a draw, I reckon, around here.
Yep.
Not enough points.
Yep.
Okay, there's a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer.
Oh, that one was... We missed a very interesting and a very exciting endgame, because Fabi actually found... I saw in chat that our chat was suggesting this line that Fabi went for is the best line. And despite black being a pawn up here, I think pretty much everybody would always take white here. With the bishops and the control over the b file. But Vincent defended very, very carefully. And even though it looked passive and risky at times, he just, kept his cool, found a way here to return the pawn on c4, to put the bishop on a6, which Fabi didn't even play because of just how uninspiring that is. And then they found some repetition, which looks logical, because king e6, bishop g4, probably white starts playing for a win again. So this is a draw. The endgame between Ding and Rapport is a lot of things happened. Black somehow pushed d5, the center disappeared, and white still has this very beautiful structure, but the bishop on b7 is very, very strong, and black will have a passer either on the g or on the h file. Should be manageable, right?
Yeah, you would think so, just because there's minimal material left on the board. That being said, the knights look quite well placed, ready to jump in, and I can't see either side really making too many mistakes. It looks like not just the Fabi against Vincent game, but this one as well, quite well played. Always roughly in the balance.
A lot of intricacies there, very interesting strategic questions being asked sort of throughout. But yeah, with this kind of a surface glance that we've had at it, seems like a very interesting, very complicated game, quite well played by both of them. And the very, very messy position between Whoa and black is in trouble again. Because after FE, hang on, how did this happen?
Feels like he keeps forgetting to activate his queen, Arjun, the queen on a2 just standing.
So in that position, white played FE, GF, and queen f7, and queen a1 check, king g2, bishop b3 was somehow a draw here. Queen f4, bishop takes c4, we give a check, we take on c4, black plays queen e5, and it still looks terrifying.
Yeah.
But apparently this pawn doesn't actually queen, and you can imagine black having very significant counterplay on the other flank as well, and the king on g2 is not very safe. I think it's okay not to be very shocked by the fact that this is not lost for black.
You just have to calculate queen f7 check and d7, but then it's a perpetual, I guess. with queen.
Yeah,
E4.
you can't cross because there will be a check from the d file, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like the moment you step into something, I will have queen d3,
Yeah.
queen d7, and you've lost. So, yeah, as I said, it is very, very possible for black to panic and not go for this. But if you calculate clean, you realize queen f3 actually loses to queen takes c7, f3 actually loses to queen c2 check, and now king g3, queen c7. Or if you go below, I have queen d1, queen d7. So the only way is to play king g1, and then we have a very comfortable repetition. Instead, he played bishop e8, and now after queen takes f4, b3, and Parham correctly goes
Very nice.
d7, bishop d7, queen f7, and the threat of rook h4 mate will decide
Yeah.
queen a1, king g2, and you have to start playing g6, g5, but that really doesn't help very much. So
That can just be captured,
Mhm.
most likely.
Yeah, so Parham is gathering steam. He won yesterday and is also winning today, so he'll go with that victory. He'll be back to 50%.
Mm.
He was
Yeah,
on
he hasn't-
-2 at some point. He wasn't having a good tournament at all.
Yeah, he hasn't played that badly though. He's always had chances in every game,
Mhm.
and it feels like those chances are being taken now. And yeah, both players mutual time trouble at the end here with still not a move 40, but yeah, he navigates
Yeah,
it
quite amazingly. Yeah, the amount of content they packed into a game which for Parham started on move 24
Yeah,
or maybe 25.
so like
because-
13
yeah,
moves since then.
Yeah, here Parham was still very much in book. This is move 23. And yeah, we're doing it, scant justice. You could definitely talk about a game like this for hours, but because of neither of them are really doing all that well in the tournament, we had to prefer the other games to this one. Yeah, and Magnus, king on d3. Prague will now think, as expected. We knew this position was appearing on the board
Yeah,
before it has.
These guys are beasts, just so accurate, both Magnus and Prague. Super impressive this game, gotta say. And Peter, should we?
I think this would be maybe a good time to just, even without the recap, I do feel that 4 hours straight without the break is it somehow felt justified today, but now I do feel like getting up and stretching and maybe getting a cup of tea would be a good idea.
Yeah, for our viewers' sake too.
Mm.
So yeah, on that note, we'll be back in a few minutes with the next part of this exciting round. Don't go anywhere, anyone.
See you then.
Soon.
Welcome back to the 12th round of the Tata Steel 2023. Honestly, we were spoiled for action throughout the tournament, but today has been, I think, the best round of the tournament yet.
Yeah, the
very exciting day of chess.
Yeah. Yeah,
and these are the results on your screen, as you can see. Hang on a second, I am slightly amiss in my duties as the part-time streamer that I am. But yeah, these are the results of the round so far. We have a draw between the game of our tournament leader, Nodibek Abdusatorov, and Wesley So. The game between Magnus Carlsen and Prague is still continuing. We have some more draws along the way. Actually, not very many draws. Very exciting round. A draw between Wesley and Nodibek, and a draw between Fabi and Vincent. And a couple of results we did not really expect when we went on break, because this game is now finished. And Dinglirin just resigned against Richard Rapport here. Not really a huge surprise, because there was a massive swing in the run-up to the first time control. We should probably start from here. And as we were discussing with David on the break, we left the move g5 sort of uncommented on. But in fact, now that you look at this position, I think you pretty much always choose g6 over g5, because you do want white not to have any pawns on the king side, right?
Yeah, in hindsight, it's really useful to take away the f5 square from a knight as well, just to force the issue. We can say that this was very much influenced by the kind of clock situation. Ding didn't have too much time left, but yeah, g5 looked to be at least the beginning of the downward spiral. A few mistakes came after this.
It was still fine, but after rook h2, you constantly have to worry about your pawn on h6 being perhaps somewhat vulnerable. I'm sure he was planning to play king e6 and he thought it was completely fine, but that was met by rook e2. And this situation is already quite problematic for black. This already does not have an easy solution. But I guess maybe all of this was based on a miscalculation, because Ding quite quickly played bishop f3 and knight takes h5, which looks fine for a second, I suppose. And then Richard just blitzed out knight g4 check. And it turns out that the problem for black isn't the knight on h5. It's actually the bishop on f3. Which, after, for instance, king e6, which was played in the game, knight f5 and knight e5, is being forked together with the rook on d7, and black has no a-tempo ways of meeting this threat at all. Ding did wait until move 40, he played g4, but here, I guess after g3, what's the cleanest? Something like rook g1 and then knight h4, probably.
Yeah, something along these lines.
Just take on g2, and the g-pawn doesn't seem like it passes very far from this square. h6 is also about to be picked up. So I really don't think this is any kind of a surprise or a mistake that Ding just resigned here. Position does look utterly hopeless. And another game which could have been a draw but wasn't was this victory by Parham over Arjun Erigaisi. A very exciting Grunfeld, which I think was very well played as well until both of them had no time.
Yeah,
and then a position like this becomes very difficult to play when you have like 2 minutes for 10 moves.
Yeah, impossible for humans to navigate this type of mess.
And it ended up with Parham calculating his way out of it cleaner than Arjun. We left it somewhere here, where this very cute little tactic of d7, abandoning what for much of the game was your single most important trump, your passer on d6, to create what pretty much is an unstoppable threat of rook h4. And in order to stop it, Arjun had to liquidate into a rook down endgame, which he was never really very likely to save. This leaves us with the following games still running in the Masters. Jordan is playing against Anish. Gukesh actually got the king out. Gukesh is playing a pawn-up ending against Levon, in which you assume draw is still favored over everything else, but these are notoriously quite tricky.
Yeah.
And also, of course, a very, very important game for our tournament, Magnus trying to win this queen ending against Prague, which, just as we were going on break, first of all, Prague chose here to go c2 and not rook takes c5, which in itself is quite a remarkable decision, having 5 minutes on the clock. And then both of them very, very cleanly found the absolute best line of the position, which starts with b4, and then Magnus just allows Black to get a second queen to create mating threats. And in this position, the only way forward is to give one of your queens away and then pick up the rook on e5 with check. Magnus didn't play a4, which I thought was kind of a logical move to immediately start doing something. Instead, he played queen e8 here. I guess taking some squares under control and also indirectly protecting the pawn. Actually, that's not true. That's not what the point is, right? We're also keeping in touch with the f7 pawn. Although what I said might also be true. I was going to make an argument that the point of the move is queen e4 check here, which honestly it might be, because I think the a-pawn queens here.
That's very, very clever.
I think the a-pawn actually does queen here, so maybe I wasn't even lying all that much to our viewers.
Too slow for Black.
Yeah, but of course, queen takes f7 is also pretty good here, winning the entire king side with check, so nobody does that. Prague played queen f1 check. The king went forward, king g7, check, king g8, check, king g7. Interesting that Magnus actually chooses to make a quiet move with the king on g7 and not on g8. I guess he values having a check from e5 quite a lot for the future.
Some cross checks, maybe.
Queen g3. And here Prague, I guess, looked for a while for something clean, for, I don't know, a way not to allow the king to get to b6 or something like that. Realized those options don't seem to exist, and just took on h5.
Fair enough.
Which seems logical, yeah. Seems logical, and now it becomes a race, because I'm pretty sure White will be able to generate a passer either on the A or on the B file. Probably you don't waste time trying to actually win the a6 pawn, because Black just wants to play queen e2 and start pushing his own passers.
Yeah.
And you want to be the first one with your passer on the third, so to speak. And I don't think you care if you have one or two.
Yeah, so that makes an argument for a4, maybe queen d3. I'm not sure which way we go to try and create a pass pawn. I was interested during the break, Peter. Prague quite quickly played king g7 a few moves back after queen f1 check, king d4. He didn't really look for checks here, but I was wondering if queen f2 here, and how does White run without allowing the g pawn to drop with a check?
Whoa, that is d3 maybe?
d3,
but then f1, I suppose.
Queen f1, yeah. And then
c3.
We had this position already, but now c1 maybe?
Yeah, c1, and the important check is this one, right?
And f1, yeah.
This is the important check, because after king c5.
Oh wait. C5,
no, this is a different. This is a different position. Yeah, this is a different position. So it gets to b3, and
maybe
then
there was nothing.
Oh no, hang on. Oh no, but then we allow a4, a5, which we probably don't want to be allowing all that much. I was wondering if this is clever, because I had some idea here. Yeah, queen c2 and then queen f2, and we've gotten back to what we want. But b1 does allow a4, a5, which I'm pretty sure we want to stop. So yeah, king 7 probably is understandable. The thing to say about the current position is sort of twofold. A, of course, it's a draw with perfect play. And B, in practical terms, I think White is easier to play, and I don't know how assured we can be that this ends in a draw. Probably not very at all.
Yeah. This one could go for a long time. Queen endings are notoriously tricky. Black could be defending for a while with lots of checks later. Queen e5.
Queen e5 check played, and king g8 really the only move that makes any sense, even optically. Like everything else allows White additional options, which you absolutely don't want to do. Like if you play, let's say if you play king h7, at the very least you're allowing queen e4 check and then king b6, and this looks like a good square. It stops queen g6 check. It stops many other sources of counterplay. So, like, why? Yeah, just very simply, why would you? King g8 Black is still fine, and
here we're expecting maybe a4.
A4, queen d1, and then maybe even the immediate b5 or
b5, queen takes a4. Do we?
And then we want to find a good square for the queen and go b6. Like maybe queen b8, king g7, b6, and like try to get it to,
but with
a7.
The queen on b8, it feels like there might be a perpetual.
Yeah, it looks like this is probably a draw, and maybe not even a difficult one. But you can also imagine, like weirdly, I see no way to stop king d6 from happening.
But again, maybe we could hit the g2 pawn. So anytime you go to b7, I take on g2 with a check, and black starts racing 2. I don't know if that's relevant. Queen c2 check, for example.
Yeah. So like d2 queen here, d2. C7, c2. But my point is, a7 is but then it's impossible to push, right? This is exactly your argument. Like we play queen f2 here.
Queen f2.
And we start running with our own.
I think even without black's af, maybe even all the black ones.
No, in fact, as white, I'm very happy this one is there.
Yeah.
Because it limits the checks wonderfully well for us. And this really, the presence of the pawn on a6 is the only reason I think white has any winning chances here. Yeah. Otherwise, I would feel that it's time to really pull the plug and find an immediate draw somewhere. But yeah,
unless white can park a queen on c6 and play king a8, it takes a while to arrange. It feels.
Yeah, people are saying king c6, queen f4, but we cannot give a check. Like this is exactly what I was talking about. We would like to give a check from such a square that after king d6 we have a check from this diagonal. But I don't think it exists. Because the pawn on g2 is still alive, so we cannot play queen c2 h2 here, unfortunately. That would have been strong.
That would have been nice.
Yeah, that would have been quite strong.
Yeah, it feels, as you say, should be a draw, but white is definitely the one asking questions in any of these races. It's maximum perpetual for Prague.
And in the meantime, just an update on the challengers. A bunch of results already happened. As we told our viewers, Donchenko won a very facile victory today with the black pieces against Thomas Bertsen. By the way, what is your feeling as a native speaker about the words won a victory?
Won a victory.
I used to think this is not the thing. Like I had this discussion at some point with other people who pretend they speak English but don't really. It always felt to me like this shouldn't be the way you speak English, but it very much I think is accepted as something that is exists in literature.
Yeah, scored a victory sounds better. Or
yeah, like I would use pretty much any other verb, even though I just didn't, and this is why I'm asking you this question. But I sort of conditioned myself to hate it less.
Yeah,
but it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right. I would prefer pretty much any other verb.
I think in verbal, spoken English, anything goes pretty much these days. It's such a universal language. Everyone's got their own spin. But in written, formal, maybe you would look
the victory.
Victor
the victory is says chat. Yeah. And Mustafa Yilmaz did come, like he had a very promising position out of the opening. I think we saw something like this, and we saw Engine liking it for white. But then there was a kind of I will continue using the words I don't know the meaning of and also don't know how to pronounce. There was a very, very swift denouement. Yeah. Because Yilmaz took on h7, which looks very attractive if you consider that g6 probably loses to h5 straight away. But should be found a very nice way to start counterplay immediately. Takes, rook takes c3. Very nice little move. bc, knight c4. Now all kinds of forks are being threatened. And the bishop on h7 is sort of stuck. And black is also bringing everything to the queen's side. And it turned out that it's very difficult to control. Black immediately won some material back. And somewhere here, draw was agreed. Position looks just completely unclear. In fact, maybe black is doing very well after queen a5, h5, rook e8 or something. You can definitely imagine black doing, having enough here to even maybe dream of advantage. So perhaps it's a good decision by Mustafa here to kind of cut his losses and offer a draw. But it also means that Donchenko wins the all-important first place in the challengers with a round to spare, because in the challengers there are no tie breaks. And he has beaten Yilmaz in their previous head-to-head.
Yeah, so even if they share the prize, share the money, if somehow Donchenko loses his last round, Yilmaz wins, then Donchenko gets that golden ticket to the Masters next year, and that's the only thing they'll be caring about.
Absolutely, and yeah, that very much simplifies our coverage of both today and tomorrow, because there are still, of course, games being played. There are 2 games still running. Irvin is a bit better against Adiban. Adiban playing a very un-Adibani type game today, just kind of got a very passive position out of the opening and is defending it kind of solidly. And Mishra is much better against Jorgos Pehac, where White has 3 for the piece and very active rook. Weakness on a7, looks borderline winning, frankly.
Yeah,
but with the tournament effectively over, we'll be paying, I think, somewhat less attention to the challengers from now on, because the Masters is still very open.
Yeah, especially if Magnus wins. If Manish, at this point, we think he's going to avoid defeat. If he does survive, then anything is possible still tomorrow. Could see a massive playoff first prize. And where should we focus our attentions then, Peter?
I don't know. I don't know. It feels like let's talk about what happened in Anish's game after the time control, because we left it here and we assumed Jordan will be thinking for quite a bit. He did spend some time playing a5, but a5 looked very logical. King g7, and here we were expecting bishop d5 e6. Instead, Jordan played king f4, allowing black to play rook a3. I don't think I like this very much, because rook a3 is a clever little move, making it actually very difficult for you to push, because your bishop is now somewhat rooted to the protection of the pawn on e3.
Yeah. And he somehow managed to push, but it came at the detriment of his pieces, I guess. He had to put his bishop in an awkward square, rook on a slightly awkward square, in order to get his pawns rolling.
Yeah, and now after e4, Anish has given a check and played rook g2. I don't think he still has any reason to feel optimistic about his chances. For instance, after king f4, if you play something like a7, a5, allow rook d5, you immediately maybe start wondering, why have I done this? Because if that pawn crosses the e5 square, you will probably not enjoy the resulting positions. But you always have the backup of going rook f2 check and rook g2 back. So for the time being, it's probably Jordan who tries to figure out if he has anything stronger than king f4. He hasn't played king f4 yet. He, of course, would very much like to beat Anish again, even though he is not too much in the running for anything in this tournament. But I'm sure there are internal counts within the Dutch national team, and those games absolutely count double.
Yeah. Sorry if there's any sound for anyone, by the way. Just really hard hailstones have started crashing down against the windows. In case anyone hears anything, my apologies.
But weather in those 60 degrees longitude is quite exciting.
It's very refreshing, the weather. Not always in a good way.
But... people are asking about bishop e2. I think the biggest issue with bishop e2 is that I'm not really sure what we're trying to achieve. A5, I guess we can meet with rook a4, so it's not really much of a threat. But even if
rook e5 is one consideration,
like rook e5, you've also pinned yourself down a little bit by putting it on this square.
Unless the idea is to put the bishop on f3, king on f4, and then no checks, and somehow come around with the white rook. I don't know where we're going.
Yeah, but this looks rock solid, considering the fact that very likely the only check you will ever be giving is from the f8 square. And then black just goes king g7 and then back to f6. This doesn't really feel like you're trying to...
I wanted rook d7, but rook e7 guards very nicely.
That as well. Maybe you repurpose your pieces this way. You just put this one on e5. And with so much material gone, you can never really trade rooks and then play e5, because without the rooks on, this is nowhere near fast enough in the competition with the outside passer.
Bishop's on the wrong diagonal now.
Also, with the bishop on b3, maybe you could consider it occasionally, but not with the bishop on f3.
So do you think, other than bishop e2, is Jordan if he can't find anything, is he likely to just acquiesce to a repetition? King f4.
I mean, king f3 rook
f3.
d2 is another way to probably achieve the same result. Because like, what are you doing here? Yeah, I don't really see how he gets anywhere. I think much of the reason why this hasn't happened yet is, I mean, on some level, he must understand that he's missed a massive, massive chance today.
Yeah.
And also, what makes it even more unpleasant for him, I think, is he burned a very exciting novelty. If we go back to the opening, I don't know. Let me actually check. I don't know if it will provide me with conclusive results, but
whether h4 here,
yeah, whether h4 is already on. Yeah, h4 at least on a surface level, h4 already is a new idea, and h4 in connection specifically with this very exciting sequence where White just gives up a full exchange for what is just conceptual positional compensation, pretty much. When you play an idea like this, and you then outplay / out-prepare your opponent, and I'm pretty sure he knows he must have been close to or just straight up winning somewhere around here. And this is where it started going slightly off the rails for him when he didn't find or didn't I mean, surely he found it. It's impossible not to find the move rook c1, but misevaluated, I guess is the way to describe it. Misevaluated the move rook c1 here. So you're sitting there and you're asking yourself, why have I not won this game? Like, why?
Yeah. It's also really rare to catch a niche off guard. I mean, in the opening, how often do you see a niche surprised? So will feel like a missed opportunity. He plays on though.
Yeah,
no repetition.
King f3 and then rook d8, probably the only way to avoid immediate repetitions here. If you play king f3, you have to play rook d8 because otherwise you don't have much progress to talk of. Now the threat, I guess, is king e3 followed by maybe king d4 in some positions, or rook g8 and then rook f8 or something like this. What do we do about it with black?
Do we do anything about it?
Let's calculate a5. Yeah, let's ask the question if there's a threat or not. I think we go king e3. I assume it goes to g2. We go rook g8.
And
no, but this is actually like legit quite risky for White as well. Maybe a4, and then we go forward.
But maybe king d4 just to. Oh, but then
I have rook d7. I have rook d7. No way. You are running significant risks now.
Yeah.
Because I will always secure the e5 square for the king, and I'm continuing to push my passers. And okay, so what's the reply to a5 then?
Yeah, this would be the question Anish is asking himself as well. Firstly, if he does nothing, and if you do nothing, then why not a5? King e3, rook g2. Again, bishop e2 just feels so wrong, so slow. Don't really see what it does. I want to somehow just go after the a pawn, but I can't find a way to defend everything for White and then free up my rook to play rook a8.
Yeah.
I don't see it, Peter.
Yeah, I'm also very unsure. I will stop, or at least I will attempt to stop, but I briefly checked. The equilibrium has not been broken by rook d8. White is still fine. After a5, it goes king e3, and black somehow doesn't really play for a win here. Just like the machine thinks it's just sort of fine for everybody. Nothing dramatic has happened, but it definitely is. You have to respect the decision here to continue. Anish goes king e5, which is also a very logical decision, just immediately occupying the best square on the board, where you obviously want it to stick. You do allow rook d5 check, but then I think you're quite happy to just drop it back. You want to play rook e5 here, king f4, you can go rook f2 and rook g2 again. So this is interesting, though, because you've given White a look at the position with the rook on d5 instead of d4.
Yeah.
Which gives you some of those ideas. I mean, they cost you a very important pawn on g4, and e5 doesn't happen anyway, so maybe it's nothing.
Bishop e2, does this gain in power? But now rook e5. Maybe.
No, I mean, even this is a draw, right? Like
okay,
even this is a very, very simple. In fact, White should probably make it immediately before it kind of becomes awkward.
Yeah,
like maybe this, but Honestly, even there, like you get to h4 and go rook c1, yeah, or rook c, whatever.
Now rook d7.
Yeah, now rook d7, yeah. Yeah. No, this will be a draw, of course, but
maybe h5, yeah.
h5, yeah.
Yeah, draw.
Let's cut our losses here a little bit and
G8.
not allow any more of that silliness. Yeah, there maybe just isn't very much difference. Allowing the rook to sort of move from d4 to d5 with no loss of tempo.
It feels like this should peter out to a draw.
Yeah,
you've probably heard that a million times. Sorry.
This is probably not the first time. Yes.
Yeah, this one I quite like Anish's move. Actually, he's just saying, right, I'm going to give you a move. I'm going to give you a check, but nothing after that.
Yeah, you could maybe make an argument for c5, c6 as a kind of it's maybe a useful pass. And B, if you play a5, I will now have the option of, if I want to, trading it for g4, like rook a5, rook g4, and then a move, king d4 maybe. It also denies black checks from the d7 square, which could be something somewhere.
Is there any downside to playing c6? Because it feels like there might be some upsides.
No, I'm not laughing at your suggestions. Like Chat suggested your pun was Howell.
Oh, actually, I've heard a lot of puns on my name. I haven't heard that one before, so fair play. Yeah, I committed a howler. That's the normal one.
Yeah. Yeah, it really still feels that once Anish kind of assumed a reasonable semblance of control here, he will not let it go.
Yeah, he survived, and he'll be happy. He will still have a shot, even though, once again, we have to restate. And I mean, on the evidence of today, Jordan is absolutely no pushover. And even without evidence of today, like nobody in this tournament is a pushover. But Noribek will be half a point above the field. Yeah.
And he will have the white pieces against somebody who is not involved in, in that competition for the very top places. So he will be in a reasonably comfortable situation.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Magnus is doing something very ambitious. He's pushed his pawn to a5, so he started the race. Well, kind of started the race, and he's going to play b5 at the right time.
Yeah, you can play like queen g1 here, king d6. You can just take on g2. White goes b5, a b, a6.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah, and
close to promotion.
But the thing is, as we've established, the problem with this is, in particular, without the b pawn probably gets picked up. Like you can play queen a2 and pretty much force white to take on b5, and then because just finding a hiding spot for the white king will be very, very challenging. I suspect I can even maybe play g4, queen b8, king g7, like a7, and start giving checks here.
Yeah,
it would be extremely hard for me to believe this is not a draw. Like queen g2.
It's a pity we have to pick up the b5 pawn, because that would act as a nice shelter for the white king.
Yeah, but I don't see anything stronger.
Yeah,
like burning a few tempi to not do it just doesn't feel right.
So slow. Yeah,
b4, b3.
Yeah, maybe black wins.
Like you at some point you start wondering if you're pushing a little bit too hard and you're once again running actual risks of losing.
You can see on Magnus's body language, he's not feeling too confident about his chances.
Yeah.
How about after you were giving a check from g1?
I think g1 is a good square. I mean, you want to ask about queen d4, I suppose, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're still taking...
king b6 or b5, not sure which one. Maybe b5.
Yeah, hang on. King b6, but yeah, I don't think you want to give me time
actually
to play like g3, g4, g3.
I'm a bit slow.
Yeah, this is just very, very comfortable. Now I just play queen f2 next move or something, and time to give a perpetual, I think.
If there is one.
Time to find a perpetual and give a perpetual here. Bye-bye. So yeah, you play b5, but I guess a6.
Looks like I'm slightly quicker than the other.
No, this one looks much scarier, honestly. Much scarier.
Maybe you just defend from the front this time somehow, queen a8. I'm not sure if that's...
Queen b8. I guess we start giving checks now, yeah?
Yeah.
King a5. c7 exists, yeah, hang on.
I had a very similar endgame last year with black, also facing the white a pawn. I also had like a couple of kingside pawns, and it was a draw, even though I never got the chance to push the black pawns, which makes me think that this position should be just a dead draw, even if the pawn lands on a7.
It probably is, but you don't feel 100% confident of that evaluation, I suspect, in game. If you have to play it in game, you do feel like maybe I will misplace my queen and suddenly run out of checks. But yeah, this looks like it should be enough. Like I tried finding some magical squares, which after 3 dodges will stop the checks, and I'm failing utterly.
Yeah, I'm failing too. King a5, queen c7 should be a lot. Yeah.
People are asking why was a5 a better practical try than b5. I don't know. I think maybe Magnus didn't really like the idea in this position of playing queen b8 check, which appears to be the only way to actually save the b pawn. So you have to put the queen in front of your passer and allow something like this, and then like it takes an age to get to a7. Maybe you can even like start pushing, because b7 queen b6 is like an immediate draw, I'm pretty sure. So you maybe still have to run towards a7 to even create a threat.
But then black's quite quick as well.
Yeah, but then I get to a3, and who knows what this is.
Yeah, so a5 played, and queen g1, it makes sense to create for an extra pass.
Thinking. In terms of time, Magnus is playing much faster than Prague. Magnus somehow got here. This is move 54. When he played king d3, it was move 45, so it's 10 moves he made, and he spent barely 10 minutes. No, maybe he has no. He had more than the 50 to start with, so that's probably maybe 20 minutes past the time control, but still much faster than Prague. Which is good.
Such a complex endgame.
Which is good because I'm pretty sure clock pressure is definitely part of how he wins. If he wins, he needs to play faster than Prague. He needs to there will not be a time travel for Prague in this time control, but there probably will be in the next one. I'm pretty sure it lasts until the next one and sort of far into it.
Okay, so you're predicting past move 60, 70.
Yeah, I mean 60 is very far. So I mean very close, not very far.
Yeah,
we're 6 moves away, so they definitely get to the next one. But what I'm saying is the position will not be defined by move 60. There will still be plenty of checks to give. And you need Prague to not be able to get up from the board. You need for Prague to be absolutely tied to his chair, calculating, and you just blitz out your responses. That's really the only way you maybe win, because I don't know, but by move 72, Prague is on like 2 minutes. The position is still challenging, and he has been given no rest. And no respite. And
meanwhile, this one could be a race, but there's definitely a race between Gukesh and Aronian, because that rook endgame looks super sharp.
Yeah, it actually became very, very sharp, and maybe even good for white, right? Because somewhere here, the king somehow got from h2 to e4 in absolutely record time. Lev didn't even really have a chance to stop it. And then we got here, and Gukesh pushed f5. And Lev here felt compelled to actually trade this one for this one. I guess the king might be walking across. And also it's difficult to make moves. So he played rook g3, rook a4, h5. And now I assume we go rook a6 check. Very difficult for me to imagine playing anything else in this position, because dropping the king back and going gh looks, we lose this one.
Rook b3.
I guess the idea is rook b3, right?
Yeah, and the g-pawn runs.
So this is why he's thinking, because in the current position,
he's got rook b4.
Yeah, like if I don't give a check, I do have the rook b4 move. But then we have to play like this position, which is
who knows who's faster.
Such a mess. Yeah, I don't know if you can legit choose this one over the previous one.
Yeah, here computers probably say draw, but it's certainly a 3-result game again compared to Maybe the other one where, yes, it should be a draw, but you eliminate all risk with white. Here we would have to count like b4, g4, b5, who's quicker there.
Yeah.
Rook a7. Okay, makes sense.
Maybe because of
F6,
h6, a7 might be forcing king f6, but
okay.
Yeah.
And then we go at some point with the pawns.
Yeah, eventually it does become a very, very sharp race. And yeah, Gukesh, I think you've described the choice in front of Gukesh precisely. He knows that rook a6 probably doesn't win, but also never ever loses. Whereas GH, king h5, king f5, you can imagine this becoming double-edged. You can imagine a miscalculation actually costing you quite dear, but it probably is the only way to have legitimate winning chances. So it's kind of valuable anyway.
And from what we know of the young players these days, he'll play on. He'll take that risk. He's been kind of very high risk, high reward in some of his games, Gukesh. So I have a feeling he'll take on h5 after a bit of thought, but
yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but I'm probably also team GH here.
Yeah, GH5. Why not? And Jordan doesn't take the draw that was on offer. C6 on the board.
No.
Yeah, I'm liking all of these ambitious decisions from everyone. Just you're right, Peter. This round, especially, not just bloodthirsty in terms of decisive games, but packed full of intriguing moments, and we might get one or two more in this one. C6.
Yeah,
what
I don't know what the threat is. I think my issue is I still don't really understand what we want out of life. And
sometimes rook d7, not yet, but like if we can arrange it, maybe.
Yeah, the issue with that is I think we always have king f6 as a reply, right? Even if let's say I play something like rook h2, which looks absolutely ridiculous, but is somehow the top line on my screen right now.
For real, rook
h2. Which I fail to believe, but you know, reading is one of my most solid skills generally.
It's a good skill to have.
Yeah.
Read.
No, I guess the point I can understand the point. Now after rook d7, we throw in this. Forcing you to go to e2, and then we go king f6. And if you want to play e5, rook c7, this is a check.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
That's always a point.
Ridiculous.
Good Peter knows best.
Yeah. GH played very confidently by Gukesh, by the way. Yeah, we know how these young guys operate. They are kind of unafraid.
They're sharks. Yeah, they smell blood and they go for it.
Very unafraid.
Yeah, what other logical moves would Anish have? Rook h2, I've got to say, is difficult.
Even a5 is a draw, apparently. Like, he legitimately isn't worse. The question is just sort of how tricky it is, and it's difficult for me to judge from the lines because brain is also completely gone.
Yeah, and the lines get concrete, I guess, if one side takes a risk. I'm assuming it's white who takes the risks here. But yeah, a5 would be maybe top of my radar. Rook h2 just looks difficult. You're breaking the pin.
I don't think rook h2 really appears on the radar very much. Having said that, you don't have very many legal moves. Simply.
Yeah,
so maybe you don't simply to just give a check from h3. Have the option of giving a check from h3. Perhaps giving yourself the f4 square. Some very obscure things like that, but
he did just go to d2 though with his rook, so it would make an odd impression if he goes back the other direction to h2. So yeah, maybe a5.
This is still a position where you can definitely get a bit confused.
Yeah, like us, like me.
Very, very much like us. Yeah. For instance, I thought I realized what's happening here, and I thought maybe king f4 is clever, and then I wanted to go king e3, king d4,
rook g2.
Yeah, but even rook g2 and also rook a2, I got here, and I realized this is still not a threat. Like
take something.
Yeah, takes everything probably is a draw, and just passing is completely fine, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. Confusing. I think we are, at least for myself, I am kind of relegating myself to the watcher. I'm just going to be sitting here kind of calling the action more than explaining the action. I'm switching to I shall just call the action mode.
That's a good default setting to be in.
A5 chosen by Anish, by the way.
This one makes sense. If you see that you can't or you don't really want to move at least two of your major pieces, then then why not push a pass pawn, distract the white rook, and it does get much more concrete now. If it does go pawn hunting for the a pawn.
Yeah, king e3, and now
g2.
Actually, with the king on, you can go rook g2, but then after bishop e2, you no longer, because your king is on e5, you no longer have those very comfortable ways of giving up the exchange. Yeah, this is what he chooses. Bishop e2 absolutely required, but after bishop e2, somehow the engine actually sort of makes progress.
For white,
king f6, it goes bishop f3, rook c2, king f4, sets up this this setup, and after, let's say, a4, it goes here, forces king g7, goes to a8, rook c4, because allowing e4, e5 here is probably lethal. So it goes rook c4, and we've achieved at least this.
Okay, threats finally.
Yeah, and we're finally doing something like black. Eventually we arrive at some kind of position like this, which you have to assume is still a draw, but you probably still have to be kind of careful, right? Because
that's a bit stuck.
You don't want to blunder. You don't want to blunder and allow white to actually remove this blockade.
Yeah.
Sets up this setup is definitely worse than wins a victory. Your point is well taken, and you are correct, sir.
It's hard to find new words after talking for like 7 hours a day for 2 weeks.
Yeah. No, but I never mind those comments, because I do. I wanted to say I pride myself on not doing that, but since I've been doing that sort of nonstop for the last 10 minutes, that claim is difficult to support with evidence.
Yeah.
But I do feel that being called out for my English is very appropriate. Queen d4 chosen by Magnus. I assume we take. I assume we want our passers to be passers, right? We just go.
Yeah, we do a bit of counting, and then White's creating that pass pawn anyway, so we might as well create some counterplay.
And actually, for Prague now, maybe the way to go is just say mine is not slower. Just ignore whatever happens on the queen side, because it really isn't slower. It's on exactly the same rank.
Yeah.
Just get it to g2 and claim that you don't understand why you are the side making a draw here.
True. Maybe White's the one making a draw. So let's say I play a7. Where are you putting the black queen? Somewhere on the diagonal. I mean, b7 maybe actually.
Yeah, like
no, b7 now.
I think I play queen a8. It looks I play queen a8, and then you have to choose whether
I take the g pawn or
you can trade g4a, but then on a board as open as this, we should not be losing. Or you can play king b6 g2, and once again, like, this is a bit too far progressed for white to have any winning chances that I can see.
Yeah, so this is the moment. What happens if he does play maybe the most natural move and take on b5?
It's still a draw, yeah, but after a6, the computer does go queen a8 here. I don't know if we have to, if we can infer too much from the fact that the machine plays queen a8 on my screen, whether this is the only move or not. Let me ask. Queen a8 is a draw. Other things might lose.
Yeah.
Like I can't really understand how to read. Like when Sese starts giving those weird, equals or better signs instead of, like, it says 0, 0, 0, and then a kind of a sign in front of it, and gives a line in which white is a queen up. I don't know how to read that. Like a queen a8 here is best move, and the second line it gives is before a7 b3, queen d8 check, king g7, a8, queen c2 check, king b2, king b4 b2. And
this must be a mate for.
I mean, this has to be mate, right? There's no way this is not mate.
Like, yeah,
there's no way this is not mate, right?
Queen d8 or queen
like how is this not mate?
This not just win immediately.
This probably means then, if I understand what I see on my screen, that
queen f3.
You have to play queen a8.
Wow.
But then again, what else do you play? I think stopping a7 feels very, very logical. Forcing white to remove the pawn on b5 from the board also feels very logical, because it improves your checking capabilities greatly, I think, for the future. It's just, it kind of bothers me that I can't read the output.
And yeah, this one should be a draw. We'll leave Prag to look for g4. The longer he thinks, the more I think he'll play g4, actually, just because it is quite linear, again, that line. Oh, God, now I'm doing it linear line. Linear variation. But the race has really commenced between Gukesh and Aronian, because now it's 3 versus 1.
Yeah,
Lev
actually made a very interesting decision there, because after rook a7, I saw the engine was equalizing with king f6, but Lev said, yeah, we're not making a backward step here. And now he is threatening, I suppose.
Yeah, rook b3.
Rook b3. But we can go rook f2 and start pushing the a pawn, maybe.
That was my fear, that White would somehow delay giving up his rook for the g pawn long enough to start rolling with the a and b. But how do we roll with them? King c4 as well comes into consideration sometimes, just to
for some obscure reason, by far the best move in this position is rook f1 and not rook f2. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can sort of relate to the idea of keeping the rook on the back rank, so that you no longer have to solve those potentially difficult issues of how to stop the pawn if it gets there. Like rook f2, maybe rook g1 is just very strong for some reason with g3, g2 ideas, and you might never actually get back to that setup.
The rook parks itself on like d2.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand. Like just play rook d2 here preemptively and start pushing.
Unless White can't push enough or something, maybe the black rook goes after one of White's pawns at the right move.
We'll watch, because I think this one is more clear cut. And yeah, Prag does, I think, very correctly. You do want activity more than you want like some kind of an innate belief that you will give a perpetual to this king, even though you probably will. But like you'd much rather have a pawn on g2 here. That will feel a lot better if you have a pawn on g2 here. So he plays g4. Magnus now has to choose between ba and b6. I don't know what the difference necessarily is. I guess both of them should be.
b6 feels inherently a bit more risky. Somehow. I'm not sure what
so you do something like this and you pretend. I don't know how you pretend, though. Like, what if I play queen f2 here? Queen g4. And then b7 maybe. And with queen f2 is probably not right. Yeah, I'm worried about b7, right? Because g2, b8, there's a mate on g8. I can't really do that.
I was hoping that I'd have some checks and then cover the b file and then push g2, but I'm not sure how.
Yeah. Although, what you're describing probably should be manageable, right? Like go queen d2, c2.
Yeah.
I don't know, b2, and then play g3, g2 here. Should be a draw, right? Should still be a draw.
Bit of calculation, but should still. Yeah. What would you play here? BA or?
I think I'm sort of a little bit too much of a chicken to not, take stuff with, while also advancing my passers. Like BA does feel a bit more natural, but if b6 is tricky, like you have to try and figure out which one is trickier for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to assess that properly. It's kind of a very weird equation. In queen endings in particular, like they all seem like the problems for Prag will always be exactly the same. They will be not losing his mind, calculating cleanly, not missing some weird intricacies somewhere. But yeah, how do you determine which one is a better try in that respect?
It's pure calculation, I guess. The reason I say b6 is risky because if somehow we trade the g pawn for White's b pawn there, then black's just 2 up. But at least with ba, I'm sure one pass pawn. Was that a high five, Peter?
It was like he's not doing it right, but today has been a challenging day for him, so I'm not really demanding a proper high five. Is here, over here. Yep. Here.
Did Joyce get his walk yesterday after the slightly earlier finish?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This one is. We need some help from someone, whether it's Sessi, Stockfish, or Joyce. For these endgames, all of them actually, they're really complicated, especially the 2 race positions.
Yeah, I think Anish's position is still fairly controlled.
Yeah.
What do you want?
What happens if white goes for the a pawn? Are we simplifying into that rook endgame? Most likely, right? Rook a8. We take on e2.
Yeah, I think we should probably be okay just taking on e2, taking on e4, playing, I don't know, rook c4 here.
C4.
Yeah, we should not be losing this position at all. Yeah, it just doesn't really seem very problematic. Rook a5,
G8.
maybe even king g5, honestly. And just go after this one. Yeah, it looks like Anish will probably manage from here.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Peter, that you know how to read. Do we know how to count? Because counting is one of my least favorite things in chess. And the other endgame, Kukesh, can you start counting already? A4?
King c4, king c4 wasn't the best, but king takes h5 was also apparently a throw. Maybe I don't know. It's yeah. I'm not going to pretend I understand this endgame.
Yeah.
The evaluation just not bottomed out, but definitely dropped between king c4 and king takes h5. But I don't really understand why. I think maybe rook f3 was for some reason slightly more precise, but I will not even attempt to work out why that would be and what the current evaluation is.
Rook f3. Could I take that? Oh, wait.
Hang on.
Take.
And king d3.
King d3, you have to go forward.
Yeah, we go whichever, like king f4, I guess, yeah. h6, king g3, h7, f2. I guess the engine knows this is a draw somehow.
Well, humans, you never go for this.
Yeah, like I guess it's just very convinced the king never reaches a2. Which, yeah, I don't think any human being ever decides to try to prove that in a real game. And yeah, now after king h5, a4, once again you have to play rook f3. Here I think it's more understandable because that very same pawn ending, if it even is a pawn ending, is going to be, I mean, queen ending. Yeah, it is. Oh no, white just loses. White just loses. Yeah, white just loses. Yeah, so you have to play rook f3 and then
rook g or h7.
Yeah, h7, h1 is what it suggests. But also now the gulf between the first line and everything else is so big that maybe we can reasonably confidently pronounce that if not rook f3, Gukesh will be winning. Yeah, maybe he doesn't win, but he will be mathematically winning. So yeah, rook f3, and then if you go rook h7, rook h1, it goes rook f4 check, and it gets kind of weird. Because it basically, I think it starts trying to force the king away from the pawn so that they cannot be connected by b2, b4. So the main line currently goes like rook f4, rook f5. If it goes forward, we continue giving checks, so there's no hiding place. It has to go back to a3.
Okay.
And then we go g3. And this one, I guess you hold, but like you wouldn't be very confident making that pronouncement, I think, in real time. Yeah, king g5 losing, actually, king g5 probably gives white a tempo to do something clever, so it's actually king g6, not king g5.
Well,
and then the words I said.
That's not obvious, king g6, because it feels like you want to support your g pawn with the king.
Yeah, but then I guess the point is that probably allows like before, or a5 and then before. Maybe a5 is stronger. Yeah, a5, and then the king hides here, and like this entire construction crosses the fourth much easier.
Yeah, so
and then all of your positions become lost. Yeah.
You have to give checks b4. It's too late.
Yeah, rook f3 played. So at least Levon solves the first part of the equation correctly.
Yeah. And check makes sense here, actually, because rook g7, g3 threatens rook f4 check.
Oh, yeah. That is very relevant. Now you can't even play a5 because you immediately run into this. And do you? I mean, you do, but how bad is this?
Oh, but rook a4 also comes, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Some positions.
So, but if I go forward?
You go forward. Do I keep checking you?
Oh, yeah, you probably continue checking and you only do it on a good square, right? So you check.
You have to go forward, I guess? Or do you go back? You go forward again. Oh, but now rook g6, rook h.
Yeah, we have rook h6 as well, yeah. Very confusing. Yeah, rook h7 check played, and now we, once again, with the help of chat, we know, king c6 blitzed out. Lev is on point.
Yeah.
No free tempi for white here, king g6. You have to go back to h1. Rook h2 is basically just a worse version of the same. You have to drop back, and I'm assuming you have to give those checks to drive it back to a3, otherwise you're not going to No, like if you allow before an a5 here, it starts looking like you lost.
Yeah. And lucky for Lev, you don't go back to g6 unless you're connecting it with those checks. Otherwise, you need the king nearer the pawn.
Yep. Plenty of time for both. Actually, no, plenty of time for Lev, and not a lot of time for Gukesh. But for Gukesh, play also becomes fairly straightforward, and it's only 5 moves to the time control. A lot of things happened in Jordan's game, by the way.
Let's go there. Well, the rook is round.
So we saw it here. He played bishop f3, rook c2, king f4, fa4, and I think this is the position where we're playing rook h8, rook a8.
Yeah.
And he played rook g8 instead, which is also like seems like a very sensible idea. The current threat is e5, but yeah, I'm wondering if I can play a3.
Yeah, so
e5, rook e5, rook g6. I want to play king e7.
King
takes e5, a2. This is a check.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Because otherwise I would get mated, but this is a check.
Yeah. F6, king f8, and promote.
I think this wins, because this is, once again, this is a check. I will continue saying those words because I know they're true, and I like words that are true.
I was going to say, can you stop mates? But you can probably after bishop d5 check. And
I guess the way to go here would be to actually give a check from g6 and then go e5, because then bishop d5 will be a check. But then rook c4.
Rook c4,
Then rook c4 and rook e5. Have we lost?
I think we can take on h6 after king f7 at least and come back to h1.
Yeah, okay. So a3 played in the meantime. What's the time situation? Both of them have plenty,
Yeah, loads of time.
Yeah.
And I guess at the very least we can go back, right? We can
go Jake in chat says rook f8, rook a8 is still fine. Which is very funny. The amount of leeway you have here is quite remarkable. Yeah.
I wonder if white does go and take the h pawn, rook g6. It's more ambitious, but also super risky.
Let me ask.
a3, rook g6 check, king f7, rook takes h6.
Rook g6,
rook h1.
Rook g6 minus 2.5.
Oof.
Because we get here a2, you go rook h1, rook e8, rook a8, and despite white having the 3 and seemingly a lot of initiative, this somehow does not hold. Minus 2.5 probably is conclusive here.
Yeah.
Weirdly. Because your rook will be on a1 in a moment, and then like this one comes in by a4, a3, and so on, and rook b2, rook b1 becomes a threat. And the bishop is just not supporting the push urgently enough.
You can see how Jordan will get tempted by this, though. It looks like g5 or e5 or something here. Maybe e5, I don't know.
Yeah, e5 I think just straight up loses to rook takes e5. I think we've established that, and also
sorry, in that position, but yeah.
But you do have the usual bailout of just returning to this. If you go rook c3, I go e5, and this is okay.
Yeah, this is okay.
This one has just no squares ever, which is why we can afford to do all of these slightly outrageous things.
Yeah, and he did pull the brake before getting tempted by that other line, rook f8 check. Very sensible.
Yeah, you have to play king g7, rook f7, e5 check is just a straight up much worse version of the same, so no choice whatsoever for Anish here.
Yeah, he's just spending a few
this will happen. And after rook c3, e5, the heartless engine actually goes here and says it's a draw. Because rook a3, rook c5 first, and then h5.
And then h5, yeah. Rook a6, h5, yeah.
Rook a6, maybe even rook c4, honestly.
Yeah, actually.
Keeping everything completely under control, and then you can do it at your leisure.
Yeah, if the white rook's so passive, you can do anything. Wow. Still, both players playing well in the same game, gotta say.
It's kudos to Jordan for not trying to bail when he actually isn't in any danger, and keeping things reasonably well under control.
Is there a difference in this position? So a2,
e5, rook e8 is still a draw, but it's a kind of it's a slightly trickier one, I think.
Rook a7.
Rook a7, you have to give up on c7 with check. It plays rook c5, rook c7.
Well, he's played a2, Peter. Is rook e8 the only way after e5?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Anish, as either he's calculated that all in advance, or he's got another plan up his sleeve.
And
Must be rook e8.
it's kind of interesting because the way it draws here, eventually, in that line after rook e8, rook a7, eventually we end up in that endgame, which is quite famous. Like we get here, and eventually it gives up one of the rooks for the bishop and the pawn on c6.
Oh dear.
And we know this is a draw.
Yeah.
But very strong players have lost that endgame.
I've lost it before, Peter.
I'm pretty sure I have as well, yeah.
Oh no, that's self-inflicted potential suffering for Anish. I worry for him suddenly.
Yeah, and so this is exactly the version of the 2 against 1 that you don't want to get, because I think the way to hold it, let's just set it up and try to explain what we're talking about to the viewers. So you get to this position, and I think the way to hold it, legit, is just put the rook on h1 very early on. Because the way you lose it is you allow king h4, king h5 somewhere, and if it lands there and you have no rook h1 check along the way, you do lose. Like, I'm pretty sure if white gets the king to h5 and the black rook is still on c6, there is no defense anymore, because rook e7, rook e6 will just happen.
Yeah.
And you can't stop it from happening. So the way to hold this is you just park the rook on h1, and you wait and you wait and you wait, and you have to allow like king f4, e5, f6 in some positions, and somehow this is still a draw.
Then you hide and check from the side.
Yeah, but it starts looking very, very hairy towards the end. So yeah, interesting choice there by Anish to not play rook c3, because I think rook c3 would have given him a larger degree of control with that rook takes f3 idea against e5.
Yeah,
I think that one was a much clearer draw if we compare those two positions.
It's almost zero suffering here if white plays e5, and if white doesn't play e5, then.
But what does white do?
Tempo.
Yeah, we can go king f6 back or something. Like we can chase the bishop. If the bishop goes along this diagonal, we can very easily just continue chasing it. Felt like felt like we had more control here. b2.
Maybe just keep chasing it rook c2.
Yeah, just keep attacking it. It doesn't really have good squares. As long as we don't allow it to get the g5, but we should be able not to allow it to get the g5 in most cases.
Bishop d3, rook c3, king e3 maybe.
Yeah, I mean bishop b1, but...
Or bishop b1.
Yeah.
I'm sure Jordan would have tried something like this rather than allow that rook engage.
No, but then rook c1, and if you go here, you kind of start shedding your central pawns, and that probably isn't very attractive.
Oh, that's true. Rook e1 check. Anish plays rook e8 instantly, but it's the next move that's maybe tricky after rook a7.
Yeah. King f8 probably also holds here. So not king f7, king f8, chat suggests is also fine. Even though like you have to continue thinking, like why is this okay after f6? Why is this okay after bishop d5?
Yeah, bishop d5 maybe then
rook c5. Yeah, let's start with f6 then. Check.
Maybe check and rook c5 if you go forward.
No, I think we pretty much always go bishop b4 anyway.
Always block. Yeah.
Rook c5 here.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6 though. Bishop g6. No, I mean it's
yeah, it's really scary.
Yeah, maybe we go rook c5 here. When there's no bishop g6 for white, but I mean rook a2, and whichever rook you take, rook a7, I still... Oh no, you have rook e5, rook e6, yeah. Rook h2.
Rook h2 as well is very rapid.
h2, yeah. Yeah, and somewhere here you just like panic, but there's no way back.
h5, g5, and might be gone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we made a bunch of mistakes showing you this line, but as an illustration of why it could be very, very dangerous, I think it serves quite well.
Yeah, it's only 4 or 5 moves from the current position, so
yeah,
anything could happen here, but it looks like it's all going.
Yeah, and also after king f8, also you have to calculate e6 as well, just like of securing this pawn, and then bishop d5 is a massive, massive threat. And this is somehow, this is somehow still a draw, but yeah, I don't know if we're very happy with this.
Yeah, I'm so surprised Anish blitzed a2, because there's no way anyone can kind of be 100% sure about these positions. There's so many options for White here especially.
Move 60, by the way. So, yeah, they will... Jordan will have an unbelievable amount of time for the last time control. I think this is maybe the biggest accumulated time reserve we've seen in this tournament for a player who reaches move 60. And it's honestly quite impressive considering how tricky all of these endgames were and how difficult the game was in the run-up to the first and the second time control.
Yeah.
Jordan is playing really well today.
Yeah, confident young man. And I think this is the moment Giri really should be spending all of his remaining time before move 60. Rook c5, like you said, king f8. You could maybe consider rook c4 check. But...
A very interesting suggestion here by the engine. It's like the third line on my screen, but maybe it's actually the most human one. A rook c4 check. This does force bishop b4.
Yep.
Now we go king f7 because rook c7, rook e7 actually queens the a pawn for us.
Okay.
And after rook a2, we go rook e d8, and we just go in with rook d4. And we generate significant activity suddenly. But how easy it is to decide to go for this? Because this also looks like if you miscalculated here, you probably just lose.
I would also argue that visually king f7 is difficult. It makes sense once you see that you can not take on c7 with check, but visually you're stepping onto a light square, you're kind of giving a pawn with check, allowing some pawn pushes.
In the meantime, Magnus did make a choice, and this is his choice. And queen a8 is strictly the only move here. But you don't really want to play anything else. Queen d8, a8 is a bit of a simple threat to allow, and king h7 just doesn't make much sense.
You ate to play it, but you have to play queen a8. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's that time of tournament when the cheesy puns come out. Queen a8 is automatic.
So queen a8 and the engine tries like getting the king over to h2, but I'm pretty sure we will be able to find some activity for it.
That's really clever, though, I've got to say.
Yeah, like it goes like this. Yeah, it goes king 6, king e5. But now we play queen c6 quite happily and start giving checks of our own. It's a draw. Like we know it's a draw.
Yeah. Once the pawn lands on g2, like all the tactics will work for black. I think Magnus, after queen a8, he will just try and capture this g pawn and hope that the white a pawn will.
Yeah, I think the human way to play this for a win, if there is a way to play this for a win, I think you just go queen g4, queen g3. You play like king b5 in this position, and you hope somehow that your opponent doesn't give you a perpetual immediately. But with the queen on g3, it really does feel like there has to be a perpetual simply.
Quite likely.
Yeah, black isn't even worse, I suspect, if you play f7, f5 here or something. But the bigger issue is that you just go queen b7 and you start giving checks, and they never run out.
Yeah. Hard to see this one continuing much beyond this check.
Yeah. King b6 also looks decent. Yeah, it looks decent, but then you don't really, like, how do you make any progress? For you to make progress here, you have to, I don't know, somehow play... I don't really understand how the construction looks like that gives you anything.
I don't see it either.
Yeah, like the queen has to stay in touch with the g1 square. Black has a queen on the 8 protected. Like maybe king c7, but queen d8 is not really a threat. I just go h5, h4, and so on. Like why am I supposed to be worse at all here as black?
This is one, I mean, this is not fully without risk for white either. Like if you miscalculate and get the queens off, then I mean, black promotes the g-pawn, the h-pawn's running.
Yeah, I guess you play something like queen b6, but there's no way you can actually force the king back to the 8th, right? I just stay on g7, h7 squares. There's no way you can create a threat of queen b8 check that I don't have an answer for. Queen b1, I go to g7, and I just stay on those two squares forever.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus might just play queen g4 and allow this draw to happen. Allow that perpetual check.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he pushed it as hard as he could. He avoided a number of forced draws, but here the attempts to continue, they don't really look like they have a very high expectation of success at all. Yeah,
minimal reward here to play on, I think. that race is really going with Kokesh and Aronian. I haven't counted yet after G3. Are we going to have to force ourselves, Peter, to play out the rest of this game? Because again, it should be quite a straight line towards the draw.
Yeah, seems to be okay. I think the point is, weirdly enough, Black is in time just to get... Yeah, Black wants to put the king somewhere on b7 and play rook g4 and g2. And if you play a5, we can actually run in that direction.
Yeah, and you're
because if a7, we just go rook f8, and then rook a8, and then g2. Although, yeah, this is another one of those where, like, I'm very scared. I sort of know this is a draw, right? But
yeah, this one is...
Yeah, well, this one is far... Yeah, this is far enough. Yeah, because we also force it back to b1 by frontal checks. And then we go like king d6, king c6, and so on. It's not cut off. Yeah, this is one of those which, like, you see in endgame books, positions like this where, like, some position like this, right?
Yeah.
And it says this is, like, the pawn gets to b4 on move 36 of this or something. I remember I saw some positions of that nature where...
on page 136.
What's that guy's name? There's the French theoretician / composer starts with sh.
Schubert.
No.
Chess composer.
Yeah. I mean, endgame theoretician and composer. Yeah.
Satirist Ventures. Oh no, not Sharon.
Sharon. Yeah, I think it is Sharon. Yeah.
Sharon.
And I remember I saw some positions like this in endgame books where, and then they give you like a sequence of absolutely indecipherable decisions, which end with you eventually starting to make progress somehow. Or
this one, I'm not sure with the king cut off 3 files, but if it's cut off 2 files, then we can allow the pawn to reach b4 and
yeah,
I'll just put my rook on b8.
Yeah, this is the issue for white, is that like this is a draw because the frontal checks are enough. As long as you, like, the important detail here is that I can't even set it up here, right? Because the rook isn't on d4.
Yeah.
What you're worried about here is,
say king e7.
Yeah, and you pass again. You make like a, let me lose a tempo again, like rook d5, king e6, rook d4, king e7, and now you might lose because the king is free to actually do this.
Yeah.
But as long as in that position you have
king e6,
king e6, king e5, knocking the rook off the d4 perch, this never works.
Yeah, and actually, if it's all shifted across one file to the C file, it's more difficult because the white king has more squares to run around the side to dodge the checks than the frontal stuff. Okay, he's played rook g1, so I think we will... Actually, this does gain a tempo compared to the line we showed.
Yeah.
So maybe it might become relevant.
Yeah, and once again, this is just such a study-like thing. Rook g4 loses now, I think.
Really?
Because what happens here is we go
need to count again.
we get it to b6.
King back.
Then we go rook c1.
G2, b7, and a5.
And then a5, g2, a6, and this somehow doesn't hold. This becomes a queen. I don't know why we chose d5 and not d6, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think
let's say d6.
But this...
we promote on b8 with check sometimes. So.
Yeah.
A5, G2.
Yeah, we have king b2 in the end there. It's just so disgusting, right? So I go a6, g1.
A7.
Yeah, we take, we go a7. And because I'm attacking your rook here, I get to play b7 here. This is absolutely disgusting. And he's played rook g4, by the way. So...
he didn't count.
Yeah, he is now probably losing to that study if Gukesh finds all of it. Rook f3 was a draw somehow.
Rook f3 and then
rook f3 was somehow a draw.
That is difficult, but with half an hour on the clock, he really should have paused and checked.
Yeah, I think with 30 minutes you check, but also in Levon's defense, I think it's like your hand just kind of doesn't let you play rook f3. It doesn't really belong on f3. Why is it on f3? And b4 wasn't played, and now we're back to being a very easy draw. So there was like a massive swing within 3 ply there. Rook g4 and Gukesh just blitzes out a5.
In Gukesh's defense, it is move 60 that he missed the win and he only had 1 minute. So
yeah, for Gukesh it's more understandable. And it's very unfortunate that this is not move 61 where he could have maybe paused. But the way it worked out, yeah, now he has no winning chances. I guess he'll play a6 and he'll try this.
Yeah.
But it really isn't very difficult at all.
Rook d3, and unfortunately, you get kicked back to b1.
Yeah, you can even start offering rook trades. Like in some position like this, you can force it to b1.
Yeah.
And like provoke b3, which is useful to limit the tempo you can burn and just go rook d6 here.
Yeah.
Just go rook d6 here. So yeah, Lev, I'm pretty sure holds from here, but he did. I don't know if he realized what happened there, but he did run maybe a lethal risk there. If Gukesh realized he needs to push the other one. Very difficult decision on a minute, though. Very hard to criticize.
It's like a coin flip, right? It's just heads or tails. It's one or the other. It's either b4 or a5, and it turns out that one of them draws, one of them wins. So it's just unlucky for Gukesh.
Yeah, and the usual litany of complaints about the quality of play of youngsters in endgames is now obviously happening in chats. But these are difficult endgames, and this is round 12, hour 6.5. You know, it's give them some slack.
Yeah, and it's not as if Lev played a perfect endgame. He's from a different generation, so it's not a generational thing. It's not an age thing. It's just difficult. Just genuinely difficult.
They are genuinely very difficult, and day in, day out, we get these study-like endgames. They're not really the ones that I think everyone in this tournament, like, we haven't seen like a single 4 against 3 on one side where like you defend it with your eyes closed and you don't really even worry all that much. We keep on getting these very obscure ones, which you absolutely can misplay as we're watching.
Yeah, and as we would too. Magnus playing on in his game.
But now there's a very wide choice. Like you can even ignore king f4, king g3. It's still a draw. Somehow.
If it gets to h2, then you start to worry as black.
Yeah,
because then queen b6, queen b8 is.
But I guess you just you play either queen g6 or queen f3 or something, and kind of force the issue of trading this for this.
Yeah,
queen f3 in particular, I think, is just a very solid choice. Just popping the question.
How does White actually arrange that a for g now? That exchange.
Well, you can go queen d8 a8, I think.
Yeah.
Just very simply because I don't think we can
just direct.
Yeah. Like the threats along the back rank are a little bit too strong for us to fool around. But we take and we go g1, and I guess Magnus goes for something like this actually. Yeah, you choose a good square in the center somewhere.
At least
like queen e4 check, and then maybe queen. It's difficult because like if you play a6, it feels like you just lose it to checks.
Yeah, maybe queen d5, the previous move.
Yeah, my hope was king g7 and we go queen d4, and then we get to play a discovered check.
Yeah,
but actually I've lost the pawn to f6 check, and then either check from here or check from here. I have actually managed to mislay my a pawn, and now I don't know if I have a draw.
King d5, queen g5, king e6, and draw.
Yeah, I still do. Yeah, I still do.
Just. But it's too late.
Yeah, queen f3 played in the meantime, and yeah, Magnus can continue doing nothing. Like black also has no threats, but yeah, the interesting one is what happens if a6, queen e2, let's say king f4. But I guess we just give a check from f1 first, and if you go to e5, now I will maybe even take on a6 and re-ask the question of why do you think you're better here?
Yeah, and Magnus needs to bail out now, otherwise it's too late.
Yeah, I think it's time to kind of accept the new reality on the board.
Yeah, I like the other line at least, kind of keeping the the backup a pawn.
King g7 is actually much stronger than king h7 because you still have to play a8 if you want to play on, and now in this position you don't start with a check at all. Yeah, like you don't actually have a check.
Do you lose a tempo compared
Yeah,
to...
I mean, a6 is still obviously just a draw because black, with the white pawn already on a6, white runs precisely zero risks. But
yeah, I don't know how you play it ambitiously, like queen d5, just centralize and then try and roll the king. But then the black h pawn starts rolling and another risk.
I think this one is shutting down. Magnus will look at this game with, I think, much regret.
Yes,
because it really did feel like somewhere around here, he just was sort of unimpressed with what Pragg was doing and kind of mentally checked out from looking for the best move. Because I think he missed knight f7 at such speed as well. Like he did it instantly. And rook f1 happened. Yeah, rook f1 happened pretty much in a blink of an eye. And yeah, normally he doesn't miss tactics like this, and it's just gone because after queen d7, I thought maybe the only chance is queen d7, but in this position we can even take with the pawn because d4 knight d4 is very, very painful.
Yeah.
No, he just wins from here. Like if knight f7 happens, I think he wins like 99 out of 100 times.
Yeah, there's nothing to misevaluate there. It's just he just didn't see it.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just straight up missed if it existed. And then I guess queen b3 was just weirdly much stronger than rook b3.
I have a feeling he saw this whole line and just underestimated bishop takes e5 for black.
Yeah, and then, but Pragg, honestly, from the moment Pragg found queen c7, you can find very, very little to criticize with the way he defended. It's like he was given this opportunity to continue the game because it really looked like after queen b3 he might lose without really making an active move anymore. And then he just calculated cleanly and precisely and played quickly, and just a very, very impressive feat of defensive resourcefulness.
Yeah, hasn't put a single foot wrong.
Queen d8 on the board. He's choosing between g7 and h7. There's no difference.
Yeah, g7 looks...
But just like no difference in terms of objective evaluation. But yeah, I think you pretty much always choose g7. There's no reason to choose anything else. G7 also really makes sure that he plays a8 because you can't really play queen d4 and lose to queen f6 check. Like you no longer have a choice, which is very useful in Pragg's position. Just making sure that you don't have to calculate any extra stuff. Was he offered a draw?
Yeah, it did look like Magnus is looking over at the score sheet. He was looking over at something.
King h7 chosen. Still a draw, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, weirdly, the engine goes queen c3 check here. And the response to queen c3 check in this position is for some reason queen d4.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh, because you promote.
We can play g1.
You cover all the checks.
We can play g1
beautiful.
after king f4.
Oh my god, I think we're going to see this.
I love this so much. Come on, queen c3 check. Come on.
Problem is queen e4 and it's still probably just a draw.
Yeah, no, this is still a draw, of course. But like, I want queen c3 check on the board now. I want Magnus to be like shaken a bit when he realizes g1 is coming and he has no checks.
This is what I meant earlier. The risk involved.
And he's pausing. He's pausing. Look,
he's gonna play it.
Come on.
He's not gonna take that queen.
Fantastic.
He's gonna play queen c3 for sure.
Whoa.
There we go, Peter. It's on the board.
This is so great.
And look at Magnus. He's panicking. He's like calculating before he's written his move down.
No, he's smirking as well. He's enjoying this. Magnus is enough of an artist to actually enjoy the fact that g1 is playable next move. This is great. This is really, really great.
Just so good, Pragg, gotta say.
Yeah. I mean, and this is somebody who is on a massive losing streak. Really not having a nice tournament at all.
Yeah.
And showing this. Yeah, Magnus will just play queen d4. It's still a dead draw. Like the h pawn is way too far. The a pawn is too close. You still give a perpetual here. Nothing changed. In reality, nothing really changed. But yes, playing king h7 with the intention of playing queen c3. I'm so impressed with the young man.
Yeah, look at Magnus. Really.
Just so impressed. Yeah, Magnus is, maybe he was smirking at some point. He really isn't smirking anymore. Yeah.
If he smirked, it's because he knows he missed it. Sometimes that's his attitude.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh yeah, well played. You got it. You caught me there." But yeah, he just needs to refocus and I think get that draw, get out of there now. Prague's shown more than once that he's matching him move for move, and queen d4 or maybe king d6.
Yeah, people are asking if queen d4 can be met by f6 check, but then you've like you can, but I don't think it changes anything. Okay, you want to. No, but this is the same. Like I can go queen to king d5 and then queen f3. I can play queen d4 check. We're not winning this.
Can I even meet queen d4 just for artistic value with g1? And queen d7.
Yeah.
Or like
you shouldn't, but you can if you want. Yeah.
How about g1, queen e4 check, king h8, and look at the queens. Like,
oh, hang on, have we lost?
Oh no, but wait, now we have lost. Okay, king g8. Sorry. This is I mean, nobody ever does this, but
yeah, king g8. Yeah, queen d4 played. Yeah, Magnus doesn't really want to. Like he's done now. He knows he shouldn't really fool around too much.
Yeah, I think we're racing towards the handshake now.
Yeah, Prague also knows this isn't a very, very obvious draw. So yeah, I don't think Prague will now pretend for too long.
Mm-hmm.
Like just go king c4, a6, a7. It's too close.
Yeah, way too close. And I think Kukesh against Aronian also is going to be a draw, but let's stick with this one for now until what I'm assuming is going to be a handshake. Yeah, just all the checks.
Mm.
Okay, Magnus gets up. Not ready to get out of here yet. Yeah, what a game this one has been. After Prague got one shot. So dramatic. Yeah, not all draws are equal. Some draws are very mundane. This one has been anything but.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gukesh's position is like so. And
K8 should. Although king d5.
You still have to pay some attention, I guess, right? Because king c6,
rook g3,
rook a8. Have I lost it yet, or no? I think this is still fine actually, because
rook.
Yeah, I think I've seen this before. You get here,
king b5.
No, hang on. Yeah, king b5, and now,
and you've saved it. Have you saved it?
I think so, because I have stalemates everywhere, right?
Yeah, king a5 check and take on b5.
Yeah, because those never actually connect. Yeah. Is there a cleaner way? The question here would be if this is a draw, right? But honestly, I'd prefer the other one.
Yeah, once you see the other one, it makes more sense.
Yeah, I really don't want this one, because this one might be lost because of how awkward my pieces are. Like, I legit think this might be lost.
Yeah, if the rook was anywhere other than a7, it's
put it on any other square and it's an immediate draw pretty much. But it is on a7, meaning that you're in trouble. And yeah, Levon just goes. He doesn't even go rook a8. He goes rook h8, just showing that he knows what he's doing. And after king a5, you go king b. Hang on, what? No, what? Rook g7, king a8.
This is the same.
b5, rook h5.
Yeah. Or specifically. Rook h7 maybe as well. Sorry, I'm in that mood today.
No, you're right. But rook h5, king a6, you don't do this, but you can still very much do this.
You have to check.
Yeah, you can still very much do this.
And yeah, we're going to get a handshake. There we go. Magnus against Prague. What a game.
No, fantastic game. Yeah, it definitely featured some mistakes in the early running. Prague maybe did not react to the opening novelty in the best fashion, found himself in a bit of a rut. And honestly, I want to kind of retract those statements, because in this entire game, the only two moves I want to criticize are bishop f5 and rook e8.
Yeah.
Because we know that black, for some reason, is not even worse after rook c8 here, because Sese told us so. And then after bishop f5, queen g1, already the position is difficult. You maybe just have to admit you were wrong and put it back. And rook e8 was pretty much losing to knight f7. We do know That is true.
Yeah.
But his reaction to bishop b4 was maybe not the most ambitious, but it was definitely sensible. And if this position is not worse, why should we be too sharply critical of what he's done in the run-up to it? And once this position appeared on the board, I think it was just perfect. He played it absolutely perfectly.
And he deserves a huge amount of praise in the context of the tournament situation on the back of, as you said earlier, that terrible run of form, and to kind of pull himself together in a difficult position when it looked like he was struggling, and then play pretty much 100% accuracy from then on to hold the draw was impressive. Yeah,
and apparently we missed a little bit of a sort of comic relief there, because Magnus apparently tried claiming a win by placing the kings on e4 and d5, but it did not fly for too long. But for a second there, he was winning on the demonstration board.
These top guys, they do anything for an extra amount of points.
Yeah, angle shooters, the whole lot of them.
And that means we're left with 2 last endgames.
Well, this one is not really too exciting, because we can even go rook a8, create a threat of rook takes a7. If you go king c4, I can give you a check and then go back. Like, this is not very difficult anymore.
Just hang tight for black. White has no plan.
Yeah, so we only really have this one, which we've left completely unattended for a while. After king f8, Jordan did play e6. And they repeated a couple of times. So I guess if you go rook f2, it's very much a draw offer, and the question becomes, can Anish maybe think of something more ambitious? In fact, rook f2, the engine gives white a slight advantage even, but maybe Jordan is just gaining time.
Yeah. What else can black try? The rook on e8 feels like it's tied down to stop f6. If you step forward with the black king, rook takes c7 comes with a check.
Yeah, so the only 2 moves here which don't lose are rook b8 and rook f2. But those are really the only 2 you can make, because like random moves along the second probably just allow bishop d5 and you lose your most important asset, so that is not great. And the other rook really has no other squares it wants to go to. And also you might probably lose to g5, king f6, which I guess should not be allowed for free.
Yeah, he'll play rook f2.
Yeah, I think you just repeat. Yeah,
rook b8. What's the idea if f6?
I have no idea.
It looks.
I have no idea.
It looks too.
I guess
scary
we give. I don't know.
Maybe it's just rook d6 maybe and pick up.
Oh yeah, probably rook d6, and suddenly we cannot protect the pawn on e6 because rook b5 check is coming in. But still, like king f. We have e8 square. Yeah. We can actually maybe afford to allow this.
Yeah, but even this looks scary somehow if you just take on a2 or check and then take on a2 maybe.
Sure. No, this seems completely illogical to allow this.
Yeah, so it's got to be.
Yeah.
Got to be rook f2.
Seems completely illogical. And then after rook f2, what's the winning attempt? Why isn't this just completely fine? You can actually win the pawn on a2. The engine goes king e3. Bishop b4,
d5.
And bishop d5. And it is only a draw. Well, it's only a manageable situation for black, because it gives you time to escape with the king to a much better square. But this is a mess.
Yeah.
This is a mess.
Anish just needs to play rook f2 and then react. Manageable mess. He does
react.
Yeah.
Remember I said Adiban is doing something very un-Adiban-like in defending a very passive position.
Has he gone back to pawn? Whoa, he's a pawn up?
White managed to mislay the d-pawn somehow. There was a d-pawn on the board at some point. I remember it distinctly.
Yeah.
There it is.
Around here.
There it is, yeah. And then like they shuffled and they shuffled and they shuffled, and then Erwin played c4, d5. And then it was gone.
Oh dear, d5 was just a big miscalculation.
I guess he just missed rook b6 and had to then adjust to the much changed circumstances.
Yeah,
kind of a bizarre miss by Erwin.
Yeah, he's had an up and down tournament, but yeah, it doesn't feel like he can hold the live position. Feels like black Adiban should be winning that one.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not more winning. According to the bar, like looks utterly winning.
Yeah, In practical terms, difficult.
Yeah, I guess just creating a passer is a bit problematic because you have this somewhat weird structure. By the way, is today the first round in about 7 rounds? We haven't had the Slav, because looking at the G7 and G6 pawns actually made me realize we've actually had 0 the Slavs.
Neither in the Masters or the Challengers sections. Wow. Yeah, I think you might be right, Peter.
Yeah.
Trends are changing. Fashion is goes with the wind. Jordan is playing for the win. He found that way to continue the game.
I think it was always likely that he was just trying to gain time. I also want to say that it looks like they have 9 and 5 minutes for the last time control, but I think neither of them have exceeded the previous one, so they will get 15 added to this. It's actually not 9 and 5, it's 24 and 20.
Yeah. Still some questions to answer. The other game that we see on the camera, Lev is ready to get out of there.
Yeah, just don't play Rook takes H7, Lev. Yeah, that would be unnecessary.
We can show why that loses after Rook A7. They take King A5, King B7, King B5, and opposition. Whoops.
But yeah, was never very likely.
Yeah, if your opponent plays Rook H7, it's unlikely that the trap will be a mystery. And there we go. It's a draw. Handshake and missed opportunity for Gukesh, but he did well putting the pressure on in that game.
He came very close to winning that very dry technical endgame, which honestly looked like it should be a draw from the beginning. And there was a very study-like, once again, to reintroduce the idea. I don't even want to investigate why Rook F3 doesn't lose, but apparently it doesn't. And after Rook G4, you have one pawn which is already on the 4th and the other one on the starting position. And A5 draws and B4 probably wins, because once you get to some kind of position like this, wherever the king chooses on the D file, we play Rook C1, we play B7, A5, A6, and we get to give up the rook for the G pawn, but then one of our pawns wins.
Yeah. That would have been extremely difficult. Seeing Rook C1 actually in advance, 4 or 5 moves in advance with 1 minute on the clock.
For instance, this variation where A7 followed by, and also very, very unlucky for black that the king is on A3 and not on any other square, because the rook gets hit at just the wrong moment and gives white time to play B7. Yeah. This being move 60 just kind of did for Gukesh here, because I think if he has 15 minutes here, he at least considers before. And then maybe he finds Rook C1, and if you realize how strong Rook C1 is there, I think it's possible that you play it. But on a minute.
Yeah, he's a great calculator. He would have found it most likely. But that's chess. That's the clock for you. Rook B2 from Anish. So now, was this the variation with Bishop D5, or does white wait?
I think you can play it, but I just don't think it does enough.
What else could white try here?
Yeah, Bishop D5, King E7, Bishop A2, and now I think both King D6 and King F6 are supposed to be fine, because with the king off the back rank, black will feel a lot more secure.
And I've got dark square blockade as well. You can start checking the white king sometimes. Yeah,
because now you probably never get the rook back to D7. Black will have something to
rook C2 or rook
say
G2.
About that. Yeah, rook C2, rook, even H5, rook H2 sometimes.
Yeah, should still hold. I like your rook C8 there in that variation. I was
it's not mine.
Rook E7. Oh, okay.
It really isn't mine. I'm
just stopping rook A8. If I
can't claim any credit.
That's impressive. I was going to say that's such a class. Rook C8. There's one final game. I know we're not focusing on the challengers too much, but there's one we didn't mention between the youngest GM Mishra and Yergus Behach.
Yeah,
is that a pawn promoting?
Yeah, it will. Hang on. After rook G8, what happens? Rook F6.
Maybe just rook F6.
Yeah. This actually looks more lost than the one with the queen. I think if you have to choose, you take on D6 here, play
94 or something.
94, King E6 or something. I like King E6 because currently there are no checks, but unfortunately after something like Bishop C5, checks will be forthcoming. It also looks lost, frankly. I think you lose material. If we could establish, like, if I were given time here to play like bishop b3, white, I don't know, for some reason passed for a whole move, and we could establish something like this, maybe we don't even lose.
Yeah, we might mate white as a mating net.
I mean, we can, we control g1, so maybe we don't lose with white either. But I just don't think we get there. I think our pieces are not. Maybe we start with bishop b3 actually.
Yeah, bishop b3 here. It's not so easy.
Yeah, I mean, the difference will be the king will actually get off the back rank, which will be a huge improvement. So even if we get a similar position, we'll get it like the king on f4, which is a massive, massive difference. But it's probably the best setup. Like, I don't know how we do things here with white. Maybe queen d8, you go bishop b4 check, and I go up and up and up. And I mean, eventually you probably lose your shape and you start dropping material, but you can maybe try. King e6. Yeah, king e6.
I just want to meet king advances with the check.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
King. Yeah, it does feel like you're not quite stable enough. There will be some mating threats, mating attack.
Yeah, it feels like eventually, like same position with the king on e1 maybe does hold, because we clearly here we need the support of the king to create the threat of bishop b5 check. But when we do create that threat, we are probably completely fine. King d4 played in Jordan's game, and weirdly, the only move the engine actually likes is king g7.
Ah, g7, not e7.
No.
So there must be a difference. If king, maybe
there are there are at least two other moves which don't lose, but
king e7 looks bad here because of king e5. You only have one check, and sorry, king e7 looks bad at least. King e5, rook b5, bishop d5, and suddenly all the checks are coming.
No, but rook d8 though.
F.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the point, because we need squares after f6, right? f6, king e8, and we've lost f7 and king f6.
Yeah.
And he played king g7.
Well played, Anish.
Whoa. No, this is some very, very impressive stuff demonstrated by really everybody today.
Yeah, everybody showing some really flashy chess. Really accurate chess as well. Now,
and to explain what the comparison is, if you go king e5 now, we give this check. We get here. And after rook c8, of course, we can go like king h8 or somewhere. And a1 will be winning. But after f6, compared to the previous position, we have the all-important g6 square, and white probably loses. So this is why this square is just so much better than e7, because you are not forced to drop that king back on the back rank.
I wonder what Jordan does now. Does he just take on c7 and go back? And that must be a draw again.
It is still a draw. Yeah, you can drive the king to g5 and then go rook a7, but then black becomes active. You get a check from d8. You can drive your king to b6, but then black just goes king f6, and I guess black just never allows you to play bishop d5 ever again.
Yeah, c7.
Just rook c8. It goes rook c8 and it's a draw.
Yeah, you just always block and you threaten to take, actually.
Yeah.
I was wondering, in the game position, can white try and be super clever and play g5 first after king g7, just to stop you getting to f6 if you take me? Now you can't go f6. But
yeah, I think this is probably the strongest attempt you have. And I wonder, because I can see on my screen that this is the best. I wonder if it's the only thing that draws, but it also is by far the most natural, because you don't want your king on the side. You definitely don't value your g pawn here anywhere near as much as you value not allowing, let's say, the king to hind on f7, on f6.
Yeah, it's trying to be super clever, but yeah, this looks quite straightforward for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anish really showing his grit and his defensive skills here. King g7.
And played quickly as well. I mean, obviously they're both, sitting down and working on their opponent's time as well. So he was probably expecting king d4 and was able to form an opinion. But still, lots of credit. Lots of credit to him.
Yeah, I think we'll see something along those lines. Taking on c7 makes more sense if you want to keep the game going, and Black just kind of chilling with the king on f6. Yeah, maybe a draw eventually, but Jordan can keep playing in those types of positions. Not sure how much risk is attached for white if you keep playing. Don't think any.
Probably none whatsoever. With the Black, our passers are a little bit too advanced.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that in most cases will be, let's say, as a completely made up variation, like something like this, is probably still completely safe.
Yeah.
Very hard for me to imagine this being worse for white.
Yeah, that should
despite I think this is still okay.
Mm-hmm. Rook c4.
We get in there somehow. Yeah,
okay,
like Rook h2, Rook g2, and
yeah. Probably it's just a repetition somehow. At some point.
You'll have to start taking some repetitions at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Like King h6. I can play e7 maybe.
But I can take and Rook e.
Yeah, but then it's a draw, I think, right? Like we get here.
Then you take and then King e7.
Yeah, and I go King e anything.
Or somewhere.
Just. No, there's an amazing amount of leeway when your king is on h6, and I have pawns such as these ones.
It's just amazing amount of really artistic ideas in all of these games. Yeah, and Jordan, okay, he's down to 2 minutes, but as you said, 15 to come.
Yeah, pretty sure these are fake 2 minutes.
Yeah. Again, I like how he's doing what all the top guys do, just push to the limits, just test the opponent to the max.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, this game could have been over a bunch of times after move 40 because really Jordan has played somewhat inaccurately in the run-up to the first time. Control lost most of his advantage. And had plenty of opportunities to kind of call it a day and stop pressing, but has taken precisely none of them. Continues playing on very, very nicely done. Yeah.
Peter, I hesitate to ask for predictions because so much could still happen. Assuming this game is a draw, Anish, do you think he was going to go all out tomorrow to try and catch up?
Yeah, we can actually start talking about tomorrow because this does look like a draw is massively favored. If we assume this is a draw, the standings before the tomorrow's round are once again exactly as they were, because there's been plenty of blood today, but all in the games between players who aren't in the mix. Nordebek has white against Jordan. Anish is, I can't remember things. He's white against Richard, who's had a bit of a resurgence, who's now actually on +1. He began after round 7, Richard was on -2. So he's had a kind of a reverse Prague.
Yeah.
-2 by round 7, +1 by round 12. So not an easy opponent for Anish at all, considering that he will feel sort of a lot better about life. And I think a reasonably content Richard Rapport is a very, very dangerous opponent for your last round, in particular if you have to play a must-win game, which I assume means taking maybe additional risks in the openings. And, although I don't know, with Anish, it's not that clear what his approach will be.
Yeah.
He definitely does have an edge over Richard in terms of opening knowledge. Maybe not as much as people might suspect, but definitely some. I think he needs to kind of go all in, right?
Yeah. It feels like scoring +3 and coming second is a great result, of course, but you would kind of put it all on the line just to have a shot at +4 in first place.
Yeah. If people react to those situations differently, it's difficult to know exactly how Anish will feel about this, because just sort of securing at least a tie for second is not bad, and it might not even be a tie for second because Wesley is black against Prague. a game that, at least on paper, has a very high likelihood of being a draw. And Magnus is black against Arjun, where, I mean, Magnus will definitely try. But Arjun with white has a very, very solid repertoire. And it's not that he will be, actively trying to make it into a non-game, but he just has a very solid non-gambly repertoire with the white pieces. So it's not going to be easy for Magnus to generate too much in the way of complications. So it's very possible that by making a draw tomorrow, Anish just secures clear second. But he's been second in this tournament before. That really,
times.
Yeah, he doesn't really need more. He's had enough of those.
How much risk do you think Abdussatorov will take if it gets to a position where he's playing Jordan tomorrow with white, where, for example, he can press, but it involves some risk, or take a safety first approach?
I think he will definitely try to be quite ambitious out of the opening. I think, if he has an idea against Jordan's repertoire, and Jordan is yet another player who I think lets you play, right? Jordan's repertoire with black it's not like it's all Berlin and Petrov and
that's true.
So I think he will definitely try something. But then if he has like a safe but somewhat uninspiring position out of the opening, he will definitely be keeping a close eye on what's happening in Anish's game, because I think in last round there's absolutely no stigma attached to being quite pragmatic.
Yeah.
we see it from all kinds of players. Magnus has become one of the most pragmatic players on the tour in that respect. Like, we see them take those types of decisions without blinking an eye, making short draws in last rounds of round robins, making short draws in last rounds of World Championship matches, even if he feels it's the right thing to do. So, but I still feel that Noribek will try. It's, I think, not in his nature not to try at all.
Yeah, and meanwhile, this variation you mentioned a bit earlier, it's all on the board. Rook d8 check, and
you have to choose a square for the king, but it really only wants to go forward if you're driven back. I don't think what you're trying to prove. And if we talk about the potential tiebreak, there was a question in chat that Noribek probably has an advantage over Anish on tiebreak. I mean, Noribek has been world champion in rapid, but Anish is also, I think, a very, very solid and a much improved rapid and blitz player. I think in such a short, like, it's a best of two followed by an Armageddon, I think.
Yes.
I don't think it... maybe they play a couple of best of two. Hang on. So
it might have changed from previous years. In the past, it was at least best of two in rapid.
No. It's actually very clearly specified. So a tie first place will be decided by 2 3+2 games. If still tied, the players keep playing single sudden death games where white gets 2.5 minutes and black gets 3 minutes until one side wins. So if that game is a draw, they just play another one with colors reversed. So it's just straight up blitz, and there's this quirky rule where there's no Armageddon, but there are Armageddon light kind of games. Hello, doggo.
I've never heard of that actually before. 2.5 versus 3.
What you want?
I wonder whether Joyce would approve. Like 2.5 versus 3 feels like advantage black. If anything, half a minute is priceless in blitz chess.
Yeah, 2.5. Yeah, I think. And this is the one we haven't really discussed with you yet. The whole, like, where do your preferences lie in Armageddons? And it also ties in a little bit with come on.
Not sure the viewers can see you, Peter. There we go. A black cloud entered the room.
Yeah, he's also, I think, about to start pressing keys on the keyboard. So if stuff suddenly just closes and I disappear off your screen, I apologize. I don't think he's mastered typing just yet. So in the classical 5 against 4 Armageddon, what are you taking if you are in that spot? Yeah, those arrows are not mine, by the way. Those arrows are very much the beasties. He wants to play rook d2 check and then back to b2, maybe.
That's impressive.
Somehow.
Okay. He understands.
And now we're suddenly watching a different game.
He knows where the drama is.
Yeah. Doggo is an agent of mayhem.
In the Armageddon, are we assuming there's no increment after move 61? I think my answer is the same either way.
Let's start from there. What's your opinion on the increment from the move 61?
Not a fan in general. I think it should be to the death or increment from the start. I'm inclined to always take white, Peter. I've always done, I think, apart from once throughout my career, and it's always or mostly served me well.
Yeah, I think this has become very much an established opinion. You see pretty much every single time you see people take white. I want to say my very first, but actually I still feel like maybe it's the only Armageddon I played in my life. If it turns out to be untrue, I will feel very silly. But I think, at least in recent times, my only Armageddon is the one I sort of regret the most, because I could become a world champion in a non-junior event in 2000, I believe, 6 in the World Blitz in Rishon-LeZion, where I chose black against my good friend Sasha Grishuk. And he looked at me very strangely and said, "Why did we flip even? I would have chosen white anyway." And then I decided to show off in a position which I would have drawn by a normal, very obvious move very easily. I decided to draw artistically, and that one actually lost, which was kind of unpleasant. And that was the closest I ever came to becoming a FIDE world champion in any discipline.
So far.
Yeah. Sincerity check right there. Yeah. Let's see how deeply you believe those things that you're saying right now. But I seem to be in the minority on the topic of the increment after move 60, because I'm not a huge fan of pieces being dropped and
this is the downside.
those types of things, which do eventually, I think, start happening if you don't have the increment. I understand that it's not a proper Armageddon if you get this kind of a safety valve at the end, but it also devolves into something which is, I hate the expression, but really not quite chess, perhaps. If you don't have it. But I do know that I appear to be in the minority. I think I know more people who don't like it than people who like it. From the limited conversations I've had on the topic over the years.
Yeah. There has been a trend, though, I've noticed in certain tournaments, especially rapid tournaments online, especially online, where kind of mouse skills are quicker than physical hand movements of players choosing black, just having the draw odds they quite like. But over the board, it's harder when each move matters and you can't guarantee you'll even make 60 moves. Meanwhile, some stuff is happening on the board.
Yeah, not particularly inspiring stuff for Jordan. Both Rook C8 and Rook D6 actually win the C pawn now. Probably. Yeah.
C for A.
Yeah, and you have to play some position like this where black, I think, is now entirely safe. The blockade is very, very solid, but you're also not losing any material straight away. Yeah, Rook D6 chosen, it's exactly the same position anyways. It's all the same.
Yep. And then which way is black going in that final position? Is there any risk for white if black can, for example,
I think maybe there is some, like if you go... I think the issue is if you go along the second, maybe E7 becomes playable, right?
Rook C8.
And now...
Something clever.
Something clever. This way comes... What doesn't come as the case, maybe? I don't know, Rook A6.
Okay, that could be clever. It looks like it should be clever.
I have no idea if it works, but yeah, that was sort of my idea to just...
Rook takes
you don't actually threaten to take, so... You can probably take it with check, yeah.
Oh, but then you go back.
Well, maybe I can go back, but my idea was actually to go forward. I thought I can actually do it this way.
Yeah, let's not
let I blundered Rook C2, Rook E2, though.
But then Rook G6.
Yeah, but you have to calculate. Like if you go for that, maybe you lose, right? Because I will play F6 here.
Yeah, that's...
And this looks like one of them actually costs you. Like it becomes a queen. Yeah, I think it becomes a queen, and you might lose. So yeah, I wouldn't be fooling around too much here. It doesn't really look like such a great idea. So you play, I don't know, Rook E1 or Rook E5 or what have you. But then white probably stabilizes.
don't like the idea of I don't want to stay on g2 just because I'm picking up pawns. I just kind of want to keep you pinned on the second rank. But yeah, rook e5 looks like the sane choice.
Yeah.
There's no chance we'll see rook and bishop versus rook, right?
Yeah.
Could we see rook and bishop versus rook, like king d4? I don't know how I'm going to arrange this. Just rook e2 probably, or king f4. Yeah,
I mean, you start getting pushed toward the queens. Like, this is definitely more comfortable to play for black, and
yeah.
And the moves I see on my screen, like the engine very much likes rook a4 here, but I suspect it's not the only thing that works. But when you start seeing stuff like this on your screen, you start wondering if maybe, you know, some draw along the way, maybe if there was a comfortable one around move 60-ish, rather than playing this position, was the wiser choice.
Yeah.
I think for the first time in this game, really, we have like maybe a low double digits prospect of Anish winning this. Maybe high single digits. I don't know exactly how to.
Somewhere between there feels appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, he plays rook h2.
He's gone rook h2. Yeah, e7 does make a draw, as does the move bishop b1, which is maybe slightly more understandable, although hard to say.
Yeah, it also doesn't feel that natural to drop back.
Yeah, and talking about the amount of leeway White has, currently on my screen,
you can give it.
This position is the draw,
and
rook c8, we just go king d5.
Just run. Wow.
It's like I guess we go to like, how is this a draw exactly? Why is this a draw?
Rook e3. Sorry.
This makes no sense. Okay, maybe not rook c8. It goes rook b8. After rook c8, I guess we do something else. I don't know what. This is bizarre. Like, how is this a draw exactly?
Never gonna happen. Maybe still.
No, of course not. Yeah, but like the fact that this apparently still holds somehow is
king d5 or king e5. I'm not sure. King d5 there.
Yeah, maybe I don't like allowing king f6.
Yeah, okay, king e5.
Yeah, let's go king e5. Rook b6, and now we do something like
rook
solid. Yeah, rook d2 or something. Yeah.
Rook e8, rook e8, rook d7,
we've maybe lost it now.
Feels like it must be lost.
And now I know nicely timed h5 probably wins. Yeah, it does look like it wins. Gh king h5, and now if I allow king g5 back, rook b5 check will become a threat. And this also doesn't really look very promising in terms of making a draw.
Yeah, nobody gambles on this.
No.
Jordan never plays bishop b3.
No, bishop b1 is playable. e7 is, I think, the most playable move here is e7, and after rook c8, I think both rook a6 and also rook a7 is the engine choice. Just creating a threat of bishop a4.
Yeah.
Arguably, maybe this is the most natural way to make this draw. Bishop a4 is now a very strong threat. Rook h3, king d4 does absolutely nothing. And black is, I think, relegated to just taking on c2. And this, of course, I can even throw in rook g7 check.
Well, that's, potentially important. Otherwise, black might get a bit ambitious. But
not really.
Probably not.
Not really.
Yeah, just f6. He has played e7, which is the most natural, but also maybe the safest approach.
Yeah, I think you, at this point, you do want to make sure shenanigans kind of don't continue.
And ASAP,
Yeah. Shenanigans will continue until the morale improves. And a very cute position here, because I think we can take on f5.
Whoa. That's nice.
I think we can take on f5. Let's just find a good square like h2, I guess.
Bishop on d4 is a rock.
Yeah, that is a very nice piece, and this actually is a full queen.
It's gonna find it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not difficult.
Mishra. Yeah.
It's not difficult.
Every day he seems to be playing interesting endings. Mishra, This is going to be great training for him in future.
Yeah, but back to Jordan. Yeah, rook c8 on the board. Yeah, rook a6, rook a7, even rook a4. All of those moves are fine, but I think apart from a6 and a7, all the others feel kind of weird and not quite logical.
Yeah, I'd argue maybe rook a6 is the more natural, just to get rook g6 ideas, to get f6 ideas, rook e6 ideas. But Jordan looking away, looking like he knows the win has disappeared. He probably has known for a while, but maybe regretting
Mm-hmm.
some earlier.
Yeah, and
choices.
Mishra does, of course, blitz out queen f5 and b6 in that other game. So that one is also
Such.
concluding. Yep.
Yeah. And Jordan, now is an odd time to kind of get nostalgic and start thinking about earlier points in the game. He just needs to shut this one down before it's too late.
Yeah, has played rook a6 as we suspected. And actually, you kind of have to take on c2 now. Everything else loses.
Yeah.
Everything else loses. So it's very much time for now it's time for Anish to realize.
Mm-hmm. He'll play it. There's
of
nothing
course,
else.
Of course.
He's got a bunch of time now.
Yeah, and the simplest and the most efficient one is actually to take with this rook and give a.
This is very nice.
Give a perpetual on the second.
Yeah. It won't change the result, but very nice.
And the funny thing is, if you decide to throw in this check here,
you get mated.
This is just mate on the next move with rook h2.
That's the kind of thing you do in blitz. You're like, oh, I'm clever. I'll play a check, and whoops.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just actual mate next move. We don't have a way to stop it.
Literally pre-move now.
Yeah. You can pre-move rook h2 g2 here successfully. Yeah.
So I think it won't take Anish that long. He's been making big decisions in lightning fast time, very impressively.
Yeah, not expecting this to be a difficult. And the threat, I guess, is the biggest threat is bishop a4 once again.
Yeah, but also
stronger than rook
e6,
g6. No, those things might still allow those perpetuals. Is the reason I'm mentioning bishop a4.
Yeah,
bishop a4 does remove the idea of rook takes c2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess you briefly consider rook e8, but then you see like rook g6, f6, for example.
Yeah, no,
and then you stop and you go back.
We never entertain those thoughts for more than 3 seconds. I think he's choosing which rook to take with.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's kind of debating what constitutes style points here.
Yeah, he's going to take with the c8 rook. He's hovering over that piece at least with his hand. Style points is rook c.
By the way, on the subject of style points, rook c takes c2, e8, rook hg2, king e3, rook e2, king f3.
Okay.
Because I'm saying I should be the one.
Okay.
I should be the one giving the perpetual. I should be the one in charge of ending the game here.
I was confused for a second. I was like, wait, have you found a clever win?
No, just kind of fighting for supremacy of who does what.
If you go king f3, I'll be like, no, you don't give me a perpetual. I'll play rook f2 and I give you.
Yeah, exactly.
Continue.
King f3, and then black says no. No, I'm the daddy here.
Yeah. And it turns out they're both the daddy. This one is going to be a draw. Look at Anish, he's actually half smiling as well. So he appreciates.
I think maybe he is waiting for king f3 here,
yeah.
I think he also noticed it exists and is kind of enjoying the moment.
Yeah. Jordan's shaking his head meanwhile. I don't think he's worrying about the artistry.
No, probably not.
The aesthetics here. He's just gutted.
Probably not, yeah.
He let it slip. Okay, I think he was about to make a move. Now he's noticed. No, king d3.
Okay.
We'll see Maybe we'll see a perpetual anyway with rook
I think so, yeah. I think you don't take on e8. There's no point to take on e8.
Yeah. Rook e8, rook g6, and you at least a pawn down.
Yeah, king f4 and h5. Like, it's still a very, very obvious, immediate draw.
But your pride stops you from even trying to get the draw.
Yeah, there's nothing to think about here either. It's, rook g2. There we have it. Yeah. And with that, we conclude the coverage of round 12. As we mentioned, it felt like every single game in the round was unbelievably exciting, and maybe it even was. There was a somewhat dry game between. No, I mean, actually, the Wesley's game against Noribek was not as empty as it could have been at one point, but still probably the driest game of the round. But only 2 decisive games in the end. And both of them come in the lower half of the bracket, so to speak. So yeah, these are the results. The standings at the top remain the same. And the pairings for tomorrow are, as announced, Noribek plays White against Jordan van Foreest. Draw gives him at least a tie for first and a tie break. No mathematical ties will be counted. Anish needs to go all out trying to beat Richard Rapport. Magnus has black against Arjun Erigaisi, and Wesley plays against Prague. But they're fighting for second.
Mm-hmm.
Magnus, I think, still will continue trying very hard to improve his tournament. I think for him, +2 in Wijk, it counts as a massive disappointment. He would very much like to at least get to +3, at least ensure a podium finish.
Yeah.
But all eyes on the games between Satorov and Van Foreest and Anish and Rapport.
Yeah, and we should remind viewers, Peter, that tomorrow does start 2 hours earlier than normal. So I think the players will be getting their rest, we'll be getting our rest. And it could be a long day if there are playoffs as well. Absolutely,
yeah. But a slightly earlier start. And I want to say 2 hours is okay, right? Like, it has become a bit of a hot topic recently because there have been a couple of events I covered, including the Olympiad in Chennai, where the break-in routine was a little bit too long for my liking in my sort of somewhat new reincarnation as a grumpy old man. But 2 hours is still perfectly fine. People will not really be shaken out of their routines too much by that.
Yeah, 12 is still technically the afternoon after all. So on that note, Peter, it's been a pleasure as usual, and we'll see everyone tomorrow.
Absolutely. Tune in tomorrow, noon Central European time.